Here we are. Zero Escape stream the last one. Maybe, hopefully. I mean, we got 4 endings, we got 2 more to go. I can skip everything that I haven't I can skip everything I've already seen, so you know, it'll probably be fast enough. But we are front loading it. We are front loading it
Through door number 3.
with stuff that we haven't seen, like this door. The last one definitely. Okay, if Rubbish and Ollie say it, then all right. It's not that I have any biases against Ollie, it's just that, you know, if one person says it, it's like, well, I mean, all right, I'll take your word for it. But if it's 2, then it's like, okay, shit.
Nope, you can't.
Yeah, we're front loading it with we're front loading it with the last 3 new squares, and then we're just gonna do big zooms around. Wow, wow. Which door was the left branch again? Just so I know for later.
Because it's impossible. If we split ourselves into 3 and 3, then we give up on going through door 3. Why?
Damn, he had 3 3s in that sentence. That's crazy. That equals 9.
5, 6, 7, 8.
Fucking hell, Barry.
There are 2 combinations that can go through door 3 with 3 people.
I need to
3, 4, 5, or 6, 7, 8.
I need to turn down the volume a little bit on my end. Been binging some Sugar Conroy videos, and his audio mixing is like good, and this one is a bit loud, so I need to turn down the volume a little.
That's it.
The left path is door 1. Okay. Wait. But it's 3, 7, and 8.
Of course, 2 teams can't go through the same door.
I see. That means one team would get left behind.
That's right.
That doesn't happen if we go through door 7 or 8?
No, they're fine. We've got 3 options.
Yeah, I meant in this area, so that way, you know, when I go back to the flowchart thing, I can, you know. Door 7? That sounds right. Okay. Well, it literally doesn't matter. I don't know why I'm asking this. I can just start on the escapes that have the keys. I'm stupid. Ignore me. Don't ignore me, though. I'm the host of the stream.
Option A. Have 3, 5, and 8 go through door 7. And 4, 6, 7 go through door 8. Option B. 4.
Yeah, I can just
5,
jump to the
7
escapes, yeah.
Go through 7. And 3, 6, and 8 go through
I don't know. I don't know why. It just always escape. It just always escapes my mind.
Option C. 3, 6, and 7 go through 7.
Oh, it fucking switched back to adventure screen on me.
And 4, 5, and 8 get 8. Those are the only 3 options. At least if we want to get all 6 of us out of here.
Okay, but Santa, consider. It would be funny if I went into a 3-door. That was when Junpei realized. Plan A divides into 2 teams. 3, 5, 8, and 4, 6, 7. Plan B divides into 2 teams. Plan C divides into 2 teams.
But that means
There was one thing they all had in common.
5 and 6 can never be on the same team. If we want all 6 of us to go through a door, then June and I can't go into the same one.
June and Junpei had been friends when they were kids. He trusted her more than anyone else on the ship. If he chose 7 or 8, he'd be taken away from her. Was that something he was prepared to do? I mean, you were childhood friends. That implies y'all have been separated long enough. I mean, y'all can go one room apart. Come on.
Anyway, that's the deal, so think it over.
Then again, we're not. Then again, this is the June route. So I mean, fuck this. Fuck what I was saying.
2 choices, 7 or 8. You can't choose 3. If you
Bro is
choose
desperate.
3, you're gonna be leaving 3 people behind to die.
Leaving people behind to.
So what are you gonna do?
I think it's used for a 7. Oh, because 7 Lotus the 9th man.
7 or 8. Time to choose.
God, I'm so fucking bad. After thinking over, his conclusion was, take the risk and choose door 3.
Sorry, Santa, but I still want to go through door 3.
What? That's nuts! You've got to be crazy! Why the hell are you so obsessed with that door?
Because it's the only path we haven't gone down, honestly. Junpei paused. almost read that as Junpei passed. He swallowed the words he'd been about to
I'm
say.
just curious about door 3.
That doesn't explain shit.
I've got a reason. I'd be happy to explain it to you if you'll just come with me.
With that, he began walking toward the door. Their curiosity likely getting the better of them, the others followed. Few of them looked a little suspicious, but Junpei told himself that wouldn't matter. He kept walking and kept silent. Eventually, they arrived at number 3. Junpei stopped.
About the red. 7, would you mind authenticating for me?
What? Why?
Please, just do it.
He stared at Junpei for a moment, then grunted and laid his palm heavily on the scanner.
Happy?
Yeah, thanks. The number 7 has been entered into the red. Next is June. Please touch the red just like 7 did.
Jumpy, what are you trying to figure out?
Yep. I think
Junpei thought about his answer for a moment.
I think I might have found another way out.
What?
Really?
That got them excited, just as Junpei had intended.
Please, June.
Oh, okay.
Okay, that's 4. With those 2 numbers in the red, Junpei had what he wanted. He casually placed his own hand on the scanner, and the third asterisk blinked on. 4 plus 5 is 9.
The only people who haven't authenticated now are Santa, Clover, and Lotus.
So, what's your point?
You don't get it. Think about it.
Huh?
What's the sum of your number and Clover's?
12.
And what's the digital root of that?
3.
Which is Santa's number. By the way, Lotus, what's the number that's currently in the red?
7 plus 6 plus 5 equals 18. It would be 9, right?
Yeah.
Yes. And what will the digital root be if you add 3 to that?
3. The door's number.
There you go.
Hey, wait a minute. What the hell are you up to?
What was he cooking?
I'm just waiting.
Waiting for what?
I'm waiting for the balance to shift. Santa, or Lotus and Clover. Once one of you moves, the others won't have a choice. So I'm waiting.
Junpei laid his hand almost casually on the lever.
You son of a bitch! You tricked us! Then all that stuff you were going on about is all bullshit!
Bullshit, huh? I don't think so. Didn't I tell you I'd figured out another way to get out of here? This is it.
Why the hell would you do something like this?
Junpei glanced at June.
Jumpy?
You did this just so you could go through the same door as June. That's it?
Santa was furious. His face was red and flecks of spit flew from his lips as he spoke. Junpei closed his eyes calmly and then opened them again.
So, who's it going to be? Santa? Or Lotus and Clover?
Shit!
Shit is not an option, Santa. I'm sorry.
Let's go, Clover.
Lotus leapt forward. She grabbed Clover by the sleeve and ran for Junpei in the door.
Fuck! Fuck!
Oh yeah, the likeness is uncanny. Caught by surprise, Santa froze for a moment, then shot forward like a bullet from a gun. Lotus had a head start, but Santa had the advantage in size and speed. Almost immediately, he passed Lotus and Clover.
No, wait!
Santa did not hesitate. He slammed his hand down on the red.
This is insane! This isn't right!
He glared at Junpei, his chest heaving.
Yeah, well, you may be right.
Junpei's voice was cold, but not without effort. He turned to the red and pulled the lever. With the sound of metal on metal, the door opened. It would only remain so for 9 seconds. There was no time to think. Junpei and his 3 reluctant companions jumped into the door's gaping mouth, one after another. Yeah, Junpei did kind of just bluff the hell out of that, huh? No sooner did they answer than an all too familiar noise sounded from their wrists. The detonators had activated. Junpei looked only once and saw Clover, that's a new one. Clover, that's also a new one. Saw Lotus and Clover on the other side of the closing door.
No.
They stood still, stopped where they had been since Santa searched the red. The defeat and desperation on their faces toward Junpei's heart. Then the door closed and they were gone.
You son of a bitch, Junpei! This isn't fair!
Santa rounded on Junpei, lightning crackling in his eyes and his knuckles white. I wonder what he will say.
Do you realize what you just did? You leave them out there, and they can't...
Shut it! That's enough!
It hadn't been Junpei that spoke, but Seven.
We gotta find the dead or none of this is gonna matter!
The clock was ticking. The dead was their only chance of survival. Unless they could fight it and deactivate their detonators, the four of them would
We
be...
got less than a minute left!
Damn it. You and I are not done yet, bastard!
They scattered and began to scour the room. The deactivation device was nowhere to be found.
Where the hell is it?
Corridors stretched out in 3 directions, but everyone was blocked off by a wall of metal. There was only one way out. One other door.
Over there! It's gotta be behind the door!
Seven ran for the door, a rusty iron thing. His large hands grabbed hold of the handle and pulled.
Damn, it's pitch dark inside.
Pitch dark? I thought it was called pitch black. Whatever.
Thing!
Junpei stuck his head through a door and looked around the room.
No, wait.
Almost immediately, he spotted the blinking red light on the wall.
I found it. The dead's right over here.
He stepped into the room.
Ugh. What? The floor's slippery.
He stopped and glanced down at his feet. Oh, fuck. I think I know what's happening. What
Hey,
was...
What the hell are you doing?
There's something...
Get over there!
Junpei felt Seven's heavy hand across his back and stumbled into the room. The other 3 piled behind him. They all felt immediately that something was wrong. Nothing that could be easily identified. Only a sense of something terrible shared the room with them. There was no time to say so.
Quick! Get to the dead!
They all started running. In the dark, it was hard to tell where the wall was. All they could see was a tiny red light.
There it is.
In quick succession, they all slammed their hands against the scanner panel. Beep beep. Oh man. Oh fuck. Seven leaned against the wall, gulping air. As his breathing began to return to normal, he glanced at his left wrist and grunted.
It stopped. It stopped.
Junpei could hear him laughing in the dark, but could barely make out the larger man's face.
I don't think I'll ever get used to doing this.
What the...
Sound of retching came from Xana's direction.
What the hell is this smell? This is
Yo,
vile.
bars.
I'm gonna puke.
So desperate had they been in their race to the dead that no one had noticed the horrible smell that pervaded the room. The terrible nauseating stench like burnt rotten meat. Adrenaline had drowned it out, but now it rolled over Junpei in waves, forcing itself into his nose with every breath he took.
Oh, you're right. Oh, this is...
He felt his stomach clench and the bile rise up in his throat.
Let's get the lights on first. There's a switch over here.
Light that spilled in from the door barely illuminated a small switch plate next to the door. Slowly, with the toll of the last few minutes apparent in his gait, Seven walked towards it. He stopped as he got close and extended his fingers towards the
Okay,
switch.
guys, I'm flipping it on.
There was a soft click as the lights came on. As the light turned on, June took in a short breath and... Yeah? A scream echoes through the room. Junpei's breath stopped in his throat. His heart ceased to beat. Time froze. His mind scrambled to make sense of what he saw before him.
What?
Hey,
Oh, this...
What was left of the body sat in a sea of blood. Chunks of flesh torn from the body sat in the blood like tiny islands in a great red sea. I think we've read this before. Yeah, we've read this description before. Okay.
Looks like an explosion.
Seven's voice was low and strained.
Just like the Ninth Man. The detonator in his bracelet set off the bomb in his gun.
Oh god. The bone is...
it's definitely an open fracture.
It looked as though the explosion had been quite powerful. His legs were both bent in an odd, unnatural way, and yeah, the ulna, which is like the giveaway. It hit the wall.
Yeah, you can't...
Half of his head had collapsed. He was just having a rough day.
Is that... Snake?
Also, yeah, imagine seeing 2 exploded corpses in one day. That's fucked up.
Oh my... Why did this happen?
Suddenly, June was screaming, her voice broken. It was an eerie scream full of insanity and not entirely human. She shook her head violently and grabbed fistfuls of her own hair. Junpei could hear the sound of hair tearing.
Stop! Calm down.
He grabbed her wrist, or grabbed for her wrist.
Hey!
But as he did, June leapt up and ran. Yep. Toward the exit. She screamed at the door and her fist slammed against it with a hollow sound. Junpei could see drops of blood on her knuckles.
Why are you doing these horrible things to us? What did we do to deserve this?
June.
She screamed again, a desperate, mindless cry. Her fists flailed against the door.
Get me out of here! Please! Please, just let me out!
June.
Junpei couldn't watch anymore. He ran to June and wrapped his arm around her, pulling the screaming girl away from the door.
Calm down.
No! Get off of me! Let me go! Let me go!
Please, calm down.
She scrambled for a moment, her legs skittering across the floor, but her resistance didn't last long. As suddenly as her outburst had begun, it was over. The manic energy disappeared and her body went limp in Junpei's arms. June collapsed towards the floor and Junpei knelt down with her. He felt drops of something warm and wet. Was she crying? A moment later, she began to sob. Her shoulders shook and great hot tears rolled down her face like rain.
We're gonna be fine. It's gonna be alright, June. It's going to be okay, Connie.
Look, I get you're trying to comfort her, but I'm not sure how much that'll work when she literally saw a body fucking explode in front of her, dude. Just let her do it, you know? Just let her fucking get it out. Her name was a whisper.
I'll be here with you, okay?
She nodded once.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Jumpy.
Her trembling voice pulled at Junpei's heart. He stroked her hair gently. His face was so close to her. The scent of her hair was nostalgic.
Do you feel
okay, back up, buddy.
Yes, but I'd like to stay here. For a little while, at least. Jumpy's body is so warm.
Several minutes passed before June's tears had dried. Junpei stood up. He bent down, put his arms under June's, and helped her to her feet. I mean, yeah. I was going to say in a way, but no, 100%, yeah. We wanted to go into this door, so. Who's this we? Junpei wanted to go in the door. Neither did Seven or Santa. A person was dead. They had died in that room in a terrible way. Junpei knew there was no way he could make himself forget that. There was no way any of them could forget it, but mourning would do no good. They spread out to search the room, but each felt as if their heart was made of lead.
We better get to it.
New room just dropped. Let's seek a way out. Beep beep. The shower room. How are we looking? Okay. So this is probably the last escape, and then we do this novel bit, and then we're home free. We can just start zooming. Those letters written in blood. LLR. You think that might be some sort of dying message from Snake? No, it's impossible. You saw the body. You aren't doing anything after something like that happens to you. Then this... The way the blood's dried tells you it's real old. Whoever's blood this is, it ain't Snake's. Oh, let wrecked. Come on, dude. They're saying this blood was put here a long time ago? An old message written in blood. It says LLLLLLLLL plus ratio. It's actually not lol let rect, it's lol L plus ratio. Yo, toilet paper, let's go. It's toilet paper with some kind of red symbols on it. You think maybe it's a Cytail cipher? Cytail cipher? What the hell is that? You wrap a piece of paper around a stick and then write several sentences on it, so that the whole paper's filled up. Then you unwrap the paper and you can't tell what the original message was, right? That's how it works, more or less. And the cipher, you just gotta have a stick that's the same diameter as the original one. Same diameter as the original one, huh? L plus L plus L plus L plus L plus L plus ratio plus your mom's gay. Snake's dying message. Yeah, you just wrap the paper around that stick and you can read the code. A wooden box. There's something in here. Luminol, let's go. What the hell is this thing? Some kind of spray bottle? There's something written on it. I can't read anything else. Label's all faded. Let me see that. He just grabbed it from him. That wasn't very nice. Oh, this is luminol. You know, forensics guys use it at crime scenes. Oh yeah, that stuff that glows blue when you spray it on blood. If the blood's been wiped off, it'll still glow. It's luminol. Used to detect blood. Okay, just checking. A thick pipe that stretches down from the ceiling. Yo. We got multiple toilets. That's definitely Snake's body. I know he'd actually prove it is not. You're so right. Junpei reached for the broom, and as he grabbed it, he heard a soft voice from behind him. It was June, getting ready to tell him a 50-minute story about brooms.
Huh?
He turned around. June still looked sadly pale, but there was a smile on her face.
Oh, you just reminded me of it. The rabbit hutch, I mean.
How did I remind you of something like that?
Jumpy and the broom. You're always playing around with the broom in front of the rabbit hutch.
I was.
Don't you remember?
Junpei stared at the broom in his hand.
You mean, you don't remember that summer either?
She looked very sad. He shook his head.
Of course I remember. How could I forget something like that? It was terrible.
They were in the 6th grade. Junpei and Junpei assigned to take care of the classroom pets, the rabbits. Their chief duty was to clean the hutches every morning. On the final day before summer vacation, Junpei overslept. He rushed to school and found June standing in front of the rabbit hutches. No sooner had Junpei arrived than June began to cry. He had no idea why until he looked behind her into the rabbit hutch. The first thing he saw was blood. The hutch was filled with the dead bodies of the rabbits. Well, that's fucking unfortunate. Jesus Christ. Even after their teachers and friends came to see what the commotion was, June couldn't stop crying.
I just kept crying and crying until you came over.
Okay.
You held my hand, and you looked very serious, and you said, "Don't cry. I'm gonna catch the person who did this." After you told me that, I finally stopped crying.
Well, the real fun started after you quit crying.
Huh.
You told me we were gonna catch the killer together.
June smiled, and a little bit of the flush of life returned to her cheeks.
Then we decided that we'd ambush them.
Yeah, I remember.
The school also kept roosters and guinea pigs. Junpei and June decided the murderer would likely return to finish off the rest of the animals. They would ambush the killer at night. Junpei and June hid behind the hutch at dusk and waited. It was a warm summer night. The quiet sound of crickets whispered through the air. The sun went down, the stars began to wink at them from the sky. In June's, Akane Kuroshiki's face. That night was something Junpei knew he would never forget as long as he lived.
But the murderer never showed up. We waited for them all summer vacation, and they never showed up.
Yeah, but the animals didn't get attacked either.
Hmm.
I think all that work amounted to something, you know?
He'd felt the same way, but it was good to hear her say it.
Although, you know, if you think about it, we were probably taking on a lot more than we could handle.
What do you mean?
She looked up at him, confused.
Come on, we were just kids. If whoever killed the rabbits had actually showed up, they probably would have had a knife or something.
Yeah.
I mean, you must have been pretty worried, right?
I wasn't worried, because you were because you were there with me.
She blushed
You
furiously.
know, no one else wanted to take care of the animals.
Clearly embarrassed, she tried desperately to change the subject.
I was the only one who asked to do it at first.
Yeah, well, boys don't really want to bother with taking care of animals, you know?
Well, yeah, but you asked to do it after I did, didn't you?
If it wasn't the rabbits, they were gonna make me do something else. You know how that school was. I figured it'd be better if I was working with somebody who wasn't too much of a loudmouth, right? Somebody who wasn't gonna tell on me if I felt like blowing it off.
Really? That's why you volunteered?
Yeah, it is.
He nodded quickly and much too earnestly, and then quickly looked away at something very important.
Really?
Of course.
That hadn't been the reason, of course. He'd asked to take care of the rabbit so that he could be near June. Obviously, but it had been so long ago, he couldn't bring himself to tell her how he felt back then. It would be embarrassing. He took a quick breath to clear his head, tossed the broom up, and then snatched it out of the air.
Well, we don't really have time to be walking down memory lane like this, you know? We've got to figure out a way out of this room. Otherwise...
Alright, just give me half a second real quick. I need to check something on... Okay, sorry about that. I just got a message. It's fine. Bye.
Yes. I'm gonna look over there.
June nodded curtly, then turned and
I
walked
should
away.
get back to it myself. Ah, that's right. The pool of blood.
Junpei, you gotta have more spatial awareness, my guy. Junpei looked around and looked at the room. At Snake's body. Chunks of flesh and organs still lay on the
Going
floor.
on and on about old times right next to a corpse? What were we doing?
Not having spatial awareness.
Well, maybe it was because we're in this mess.
Despite such a situation, or perhaps because of it, the mind turned to the farthest thing from death that it could find. Still, Junpei couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt at wanting so desperately to live when Snake lay dead before
to
him.
survive, no matter the cost. I need to make sure she gets out too.
As he stared at the clumps of blackened flesh, all Junpei could think of was how much he wanted to live. Broom! Huh? What are you doing with the broom? You know, if you look at it real close, you can see it's got these lines cut into it that kind of spiral up the shaft. What if I wrap the toilet paper around the broom? Broom wrapped in toilet paper, let's go! So you wrapped the toilet paper around the broom, huh? Looks like the symbols line up perfectly. It says 634 plus. The bucket. It's a tin bucket. Hey, Jumpy, do you remember back in elementary school when... Didn't fucking get the rest of that, but all they gave you was a sponge and a bucket like this? Hey, come on now. Can't we just leave the past in the past? Okay, just checking. There's some toilet paper on the shelf. What do you think this is? Well, it looks like tar. It's kind of sticky. I don't think we can just wipe it off. I doubt just pouring some water on it's gonna help much either. What about hot water? Hot water? If we had some really hot water, like boiling hot, then maybe that would wash it off. Maybe? I don't know. Girl? I don't know. Boink. There's nothing in this toilet. If there was, that would be gross. There's no toilet paper on that roll either. How unfortunate. I already checked all 3 toilets, you know. Nothing unusual there. There's a thermometer on the wall. It's a thermometer. Can you get it off? You know what else isn't in the toilet? God. It's screwed onto the wall. I assume the 634 plus is part of a bigger equation, so I'm not even going to bother touching that yet. Let's look around some more. Oh lord, there's a piece of paper tied to this pipe with a wire. Notice, drainage valve operation. Please do not flush the water in these pipes. Doing so may cause the drain to overflow. I couldn't make the joke. God. Maybe if I can use the shower here to fill the bucket with hot water. Hey, Seven, can you turn on the shower? I'm gonna put the bucket under the head. Ah, okay. Sure thing. What the hell are you doing? It's filled with water. Try to spill it, okay? It's heavy. Okay, I'll carry it. Something inside the toilet bowl. Wait, what did it say? If I flush the hot water from the bucket, that should help clean it up. I have the bucket here, but oh, I gotta pour it in. Oh, there's a screwdriver in there, so just pour the water into this tank, and looks like you filled it. Now you should be able to flush it, right? There's probably a handle somewhere in the tank that you can pull. Yeah, you think so? Serious? Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Screwdriver. It's a screwdriver. We can unscrew things with this. Was there something we needed to unscrew somewhere? Was there? Oh, yeah, I mean, if you say so, then yeah, definitely, but... I flushed the water, and that should fucking flush the water. Well, there it goes, just like a toilet should work. That stuff's washed off. Looks like the writing was numbers. See it? 185 equals... What is this? You got me. This looks like numbers. Okay, 185 equals... What was the other part? 634 plus? Give me that luminol real quick. Wait, you don't really think we're supposed to use the luminol here, do you? Yeah, it does seem kind of weird to use it here, but maybe I should try it just in case. Okay, I've sprayed the luminol. What's next? That's where we came in. I guess it's not locked, but there ain't really any point. All that's out there is a numbered door. We can't go back through a numbered door even if we wanted to. Okay. I've sprayed the luminol on the wall. What's next? The broom wrapped in toilet paper. No. Luminol glows when it reacts with blood. Of course, you can't see that glow if it's too bright. Fucking spell it out for me, why don't you? God, where's that light switch? Let me just unscrew this while I wait.
You know why thermometers only go up to 107 degrees Fahrenheit?
No, I can't say I ever thought about that.
At 107 degrees, the cells in the human body start to die, and the organs begin to shut down.
Oh.
The proteins in your cells start to harden.
They start to what?
It's like when you hard-boil an egg. Even if you cool it down afterwards, it won't go back to being a raw egg. In other words, it's dead. That's why thermometers don't go past 107. There's no point.
Oh yeah, I am still in it. It keeps switching me back in this route specifically. I don't know why. Why'd Santa brought that up, Junpei wondered.
Oh yeah?
You continue to work in the screw.
But it's pretty rare for a fever to get that high. Even viruses and stuff don't usually drive the body temperature up to 107. Of course, there are other external things that could.
Like what?
Well, let's see. Something like getting locked in a sauna, or getting thrown into an incinerator and burnt to death.
Timely.
Yeah, I guess that would get a little hotter than 107 degrees Fahrenheit.
Junpei gave a short barking laugh. A moment later, the screw fell off, plus ratio. With a small tug, Junpei pulled the thermometer from the wall.
All right, I got it.
He looked up and saw Santa glaring at a blank section of wall.
Huh? What's up?
Nothing. Forget about it.
Santa spun around and walked off, away from Junpei.
What was that all about?
But as Junpei watched him go, he didn't look angry. He looked very, very sad. Yo, thermometer. Oh, you took the thermometer off. It says open at the bottom of the gauge. Wonder what it means. Maybe when it gets that hot, something will open? Okay. You got a light? No. Say, I already checked them. What, you don't trust me? Jesus, Junpei. I said I checked them all. Doors to the toilet stalls. Santa says he already checked them out. Didn't find anything, apparently. No, I don't need to check the toilets. I'm just gonna trust Santa. Nah, alright. It's a card slot. Come on, man, you know, for swiping a card. Where the hell's the light switch? The pipe on the right must be connected to a drain in the middle of the room. If you turn on the water here, it'll probably come up through the drain. Okay, well, I mean, I did what I needed to with the water, so. There's no point to leaving. The only thing out here is the numbered door. Oh, fucking it blended into the blood. That's on me. LLR. LLR. LRL. What's it again? LLR. LRL. Some more letters showing up after the LLR. See? It says LLR, LRL. LLR, LRL. LLR, LRL. LLR, LRL. Well, I did what it said on the wall. Wonder if it actually did anything. Hey, this drain's acting up. What the hell did you do? I just messed with the valves a little. Nothing big. There might be something in the tank, you know. Let's open that shit up. The red key card. Yo? It's a red key card. Probably, I mean, it's a red card. Probably a key card. Do you remember if you saw a card reader anywhere around here? Do you remember, Seven? I know they probably just didn't account for the dialogue for me to fucking look at the card reader before I got the card, but yeah. There's no more water. I can't flush it anymore. I think pipe. I guess we just touch one of these. Really hot water comes out of this shower. I get the feeling it might still be useful for something else. Yeah, if I can get this hot water on the thermometer, then maybe. All right, thermometer, let's get this party started. Yep, looks like that's doing the trick. There goes the gauge. And now it's at the open mark. Huh? It opened. What's this? I think there's a piece of paper in here. 957 plus. 957 plus. That means you're supposed to add something to 957, doesn't it? Well, yeah, it doesn't take a genius to figure that out. The problem is what to add. My bad. It says 634 plus on the toilet paper. Where's the other one? Okay. Where's my fucking... What's the notepad thing again? I need a... is there like a... There is a notepad function in this game, isn't there? Or do I actually just need to write it? I'll just write it down on my phone, whatever. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to assume at the moment it is 634 plus 185 equals... And then the other one was 957. Wait, no, actually that wouldn't work, would it? Because 957 is, like, basically just fucking stronger than both of those. So, okay, let's do 957 plus 185 equals 634 plus... Who knows at this point? Well, let me put that into the calculator. 957 957 plus 185. That's 1,142. Minus 634 off of that, and that is 508. Let's see if putting that into the thing and then swiping the card does anything. Nothing happens when I press these buttons. Well, it looks like the power's on. I wonder what the deal is with those things that say lock up there, though. Well, we probably need to put the card in there first.
Red light's on, Jumpy.
Boink. What happens when I press the buttons? I guess I have to get the red and blue lights. Okay, I guess we're got a bit ahead of the curve. Dividing wall separates the toilets. What else is there, then? Let me double check my items. We got a red key card, a piece of paper, and a broom wrapped in toilet paper. None of these things have a blue key card in them. I've checked both of the toilets. I don't think I've checked this shelf, though. So let me check that real quick. A skinny shelf. Nothing. Okay. But we do need to flush this toilet, right? Nothing unusual about this toilet, thank God. Check where the red card was. Nothing here now. Okay, I guess not, because it's not letting me. I will forget I saw anything then. The lid. The lid. If that's the case, then where else could something be? The divider between the stalls on the other side of this wall. I don't want to think about that. See if anything happens when I turn you. Nope, nothing. Not even a drop. Is the pipe clogged? Boiling hot water comes out of this shower. Oh, fuck! There must be water flowing through the pipe on the right. I just did not see that. Blue key card. It's a blue key card. This is the symbol for Mercury, isn't it? There's an elevator right outside the big hospital room. I think that same symbol is on the card where you're next to it.
That's right.
I guess that means we're not supposed to use this card in this room.
Do you really think so? I think we need it for this room and for the elevator, maybe?
She kinda spitting. Let's go try it.
Great job, Jumpy. Both of the lights are on now. I just need to put in the password.
Both lights are on. We should be able to enter the password now. What's with these E and C keys? E means enter and C means clear, I think. Well, you never used a calculator before, Junpei? So after you put in the password, hit E. Screw it up, hit C. Fuck. Okay, maybe I fucked up my math somewhere. So we had the 957 plus 185 equals. Then we had the 634 plus, and we haven't found the fourth one, so I'm going to assume that's for X. And I assumed at the time that they, you know, yeah, they solve for X. That's what they had you do in math class when it was, you know, math. But maybe I just haven't found something yet. And maybe there's something else to use these cards on, because they haven't disappeared just yet. I get it. These layers are positions for the water valves. Okay, so the light doesn't stay off and if I move away. There's water flowing out of that drain. So true. I don't need to check the toilets. So false, bestie. Don't need to mess with that anymore. Doesn't look like the shower works. There's no point to leaving. So are we sure I can't fucking flush the toilets? Because wasn't there something... Whatever. I don't need to. Nope. Do not at all, apparently. Just gotta trust the game. The light bulb provides light for this room. Unless... no, nothing. Okay. Oh, don't tell me. Okay, no. Okay, good. I was worried I'd have to present each of the items and then they would let me solve the puzzle, but no. No, it's not like that. Okay. Okay, I've been pretty blind in the drain and the light switch. Is there anything else I'm missing? I'll just come out and ask. I mean, of course there's something else I'm missing. I guess my question is, where is the thing that I'm missing? I need a slight aim more cards, yeah. What do we got again? We have the broom, the piece of paper, and the red and blue key cards. As far as the things go, we have 634 plus, 957 plus, and 185 equals. Which the 185 equals is on this toilet. So I assumed it was 957 plus 185 equals 634 plus, and then a blank, because we haven't found the second thing yet. So I tried solving for that, putting it in my calculator, but the answer 508 was not what it was in the keypad. Okay, 634 plus 185. Yeah, that's 819. It wouldn't even equal. Yeah, 957 plus 185 equals. Oh wait, fuck me. Hold on. I think I was fucked up. Because this says 634 plus and then 957 plus. I've been traumatized by algebra. 954 plus 634 plus 185. Okay. Let me try that then. No, I guess that's not right. Okay. Okay, wait. Yeah, okay. 957 plus 634 plus 185. I don't know how I messed it up by a few digits, but there we go. There we go, we're out of here. We ain't never gotta do one of these stinking math problems again until the next game, or if there's a final escape room, which there probably is. Well, outside of the shower room is a hallway that extended off to the left and right. That do be basically the entirety of the full flowchart, except for this and whatever's down here.
There's a large iron door at the end.
Let's take a look.
Let's check it out. They moved a few steps toward the door when Junpei heard the sound of metal on metal.
Huh?
They turned around. Seven was doing something to the door of the shower room.
What are you doing, Seven?
Well, I figure maybe we might want to come back here sometime. So, I stuck the broom in there to keep the door from shutting. Alright, let's go.
With that, he stood up and began walking down the hallway. He brushed past Junpei and kept going. After a moment, the rest of them followed him. Before long, they found themselves at the large iron door. They'd only been up there for a moment when June spoke.
Jumpy, look!
He turned. There on the right side of the hallway was a piece of paper attached to the wall.
What's that on the wall there?
Oh, I think it's...
Junpei ran over and peeled it off. It's a map!
It says C deck.
So it's the map. We'll have time to study it later.
Junpei folded the map and stuffed it into his pocket. Back at the door, the four of them had lined up in front of it. Santa stepped forward. He grabbed hold of the door, then turned to look back at the rest of them.
Ready? I'm gonna open it.
Santa nodded back and threw the door open. All four of them leapt through.
What the?
You're shitting me.
Took only a moment to realize where they were. They had been there only a short time ago. It was the large hospital room filled with countless beds. Liz and Clover looked up as they entered. Ace was there as well, although he looked as though he'd only just woken up.
Clover! I'm glad you're all okay. Lotus, what are you?
The moment they spied Junpei, Lotus and Clover headed straight for him. As she neared him, Lotus drew back her hand and slapped him open palmed across the face. Fair enough.
How could you do this to us?
Her face was furious. She grabbed Junpei by the collar and shook him violently. Clover didn't touch him, but the hate in her eyes was no less potent. It was Seven who stopped them.
Knock it off. We got bigger shit to worry about right now.
His deep voice echoed across the massive room. Lotus cleared Seven to let Junpei go after one last vicious shake.
What?
Go have a look. I stuck the screwdriver in the door. That door over there, the one without a number. As long as the screwdriver's there, it can't shut, so you can get in there. There's a shower room past there. I stuck a broom at the door there too. Anyway, go take a look.
Go take a look. Go take a look, Lotus and Clover. Go take a look at your fucking
Then you're saying we can
dead brother, Clover. He's not actually your brother, but it'll still fuck you up.
Yeah, it's about the size of it.
Wait, what the hell is in there?
You'll know when you see it.
Fine, let's go.
Lotus and Clover looked at one another for a moment, then nodded and stepped through the door. By then, Ace had made his way to them, moving with the stiff, shuffling steps of someone who had just awoken from a lengthy slumber.
My goodness. I know I said I was sure you'd come back for me. I didn't think it would happen so soon, though.
Ace shook his head weakly.
Should I go as well?
Yeah.
Seven nodded.
Very well.
Ace followed Lotus and Clover with his stiff, tired gait. The squeal of tortured metal made Junpei's teeth curl. Sounded like the noise a ghost would make. No matter how many times he heard it, he never got used to it. Every time, it put him on edge. Didn't help that there was a girl nearby who looked far more like a ghost than any living human should. It was Clover. Had her teeth curled? That's a good question. She sat on the edge of the bed, her head drooping listlessly onto her chest. Her eyes were blank and stared across the room at nothing. Her breathing was slow and mechanical. Aside from the rise and fall of the chest, she didn't move. Junpei felt as if a nudge might cause her to shatter into 1,000 pieces.
Snake was probably murdered. Chances are he was killed the same way the Ninth Man was.
Seven lowered his voice, likely in an effort to keep Clover from hearing what he had to say. There were 4 other people in the room with Junpei and Seven. Oh my god. Ace! Santa, June, and Lotus. Seven looked at each one of them in turn and continued.
It's pretty straightforward. Not that hard to figure out how they did it. First, the killers got Snake to authenticate on the red to open door 3. Then they shoved him into it. Alone. And waited 9 seconds for the door to shut.
Okay, yeah, we're hearing this now.
And that means none of us have alibis.
Okay, we're still in this section now. I'll skip around a little bit, wait until we're... Was Zero still on the ship with them? Of course. Where could he be hiding? Everyone went quiet. Zero is among us. Well, it's possible. I'm just fast forwarding until I get off this icon, in the off chance there's something new. It's 3 in the morning.
Here we
They
go.
go to the elevator. Okay, this is new, apparently. They stood in front of the elevators next to the stairs that led to the casino and the kitchen. Between the 2 elevators was a card reader with the Mercury symbol engraved on it. Junpei stood in front of it with the key card.
That's the...
Yeah, I found it in the shower room.
You were literally there.
See, it's got the Mercury symbol.
He took a deep breath and slid the card through the reader. He made a small beep and the lights on the reader blinked to life.
Now we can go.
7 people, including Junpei, climbed onto the elevator.
Looks like there's only 2 floor buttons working.
C and bottom.
The rest were destroyed or did nothing when
Time
pushed.
to head down then.
Junpei hit the bottom button. Of course he did. The door closed. Slowly they began to move downward. Sometime later, all 7 of them stepped off the elevator and onto the bottom deck. They stepped off and saw the hallway to their right ended somewhere between 20 and 25 feet from them. The hallway in front of them was a dead end, but not a regular dead end. An advanced dead end.
This is a numbered door.
Yeah, it's door 2.
Door number 2. Immediately they began to discuss who would go through it.
So who should go through the door this time?
We don't need to be discussing who we're leaving behind this time, right?
Right. It's set up so we'll be able to meet up again once we get through the numbered doors.
Then there's no need for arguments at this point.
We should figure out who's going in first.
Very well. Would anyone like to volunteer?
I'll do it.
I'll go too.
And I suppose I need to go too then.
Junpei followed suit, which meant Lotus was by default the 3rd member.
All right.
Okay, please be careful.
Jesus. You 2 are acting like you're married, you know that?
Oh,
Junpei blushed. June blushed, so did Junpei. I mean, they both blushed. Honestly, the way I say it does not fucking matter.
Don't be silly. Cut it out.
Perhaps in an attempt to hide his emotions, he quickly turned to pull the lever on the red. Beep, beep, beep. The door opened. As they'd come to expect, there appeared to be a short hallway on the other side.
All right, let's go.
Lotus was the first through the door.
Yeah.
Let's do this.
Let's fucking go, baby. 7 was the next, and Junpei brought up the rear.
Where the hell is it this time?
I don't see it!
Oh, there it is. It's right there.
Fortunately, it took them only moments to find the dead. They had been placed just inside the room, right next to a numbered door. They gathered around it quickly and scanned each of their bracelets. Okay. I think we're, like, in it now. I mean, we're still in this section, but, you know, I'll skip around until we actually get to the end of the thing and start the escape. It's like, what, a minute extra? This is the site. This is the place where Cregnay was born. I had to see it through. Okay. Anyway. Now we move all the way back. To the second place cabins. Is there any place in particular that I need to go to, or do I just start from the beginning? I'm just curious. Boink. I think try play on a shelf. Okay. You can go to map of the, what? Well.
Hey, Junpei, you got a minute? Here, take this.
A bookmark? What is this for? Do you want me to read a book?
We've read this before. Okay. Hope, faith, love, and luck. The Clovers. He doesn't like it. Oh, don't take it.
Thanks, but no thanks. It's kind of weird to be getting presents from another dude, you know?
Hey, yo.
Wow. I guess you do have a point. I won't force it on you. Sure you don't want it?
Alright. Actually, I'll take it.
Actually, I guess I'll take it.
Come on, guys. I was just joshing.
Jeez, just make up your mind, all right? Here.
Okay.
Oh, man, I feel a lot better now. That thing was a real pain, you know?
Do you really hate those 4 words that much?
Yeah, come on, guys. I was just fucking around a little bit. Well, like the stock market.
You mean like the stock market?
Nah, that's not what I mean. I the hell would you think that? I mean, yeah, I do stocks too, but
You? A stockbroker?
yeah, got a problem with that?
No, you don't look like the type.
Man, that stuff's just like gambling, you know? All you gotta do is bet on the winning horse. Nothing that hard about it.
You sure sound pretty confident. So, are you betting on winning horses?
Of course I am. You remember a couple years back when the stock for Cradle Pharmaceuticals shot through the roof? Stacked a few bills over that, if I do say so myself.
Uh-huh.
Oh yeah, novel mode, fuck. Was all Junpei could think of. He'd never even heard of Cradle Pharmaceuticals. He lacks critical information. Oh, I clicked off screen. My bad. Fortunately, it was saved from further embarrassment.
Hey, how long are you gonna stand around wasting time? Stop screwing around.
The voice screaming at them from the other room was unmistakably Lotus's. Junpei and Santa looked at each other.
The lady has spoken.
Santa sighed.
We better get back to work before we really piss her off. I don't want her beating me up.
And with that, Santa walked off slowly.
Wait.
He started after Santa, intended to catch him, but... Lotus appeared from the next room, blocking his path. Her posture suggested she was not about to let him pass. There's nothing for it. He had lost.
Okay, I'll get back to work. Damn it.
I mean, we say kids, but I am pretty sure everybody, even Clover, somehow, are like over the age of 18 here. Correct me if I'm wrong. Her glare suggested any other choice would not have ended pleasantly for him. Oh, wait, you meant, yeah. Back then. Yeah, well, I'm stupid. Don't talk to me. I kid. Anyway, both of those unlocked now. That's great. So I guess next step is the operating room. Oh, this has two. Should I just start from the beginning, or is there a specified place I need to start for this one? I'm sorry, I'm such a dick. God. I actually don't remember what's important here. Oh, man. Well, I mean, there are two, so I could probably just start from the beginning. But... try chemical closet? I mean, fair enough, yeah.
You think we should go back?
Doink. We're in the closet, we get the bottle, read the label, EDT. We talk about crystals. Like I know something. He was desperately trying to focus on something far away. Do I need to click something specific here? Do I need to ask if he knows something about Ice 9? Okay.
Do you know about Ice 9?
Ice 9? Ice 9. Ice 9. Ice.
Baby. Suddenly, Seven's eyes shut open.
That's it. I remember now. That woman, she's on this boat.
That woman?
Alice!
Who's Alice?
Come on. The woman who won't melt at room temperature.
Huh? It became clear to Seven that Junpei had no idea what he was talking about. All ice? He ran his hand across his face and then took a deep breath.
You know how the Titanic sank on April 15th, 1912, right?
Yeah, more than 1,500 people died. Worst maritime accident in history.
Got all the right keys on your first run and they didn't ask me about Ice 9. I just... God.
What about it?
Did you hear about the boat that was sent to collect the dead bodies?
I think that was the RMS Carpathia, right? It was a cruise liner, just like the Titanic.
No, that was the ship that picked up the survivors. The ship that collected the dead bodies was the CS McKay Bennett. The McKay Bennett showed up on April 17th, 2 days after the accident. It set out from Halifax, a port in Canada, and recovered 306 bodies. The Atlantic that far north was really cold. It would have to be for there to be icebergs and stuff. Anyway, the bodies they pulled out of the water were frozen solid.
This isn't a very nice story. So, what happened next?
Well, they say the McKay Bennett recovered something more than just dead bodies. There were various bits of stuff floating around in the water. Things the drowned had carried with them, or stuff that dislodged as the ship sank.
Ah.
One of the things they found was a coffin.
A coffin?
Coffin?
Yeah, a wooden one. The craftsman who made it must have been pretty skilled. It wasn't just a wooden coffin. It was all wood, no nails, no reinforcements, no gaps in the wood anywhere. The thing was airtight.
Damn.
The crew got pretty curious about what might be inside it and opened it up.
What's inside?
They had to get a wedge and hammer it open. It was so well made. Inside
Was...
they found a woman. Or, I guess you should say, they found the dead body of a woman.
Ah.
Her hair was thick and black, and her skin rich brown with no blemishes or signs of decomposition. They say that she looked gorgeous, like a goddess. She was obviously dead, but everyone who looked at her said she just looked like she was sleeping. Her skin was so lifelike, she looked like she might wake up any minute. And she didn't, though. Like the rest of the bodies they found, she was frozen solid. Eventually, the McKay Bennett finished searching and returned to Halifax. The 306 bodies were unloaded and taken ashore. However, it was warm enough that they began to thaw. They say that the stink was horrible, but there was one body that didn't thaw. And that was...
The girl in the coffin.
That's right. Everybody thought for sure that she'd melt and start to rot like the rest of them eventually. But weeks passed and nothing happened. And a month passed. And another. And it was summer, and she was still frozen solid. After a while, people started to say she was some sort of miracle. Rumors about her started to spread. People came to visit Halifax from all over. After a while, people started to call her All Ice, Alice. Of course, those rumors didn't last long.
Why?
Well, she up and disappeared. One day Alice was there, the next day she wasn't.
Huh.
They say someone snuck into where they were keeping her and stole the body. With the body gone, the rumors followed pretty quickly. And after a while, no one remembered her. You might be able to find something about her if you could find a newspaper from back then, but that's about it.
At the end of this, it says, but hey, that's just a theory.
Wait, you just said that she was on this boat.
Yeah, I did. Alice has got to be somewhere on this ship.
Now why the hell would you say something like that?
Because I know.
And just what is it you
Oh,
know?
do ya?
What happened to Alice after she was stolen?
Junpei gulped.
Right? Tell me, what happened to Alice?
Seven nodded slowly and took on the look of a man recalling something long buried.
Well, around that time, the word was that there was a special black market in New York. All millionaires from all over the world.
True?
I heard that Alice went up for auction there. The person who won the auction was Lord Dashiell Gordain. You've heard that name before, right?
Have I?
Lord Gordain. Oh, isn't he the guy who bought the Gigantic?
Oh,
the
yeah.
Titanic sister ship.
Yeah, that's him. Although I guess he hadn't done that yet.
What do you mean?
Gordain bought Alice in 1912. 4 years later, in 1916, he bought the Gigantic, and he hid Alice somewhere on the Gigantic. But nobody knows where. He died in 1931, and apparently he died without ever telling anyone where Alice was hidden. However,
What?
That's just a
he
theory.
did have one close friend who asked him,
God.
"Where is Alice?" And he said, "Alice sleeps in a small chamber past the Forest of Knowledge beneath the navel of the Gigantic."
What the hell is that? Is it some kind of riddle?
Your guess is as good as mine.
Seven threw his hands up in
So that's
defeat.
it. Whatever you think, I believe it. She's hidden somewhere on the Gigantic. In other words, she's hidden somewhere on this ship.
Buys a dead body, hides it on a $1 trillion ship, dies or refuses to elaborate. Before Junpei could dispute Seven's rather bizarre claim, as Junpei was trying to figure out what on earth he was going to say next, Clover's shrill voice pierced the room.
Hey, what are you two doing over there? Stop wasting time and get over here.
Okay, we're coming.
Jeez.
Seven looked at Junpei.
So, anyway, that's the story. It might be useful someday. Don't forget it.
With that cryptic remark, he turned and left the room.
Alice.
Junpei was left behind to ponder what he just heard. He tried to remember what Jun told him earlier. So with the other key in this escape room, can I skip to the second tab on the thing, or is that... no?
That mummy wasn't just a normal mummy.
I think possibly.
They say
Alright.
that she was frozen. The story says that from the time of its discovery all the way through to when it got put on the Titanic. Even though it was carried through the desert, her body never melted.
Then was that Egyptian priestess, Alice? Did the water in her body become Ice 9?
No, that's nuts. There's no way somebody like that could exist.
Junpei shook his head, trying desperately to clear it, and followed Simon into the operating room where Clover was waiting. Oh, well, they're both unlocked now, actually. So, I mean, I guess we're moving on. Okay, chart room. Do I go to the pocket watch or do I just start? I did give Clover the bookmark, true. Now if I committed to my choice of not taking the bookmark before, then oh man. Pocket watch is fine? Okay. A voice he hadn't expected startled Junpei from the examination of the pocket watch. It was Ace. Is there a problem? I don't know, is there? I don't know, chat, is there? Or does it not matter for this choice? Let me check. Okay. Okay. Hell yeah, there is. I don't think it matters. Okay. Well, you know, I'm just checking it with all. What room are we in? Chart room, pocket watch discussion. In the room with the map behind us in the drawers, in the blue book. I don't really know the specifics of each room. Think you're probably fine? Okay.
Yeah, there is.
Ace's eyebrows
Checked
went
on
up.
us. Now get out of here. We split this stuff up for a reason, all right?
That's a lie. We didn't have to split up the work. I just want to talk to Clover alone. That's why I sent Ace to the wheelhouse. There's something I want to ask her. And I don't want anyone to overhear us. I'm pretty sure Clover won't talk if there's anyone else around. That's why when Ace showed up again, I got a little desperate. I had to make him leave.
Ace opened his mouth and took another look at Junpei and tried again. A small smirk appeared.
I see, of course.
That may have been critical and you may have made the right call. Okay. He looked Junpei over. Then glanced at Clover. And glanced at Clover.
I apologize for the intrusion. Well, best of luck.
Ace gave Junpei a knowing pat on the shoulder and left. Junpei let out a sigh and brushed a few drops of sweat from his forehead. He turned and found himself looking straight into Clover's eyes. She heard what Ace had said. She regarded Junpei with caution.
What was that about?
She was clearly suspicious, and with good reason.
Why are you looking at me like that?
Doink. Snake gets jumped. Think. Oh man. Let me just double check the flowchart. Yeah, well, fuck. See if I already did the thing I need to. Well. Any choice I gotta make here that matters, or did I do it right the first time? Let's see. Is that an invitation for me to click it? May as well. Okay.
Wait, hold on.
Actually, let me double check. Oh, I can't check right now. Yeah, no. Just go. Just don't think, don't blink. Just go, 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 go. The fucking cut off door sound. Oh my god. Alright, that's that one unlocked. Next stop, the captain's quarters. Do I start from the red file monitor or just the beginning? Let's see. After that, I just go to this. Unsure, try red file, see what happens. Okay.
All ice.
Oh, they just... Okay, they immediately stopped me from moving on, so I guess this is it, yeah.
Alice.
Something's on the file.
Does this mean...
Junpei couldn't hold back. He had to know what was in that file. Each page was covered with strange characters. It looked like tiny drawings of, you know, all the things that they describe in here. Pick up the card.
So it would seem.
The bottom deck library.
Deck. Library. Oh.
Oh. Junpei remembered something he'd heard from Seven when they been in the chemical closet.
Seven said something like...
Alice sleeps in a small chamber past the forest of...
Yeah, we've heard this.
Evil mean the bottom deck, and the forest of knowledge is the library?
Perhaps.
Then could Alice be in a room somewhere beyond the library?
What's wrong? Something on your mind?
Junpei blinked. Only then did he notice Ace looking at him, curiosity and concern written across his face in equal parts. Perchance.
Yeah. I just remembered something.
Is that so? What about?
Well, don't laugh, okay?
There was no reason for Junpei to hide his thoughts. He began explaining his theory to Ace. And he stopped. Wouldn't make any sense if Ace didn't know who Alice was supposed to be. So he told Ace everything Judah told him.
The Egyptian priestess, an Ice Nine. Interesting.
And the woman who wouldn't melt, who was recovered from the Titanic disaster?
Mm-hmm.
They called her All Ice, which eventually turned into Alice. And she was purchased by an English millionaire who called himself
Lord Gordain. Sounds like a fucking Fire Emblem character.
According to Seven, this ship is where he hid Alice.
And you think that he hid her in a small room, beyond the library on the bottom deck?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it is just a theory.
That's just a theory! Strangle me. Ace stared off into the distance, his hand slowly and absent-mindedly stroking his beard. After a few moments, his hand stopped. He turned slowly to look at Junpei and his brows drew together.
Junpei, have you ever heard of the term CAS?
CAS?
It stands for Cells Alive System. It is an advanced technology for freezing and preserving organic matter. Put simply, it is a technique that allows one to freeze things without the formation of ice crystals.
Oh.
Normally, if you freeze something fresh, water within its cells expands as it crystallizes, damaging the cell membrane. CAS, however, works differently. The object to be frozen is supercooled using magnetic fields, and then frozen instantly and uniformly, giving ice crystals no time to form.
Magnetic fields again.
It was originally developed for the preservation of food, as an alternative to the normal freezing process. Now, however, there are rumors that it can be used for other things.
What do you mean, other things?
Well, there are obvious medical uses, but perhaps also space travel.
Space travel? Are you serious?
Surely you've heard of suspended animation. Cryogenic freezing? It's a fairly common idea in science fiction books and films.
Mm-hmm.
People are sometimes frozen for especially lengthy journeys through space.
Is it so weird to be just trust? Yeah. Yeah, but I'm just taking the information as I get it, to be honest. That was when Junpei understood what Ace was suggesting.
Whoa, wait a minute there.
Ace looked at him and raised an eyebrow.
You're saying that Alice was frozen using that cast thing?
Well, I'm sure the possibility is quite low, but it is a possibility. If this special ice you call Ice 9 does indeed exist, and casts were used to freeze her into that sort of ice instantaneously.
You think she could be alive?
Well, I can't say for sure, of course. I'm only talking about possibilities. The melting point for Ice 9 is 96 degrees, right? If she were put somewhere where she could reach that temperature...
That's nuts. Are you really saying she could have defrosted and started walking about?
You're quite right. It does sound unbelievable. But if she
Yeah.
had, then we would have an explanation for the man we found dead on the floor.
True?
You mean the guy dressed like a captain?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
We found him.
Completely forgot about this guy, I'm gonna be honest.
But if he was murdered, then by whom? It couldn't have been one of us. That would be impossible. In order to enter the captain's quarters, one must first open door 1. That door that requires the Earth key prevented us from accessing door 1.
Uh-huh.
Who was it that opened that door?
Santa and Lotus.
Right. Clearly, the two of them could not have opened door 1. Or
Clearly, the two of them did not own an air
Who
fryer.
else then could have done so?
Junpei thought for a second.
Nobody. After Santa and Lotus used the Earth key, they turned back and met up with me and June. Then we returned to the large hospital room and found Ace, Seven, and Clover. While we'd gone into the shower room, Ace, Seven, and Clover had stayed behind. But it's impossible for those three to open door 1.
Yeah.
But what about when June and I took the elevator to door 2? No, still won't work. We were only gone 5 minutes. No human being could have run to the captain's quarters, killed that guy in there, and run back that fast.
It would be impossible for any of us to be the murderer. That being the case, who could have killed him? Wouldn't it make sense if his killer was someone who had been in the ship for some time? A person like that would know the ship well. They would know the locations of all the hidden passages and secret doors. The numbered door would mean nothing to someone like that. It would be a simple thing for them to enter the captain's quarters.
Then you're saying the killer was Alice?
It was Junpei's turn to raise an eyebrow. Ace drew his thumb across his lips thoughtfully.
Well, this is all only one possible theory.
It's the ideas that Alice vented. So true.
All ice. Is she really somewhere on the ship?
Junpei had only one clue. The key card in his hand.
Maybe this card will give me access to the Forest of Knowledge. And the big mystery. What could be there beyond the Forest of Knowledge? Anyway, whatever. It's gonna have to wait. I'll come back to this later.
He gripped the key card tighter and shoved it up his ass. Oh, and I still have the second one. I'm going to assume that's on the monitor. I'll just move over there, see if I can get it.
Huh.
The corpse.
Even if he wasn't one of us, there's no way that man could be Zero.
Huh?
Don't you get it? The letters that spell Zero on the TV screen, the captain's clothes he's got on, and of course, the bracelet with a 0 on it. It's too obvious. Look, this is Zero right here. This dead body is Zero. Isn't that kind of fishy?
You're right. Only an idiot wouldn't see through something like that.
No, that's not the point. So I'm not trying to make fun of them for thinking a trick like this would work. I'm sure they didn't think it would work, which makes me wonder.
You just not gonna say the last part of that line? Okay, why did they do it?
I think this is a challenge. A challenge from the person who's really behind all of this. He's making fun of us. Don't you get it? If whoever killed this guy really wanted us to think this corpse was Zero, they'd never have put a bracelet on him. Walking around with a Zero bracelet would be like hanging a sign around your neck that said, "I did it!" Anyone with a brain would be able to see that this guy is supposed to look like everything Zero is supposed to be, just like we did. The killer must have known we wouldn't think he was Zero and put the bracelet on him anyway. Do you know why?
Why?
Like I said, He's mocking us. Too bad, suckers. This isn't Zero.
Where's the real me then? See if you can catch me.
It's just a game a lot of criminals like to play. They'll just sit back and watch people run in circles.
That's really twisted. But it almost seems kind of childish.
Yeah.
You're right. It's really childish. It's like it's just a game to whoever this person is. That's what seems funny to me.
Junpei bent down next to the corpse.
Alright, let's get back to the point. Who killed this man?
I don't know.
And what's this guy's deal? Who is he?
How would I know that? If I knew anything, I would have told you.
You have no idea who he is.
Why would I?
Junpei sat back on his haunches and thought.
We should check and see if he's got anything on him that might tell us who he is. Give me a hand here, Clover.
Huh?
We gotta flip him over. How else are we gonna search his
We gotta flip him off. Clover didn't move.
Okay, fine. Guess I'll do it.
Junpei had no choice but to move the body on his own.
Here we go.
He grabbed a hold of an area not completely covered in blood and shoved. Took a moment, but eventually Junpei felt the man's bulk begin to shift. Just as it did, something fell in the man's left wrist.
Hey, it's the...
Hey, that's that Zero bracelet again, of all places.
Lastly, let 1, 2, in the worst, once the bracelet is taken outside the confine.
Oh god.
Junpei stared at the bracelet.
This man... he's dead, isn't he?
Junpei. 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 Junpei.
No, it's just... I guess I didn't really think about it until right now. If his bracelet's off, that means he's dead.
Junpei. Junpei.
Well, it's pretty obvious that he's dead. You don't really need to look at his bracelet to figure out that he's dead.
Yeah. I guess you're right. It is pretty obvious. Well, he looks a lot better than the other bodies we've seen, though. You know?
Jesus.
I mean, if there wasn't all this blood, he'd almost look like he was still alive. I mean, I know it's kind of a messed up thing to say, but he kinda has it better, you know? Dying from a bomb going off inside of you, I mean, that's just... Some of Snake's bones went right through his skin. I think the explosion must have thrown him against a wall or something. There was a broken bone just sticking out of his left arm. And,
Suddenly, Junpei realized what he was saying. How could he have been so cruel? He clapped his hands over his mouth. But it was already too late. He turned to look at Clover. She was glaring at him furiously.
What did you just say?
Her words sounded cold. He knew an apology could hardly atone for what he'd done, but he tried anyway.
I am so sorry. I shouldn't have said that. I really don't know what I was thinking. I mean...
No, that's not what I'm talking about. What did you say about his arm?
Arm?
Yes, his left arm. You said it, didn't you?
Well, yeah, I did, but I mean, didn't you see it too?
Of course not. I could barely look at him. There's no way I was gonna see the details.
Clover took a quick, deep breath.
Are you sure it was his left arm?
Junpei thought back.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was.
Not that I can see it.
Bone, right?
What the hell are you getting at here?
Just shut up and answer me.
She shoved her face closer to his. He could see the fire in her eyes. Junpei winced and swallowed.
Yeah, he did. It was pretty bad, too. The bone was sticking out of the arm.
No sooner were the words out of his mouth than Clover's expression changed.
What's wrong? Look, I'm sorry if I said it.
Suddenly she was crying. Junpei wasn't sure what to do.
Thank you.
It was close to the last thing he had expected to hear.
Huh? What are you...
Junpei had no idea what had just happened. He didn't think he'd done anything worthy of thanks, and he couldn't understand why she would have chosen that moment to begin crying. So he simply stood there, confused.
Thank you so much, Junpei.
She thanked him again, and something even stranger happened. Clover threw herself into Junpei's surprised arms.
Hey, what's going on with you?
I'm sorry, it's just... I'm so happy!
Why?
The body in the shower room, it isn't his! It isn't my brother!
Let's go.
Huh?
It's not Snake!
Why on earth would you think that?
Because his left arm is...
She stopped herself.
I'm sorry. I really shouldn't be talking about this.
Junpei decided it would be prudent not to press her for any more information. If she did not wish to tell him, she certainly had a reason for doing so. Perhaps more importantly, however, if Clover was so certain, then she was likely right. That meant the body in the shower room wasn't Snake. It wasn't much, but that knowledge lifted some of the weight from Junpei's heart.
He's still alive. I'm so happy.
Tears shone in her eyes. Those tears melted Junpei's heart. As she cried, she had pushed herself up against his chest, much like a child. Junpei put his arms around her and held her tight.
I'm so glad. Junpei, you were right.
We did it. We stopped her from killing.
No matter what happens, you can never lose hope. You have to remember what's most important, and that's to have faith and to have love. If you can remember all of those, that'll bring you good luck.
Clover reached into her pocket and pulled something out.
That's...
It's the Clover. It's the bookmark.
I only made it here because you gave me this. I was suspicious of everybody. I was angry and miserable. But because I had this 4-leaf clover, because of what you said to me,
Yeah.
Junpei hadn't thought his words would have had such an effect on her. Her words were making him feel a little awkward.
Thank you so much, Junpei.
She looked up at him. He scratched his nose and pretended to notice something interesting somewhere else in the room.
Oh, if you really want to thank somebody, you should be thanking Santa.
Santa? Why?
Well, he was the one who gave me that thing. And the words for each leaf, I got that from him too.
Oh.
Then suddenly, Clover broke away from Junpei.
Huh?
He looked confused. He hadn't thought she'd react that poorly. Clover began to pace around the room. Look at this instant transmission she's doing. 6 steps to the left, 6 steps to the right, another 6 to the left, and then she stopped.
Did Santa really tell you those things?
Her eyes were serious, but not angry.
Yeah, he did. Did I say something wrong?
Oh no, not at all. In fact, this could be really good news. I think.
You think?
Santa knew about the words and the clover. The only people who should know about that are the other subjects.
Subjects?
The other people who were in the experiment 9 years ago, with my brother and me. But he's blind, and I was part of the Nevada test group. So neither of us would be able to recognize the faces of the people who were on this boat.
Whoa. Okay, time out.
Junpei held up his hands. He took a deep breath and let it out.
Let's just calm down for a second, okay? Start from the top. Don't start with the end and then jump to the middle. You gotta start with 1 and then move to 2 and 3, and if you don't tell me stuff in the right order, I'm never gonna be able to figure it out.
Okay.
Clover nodded.
All right. Let's start with this experiment. What happened on this boat 9 years ago?
Do you know about morphogenetic fields?
Morphogenetic fields?
He did, and the realization sent chills down Junpei's spine. For half a second, I read that as he died.
All right, how about this? Theory of the telepathic mechanism.
I think Lotus mentioned something like that.
Junpei recounted what Lotus had told him earlier. Clover nodded.
Telepathy, huh? Well, that's not really it, but I suppose it's similar.
So they were testing telepathy on this ship?
Yeah, I guess so.
Damn, they were testing telepathy on this shit?
So, what exactly did they have you guys
He
do?
died on the spot, bad and true.
The same thing that we're doing now. Exactly the same thing.
What?
The nonary game. 9 people were put on this boat, and 9 others were put in the building in Nevada, and the game started.
Oh. Junpei grabbed the sides of his head.
Look, I'm sorry, but I don't get it. What do the nonary game and some telepathy experiment have to do with each other? Am I missing something here?
Clover bit her lip. She blinked back sudden tears. What happened to her in Nevada?
The ability to access a morphogenetic field is affected by a couple of things. The first is epiphany, and the other is danger. You know how sometimes when you're up against a really tough problem, and then the answer just kind of pops in your head? That's an epiphany. And what you learn from the epiphany can be transmitted with telepathy.
I see.
When you add danger to that equation, then it gets easier to transmit that information over telepathy.
So you're saying the nonary game was supposed to introduce that element of danger?
Yeah, but it couldn't be just any old danger. It had to be life and death. And someone did actually die. A girl.
Huh.
Junpei felt the sudden grip of despair in his heart. A deep and distant and powerful squeeze, and for a moment he felt very empty and alone.
She was on the boat with my brother. I was in Nevada. I never met her, but I did hear her name. Her name was...
The sound of the door opening was like a gunshot. Junpei spun around.
Oh, my apologies. I seem to have disturbed you.
Ace.
You motherfucker.
You two must have strong stomachs. I can't imagine how you could stay in this room for so long.
Ace glanced down at the floor. At the corpse covered in blood.
At any rate, Junpei, would you be so kind as to come and help me with something? I'm having a little trouble and I could really use your assistance. Come on, it'll only take a moment.
With that, he turned and walked back toward the communications office. Clover waited until he was out of sight and then spoke in a small, quiet voice.
I don't want Ace to hear us. We can talk about this later.
Huh? Hey, wait!
Clover ignored him. From outside, Junpei could hear
Junpei?
Ace calling.
What are you doing in there?
Grumbling to himself, Junpei stopped off towards the communications office. God fucking damn it. But you know what? You know what the good thing is, though? We got the unlock. Let's go. They stepped into the captain's quarters, ran around for a bit. They found the map. They ran some more, turned the corner, and saw Clover. Her pockets were full.
A note.
And she had a note.
A note?
Yeah, I found it in the pocket of the guy with the captain's clothes. It said something about the darkness of the sinister hand or something.
Oh.
What the hell? Let me see it.
No, not right.
But Junpei wasn't gonna get to see it. From the other end of the hall, he heard Ace's voice.
Hey, Clover! What are you two doing? Hurry up!
Let's leave him.
He's getting mad.
Clover shrugged.
I'll show it to you later, alright? Come on, we gotta hurry.
Before Junpei could protest, she was gone. Around the corner and off down the long stem of the L. Ace praying into your apartment ASMR. Hey, it's me, Ace. I'm outside of your apartment. Open the door. A note. A note. Junpei was curious. But there was something else that bothered him.
From the look of that pocket, it doesn't particularly look like just a note. Jeez, what are you thinking? For crying out loud.
What were they thinking? Junpei did his best to convince himself that it would make sense later, and ran off after Clover. Junpei pushed through a door and found himself in a large room with a large set of stairs. He moved around the stairs, and everybody was theirs. They reached B deck at the same time.
Jumpy! Clover!
June's face was excited. Something had happened. That much Junpei could tell by simply looking
What's
at her.
up?
Given the situation, he was not inclined to be excited about sudden developments. June, however, couldn't contain herself. Just to be safe. Yeah, this is okay. Yeah. Okay.
We found it!
Found what?
We found it!
What did you find?
But don't you see the screen every time they exit the escape room? We found it. They said as much. It said you found it. And I was like, holy shit, we found it, you know? What?
The last door! We found door 9!
What?
Come on! Just follow us. We'll explain on the way.
Okay.
7 turned, then jogged off down the
Well,
stairs.
That's the case.
Wait for me.
We should get going as well.
And it goes boom. Ding. The rest followed.
We finally made it!
The relief and excitement in her voice echoed what each one of them felt.
It's finally time.
Junpei wasn't quite ready to believe they'd really done it, at least not just yet. But still, if everyone said that it was door 9, probably was.
We've reached the end.
He could feel his heart racing. He could feel the struggle within. A mixture of anticipation and fear ran through his veins, and he could feel his legs shaking. He was doing his best to maintain a sense of healthy skepticism, but he couldn't deny it the prospect of escape was an exciting one.
Something's bothering me. 7 of us are on our way to door 9. That means that, best case scenario, there will be 2 of us who have to stay behind.
Just leave Ace behind, and well, fuck, I like the rest of them too much.
2 people. Is there a way?
Junpei looked over at the clock.
4:30. We've only got 90 minutes left. I've got no time to wonder about it now.
Hey, Junpei! June! What the hell are you two doing?
Santa's voice jolted Junpei out of his reverie.
Let's go, Jumpy!
June took off down the stairs, jogging as quickly as she could. She goes zoom, and Junpei followed. As a group, they piled onto the elevator and rode impatiently down to E-Deck. It looked familiar. There's a metal grate between the 2 elevators. Great! 7 grabbed hold of it and began to talk.
I know I told you I'd explain it earlier, but honestly, there ain't much to explain. After we split off from you guys, the 4 of us got into the elevator on the left, and that took us to the other side of the grate. After that, we headed down another hallway. It took us toward the bow, and eventually to the number 6 that you 2 found earlier. We opened it and kept going. There was another locked door behind it, like usual, but this time we had to complete 2 different areas before we could unlock it. Once we were through that door, there was another hallway that went the other direction, toward the stern.
So, on your way, you found the elevator.
We did, in fact, find it, yes.
So, in other words, you kinda did a lap, huh? You came from that side to this side.
Yeah.
With that settled, Junpei looked around.
So, where's the number 9 door?
Over here. Follow me.
7 began walking down the hallway that led toward the stern. Junpei and the others broke into a jog to keep up with him.
By the way,
They had been walking for a while, June in silent step with Junpei when she spoke.
you know, it's because of Santa that we're all here right now.
Huh?
That all 7 of us are going to door 9.
What?
You don't get it? Santa, 7, and Lotus, what's their digital route?
It's 9.
That's right. They could have just left me behind and kept going if they'd wanted to.
But they didn't.
Yes, because Santa wouldn't let them. He said, we can't leave June and the others behind. That's why we went looking for you guys.
And then you got on the elevator and went back to the central staircase.
That's right.
Well, I wouldn't have called that one. That Santa would be the one to stick up for you.
Junpei felt his eyebrows knit as he considered that.
Oh, don't get me wrong.
Perhaps June had sensed Junpei's concern.
I don't mean that 7 and Lotus said they wanted to leave me behind. We were just talking about it, and Santa objected to it first.
Is that so?
Junpei was about to respond when 7 suddenly
We're
stopped.
here.
In front of them stood a door.
Yeah.
Junpei couldn't see Seven's face, but he could see him nod.
There's no other place for us to go.
Nope. Just look around. There's a big old iron wall at the end of the hallway. The other hallways on the left and right are blocked by metal grates.
I see.
It looked as though Seven was right. The door in front of them was their
All
only
right,
choice.
Let's get moving.
People opened the door and walked in. Junpei took a deep breath and followed. It appeared they'd been telling the truth.
No way.
The first thing Junpei saw as he entered the room was the number 9. Like all the others, it was a rough thing made of red paint. The door it decorated sat on the back wall of a rectangular room. Junpei ran up to it.
The 9 door.
It was a large double door with powerful styling. Something about it was almost majestic, and it made the red paint look especially garish.
We're finally here.
Junpei grabbed the handle and shook. It didn't budge, but then he hadn't really expected it to. The red was bolted to the wall next to the door. The display read vacant.
No doubt about it. This is door 9. Oh, finally! This is the last.
Junpei felt a flood of emotion wash over him. He felt a chill down his back and his chest tightened even as his blood began to boil. There was a moment of complete silence.
Junpei, look behind you.
He turned around.
Behind? What?
Junpei could scarcely believe what he saw.
A door and a 9. There's another one?
Another one! Let's go.
Hey, what the hell? What the hell is going on here?
His words came slowly, and his brain struggled to understand what he'd seen. On shaky legs, he made his way to a second 9. It was a small door set parallel to the door they'd come through, but in the other corner of the room. 9. There's no mistaking the number, and if any more proof was needed, a red was bolted to the wall near the thing.
There's a red there too. And of course it won't open.
He grabbed the handle and shook the door, not because he expected it to open, but because he had to make sure it was real.
Why? Why the hell are there 2 doors?
It was Ace who spoke first.
Do you think perhaps one is the right door and the other is the wrong one?
Maybe. But we only went through one of them before, so, I say, as if we didn't, you know, see them both meet together. I'm just playing along.
I don't know about that. It seems unlikely.
What makes you say so?
Well, think about all the rooms we've been through so far. They're full of puzzles, but there are always hints about how to solve them. I'm pretty sure there aren't any rooms where we just had to go with our best guess and leave it to instinct to solve the puzzle. Do you really think that at the very end of the game, Zero's going to suddenly throw in something that depends entirely on luck?
Then you're saying there's some sort of hint in this room?
No, I don't think there's a hint anywhere in here. I searched it very well when I was in here before. I didn't find anything that might have been a hint, though.
Well then, that means...
Yeah, both of these are the right door. I
Hmm.
mean, if you think about it, Zero never actually said there was only one door with a 9 on it.
It is hidden.
True.
Seek away.
Phrasing. Junpei began to mutter to
So if there are
himself.
2 number 9 doors, if we split it up right,
That's not gonna work.
Junpei blinked and looked up at Clover. She held out her hand.
And a pen, right?
yeah, here.
Slightly confused, he pulled them out and handed them to her.
Look at this.
Clover opened the notebook to a blank page and set it down on the desk. Everyone else gathered around her and watched as she wrote down a series of numbers.
You get it? The numbers on the top are all the combinations with digital roots of 9. The numbers on the bottom are the people who don't fit. There's
True.
only 8 possibilities if we split up into 2 groups of 3 or 4 people. So...
If 3 people go through the door, then 4 are left behind. If 4 go through, then 3 are left behind, right?
yeah.
Clover nodded, almost as if she were pleased with herself for solving a difficult math problem.
No way.
room went very quiet. Silence lay across everyone like a thick, heavy blanket. No one spoke. Their faces were blank.
Come to think of it,
Desperate for something else to look at, Junpei turned his eyes to the room around
what
him.
is this room?
The walls were covered with candles. The wavering flame made the shadows of Junpei and his companions look as though they were dancing. 2 rows of wooden pews filled most of the room.
It looks like it's set up for some kind of ceremony, but what kind?
Between them was a strip of rich red carpet. The carpet ran straight through the room, ending at the door that pointed to the stern of the boat. At the other end,
Is that an altar?
it was a recessed space set into the wall between the 2 other doors. Sitting on a raised section of the altar was a coffin. A coffin.
A coffin? No, it couldn't possibly be.
But if it wasn't, then whose body occupied it? That was as far as Junpei wanted to pursue that line of thought. He decided not to think about the coffin for the time being. At that moment, Seven spoke. There was an edge of humor to his voice, but it was forced.
Okay, I give up. I figured if we sat around here long enough, someone would volunteer. But I guess nobody's got the guts to do it.
What are you talking about?
Junpei didn't understand. He wasn't the only one.
What? You guys didn't figure it out yet? Fine. Let me enlighten you. Clover was mostly right with her little explanation earlier, but she missed something. She wasn't really wrong. She just... screw it. Let me just write it out.
Seven snatched up the notebook and began to write. Everyone else cluttered around him, desperate for a look.
If you're trying to leave with a group of 3 and a group of 4 and get everybody out, Clover's right. But there's another way. Only one combination, though. If you split us up into groups of 3, 3, and 1, you can make this combination.
Wait.
Oh, man.
Don't get me wrong here. I'm not trying to...
They lack critical information.
Even if he hadn't been the hero back in the big hospital room, I'd still be saying the same thing.
The same thing? Are you saying?
Yeah, I am. I'll stay behind.
Why are you acting so heroic all of a sudden? Are you some kind of idiot?
Lotus was the first to speak. That in and of itself was a little strange. She'd reacted much differently when Ace had volunteered.
No, I'm completely against this. I'll be goddamned if I'm gonna have to owe you for getting out of here.
Damn. The rest of them began to speak all at once.
I'm against it too. I didn't want to leave Ace behind, and I don't want to leave you either.
I don't like that idea. There's gotta be other options.
I disagree as well. I can't say I care much for you being the hero.
Finally, they quieted down. Junpei looked at Seven.
Well, there you go, Seven. Proposal denied. Clover's right. There's gotta be a better way than this.
Seven made some noise that was somewhere between a derisive snort and a cough.
Doesn't make any sense.
He was doing his best to pretend they were making a foolish decision, but Junpei could see a twinkling of water at the corner of Seven's eyes. That was when Santa spoke.
Whoa, hold on a minute. I haven't said anything yet.
Until then, Junpei hadn't realized that Santa had stayed quiet the whole discussion. Something in his voice made Junpei uncomfortable.
Agreeing? You want to leave him here?
Santa shook his head.
I'm against it. I don't want to leave Seven here alone.
Then I don't see how it matters.
I said alone.
Huh?
I said I don't want to leave Seven alone.
There was a dull shine in Santa's eyes. They were cold and hard. Junpei felt himself shiver.
What the hell are you...
What? You don't get it? I can't leave just one person. I need 2 more. 3 people, including Seven. I'll be leaving behind 3 people. That's my proposal. No, those are my orders.
What do you mean, orders? What the hell makes you think you can order us around? Who the hell's gonna listen to you?
You all will. In 3 seconds, you won't have a choice.
What?
3, 2, 1.
Santa was so fast, Junpei could barely see him. When he moved, it was almost like watching a dance. His feet moved like lightning. He spun and Oh, you got me fucked up, dude. What the hell? He had June.
See? I told you.
His lips curled into a cruel, mocking smile.
What?
A shudder traveled the length of Junpei's spine. His chest froze and he could feel his breath go stale in his lungs. Nothing made sense. Junpei felt as though his head were about to explode. Santa's sudden change in attitude, saying that he needed 2 more. The gun in his right hand, the revolver. Santa had grabbed June from behind and pressed what Junpei's shaken brain identified as a revolver roughly against her temple.
Why? What the hell is that?
Where on earth had Santa possibly found the gun? Junpei's questions roared in his mind, but his mouth refused to ask them. Seven spoke almost as though he had sensed Junpei's confusion.
The gun's from the other room.
What room?
One of the rooms behind door 6. I should have known he was gonna do this. I should have taken the gun.
Well, it's too late now, fat ass.
Jesus Christ, chill. A mixture of fury and frustration twisted Seven's face, and he glared at Santa. Santa, for his part, didn't so much as flinch. The corner of his lip twitched into a slightly wider smile. Then the smile faded, and he began to move. Why do I get this feeling of deja vu? He walked backwards, dragging June with him. Before long, his back was resting against the door. On the wall next to him was the red. He put his hand on the scanner panel quickly, and then forced June to do the same.
Now, time for you to start following my orders. Ace, Lotus, congratulations! I've chosen you to come with me. Put your hands in the red.
That was what Santa meant when he said he needed 2 more.
Hey, you deaf? I gave you an order.
Santa's eyes narrowed to slits. He glared at Ace and Lotus. They stayed frozen like deer caught in the headlights of an oncoming car.
Fine. I didn't want to waste any bullets, but you guys just don't get it.
No sooner were the words out of Santa's mouth than his hand twitched. And the gun roared. A section of the floor exploded, scattering wooden splinters across the floor. A thick plume of smoke snaked out of the hole in the floor. There could be no doubt that the gun was real and worked.
He really shot it? But why? Santa, why are you...
Clover's voice spoke of betrayal and disbelief.
Santa, I thought you were one of us. I thought we were friends.
What?
You knew about the leaf words and the 4-leaf clover.
Santa's cheek twitched almost imperceptibly.
What the hell is that shit? I've got no idea.
You're lying.
Shut up. Just shut up, you stupid bitch. You want me to put a bullet in your fucking head?
Flecks of spit flew from Santa's mouth, his face twisted with rage. Clover recoiled, her eyes wide. When she spoke, her voice was very small.
Santa.
He snorted, then shook his head vigorously and turned to face Ace and Lotus.
Alright, assholes. What are you still standing there for? Get over here and scan those bracelets. I don't have all day. Oh, what's the matter? Your hearing's starting to go? Going senile, maybe?
Ace and Lotus still didn't move. It almost seemed as if they couldn't move. June's face was pale behind Santa's arm. Her eyes were wild and her chest heaved with every quick breath like an animal cornered by a predator. Junpei's mind worked furiously. What were they going to do? Then he realized something. There was nothing they needed to do. There was nothing to debate.
That's it.
June's safety was the first priority. That much was obvious. Doing as Santa commanded meant that she would be at least safe from 2 threats. She wouldn't be shot, and she would leave the ship alive along with Santa, Ace, and Lotus. There's only one thing for Junpei to do.
It's the only way.
He turned to Ace and Lotus.
Please, go.
Huh?
No way.
Jumpy, what are you saying? If you stay here, you're going to be stuck, Jumpy. And so will Clover and Seven.
I know, but you don't need to worry about us. We'll figure something out. Right, Seven?
Right. You just leave it to us. It's gonna piss me off to do what Santa says, but...
Don't worry about me either. There's still something I have to take care of.
No, you can't! Ace, Lotus, don't come over! Don't worry about me, please!
June was almost crying. Junpei walked around behind Ace and Lotus, and he gently placed a hand on each of their shoulders.
Please.
And pushed them towards the door. They almost stumbled, then righted themselves and took another step. And another. They turned around and Junpei nodded.
All right.
Fine.
Ace and Lotus turned around again and walked slowly toward the door where Santa was waiting. After what seemed like an eternity, they stopped in front of the door marked 9.
Alright, now let's get those hands on the scanner panel. What's the holdup? What? You think I'm fucking around here? I don't give a shit about this girl. The red doesn't need a person, you know? All I need is the bracelet. You get it? Good. Now put your fucking hands on the scanner. I'm not gonna say it again.
He shoved the revolver harder against June's head and she winced.
Fine.
Ace sighed, defeated, and placed his hand on the scanner panel. Lotus went next. She glared at Santa and slammed her hand onto the panel. The 4th asterisk blinked on.
Good job. Now, Lotus, pull that lever. As soon as the door opens, you get your ass in there. Try anything stupid, and you know what happens, right?
Damn it.
Junpei could almost hear Lotus's teeth grind. Jesus Christ. The door slid open. Door number 9 opened at last. It opened with a low, powerful rumble, a drum roll to welcome the chosen few.
Go!
Lotus and Ace walked through the door, their eyes furious but defeated. Santa waited until they were all the way inside, then hauled himself and June across the threshold as well.
Later.
Well,
Fuck!
After exactly 9 seconds, the door swung shut. The gust of air created caused the candles on the altar to flicker and die. The room fell silent. Junpei, Clover, and 7 had been left behind. Clover looked down at her hand and traced it with her finger, the faint blue of the veins that crisscrossed them. 7 shoved his arms into the front of his overalls and scratched his stomach. No one spoke. Silence made the air feel thick and oppressive. Desperate for something, anything to occupy his mind, Junpei walked to the larger of the 2 9 doors. He stood in front of it and looked at the red. It read, engaged. He moved to the small door. The red read vacant. Digital rule of the remaining people was 7. There is no possible way for them to open a door with 9 on it. No, I mean, they don't have the information on this route. Junpei touched the surface of the door.
June.
He thought about June, about Akane Kurashiki. Was she safe? That was all that mattered to him. She was alive if she had escaped this horrible boat. That was what Junpei prayed for. 7 came up next to him. He pulled off his hat, scratched his head, and sighed.
So, what do you want to do, Junpei?
What do you mean, what do I want to do? What can we do?
7 opened his mouth to respond when... a noise echoed through the room. Someone was pounding on something vigorously. It wasn't mechanical, it was certainly human. Junpei and 7 looked at one another.
What the hell is that?
Shh, quiet!
Clover motioned to 7 to be quiet. She put one finger to her lips and closed her eyes in concentration. Bop, 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 bop. The 3 of them listened, trying to determine where the sound was coming from.
Where's it coming from?
Three of them listened.
Hey, I think it's coming from this coffin.
You're right.
Let's open it.
But how?
What are those muscles for? For show?
You're telling me to force it open?
Just shut up and try!
Junpei and 7 grabbed the whole of the coffin. They tried to get a good grip of what little perchance they could find and pulled with all their strength.
Damn it!
Man, it won't even budge.
There's some sort of keypad attached to the coffin. Its purpose would not have been difficult to determine. Their eyes were almost immediately drawn to it.
Not another one.
Yeah, looks like it.
Do you think we have to put in the right password or it won't open?
I think so.
The noise wasn't stopping. In fact, it was getting louder.
Whoever or whatever's inside this thing wants out. And now.
I know that, but how?
Without a passcode, I don't think there's much we can do.
I couldn't even tell how many numbers the passcode needed to be.
Isn't there a hint somewhere?
Well, let's look for one.
Unfortunately, there didn't seem to be anything near the coffin. Clover ran to examine the pews and Seven investigated the desk, but they turned up nothing.
There's nothing here.
Not making this easy, are they?
The sound still wouldn't stop. It wasn't a noise that belonged in that room.
That's the passcode. What am I supposed to do? How can we figure it out? I need something.
Oh man, that epic pan shot again. Oh man. The world blinked. Suddenly there was a voice inside Junpei's head. Truth had gone, and truth had gone. And now truth is asleep in the darkness of the sinister hand.
Wait, what? What the hell was that?
Junpei was utterly and completely baffled.
What?
Huh?
What's up?
Seven and Clover ran over to him, but Junpei didn't know what to tell them.
Huh?
He had told them he'd heard a voice, they'd laugh, or worse, think he was going insane. All he said was,
nothing.
Cleared his throat a little too loud and looked pointedly down at his bracelet. There were a pair of small buttons protruding from either side of it. Junpei. He pressed the buttons. I have forgotten. I fucking forgot. I'm gonna kill myself. I'm gonna kill Junpei. I forgot. Don't return to the title screen, though. I believe it was just left, right, though. That's wrong. You should know that already. You should know everything. If you don't, then why'd you bother to look at the bracelet? You already know the darkness of the sinister hand is telling you to look at the bracelet on your left hand. That's why you looked at your bracelet, right? It was the other way around, wasn't it? That was it. Eight numbers blinked on and then off in the bracelet display. Junpei checked one last time. 1 4 3 8 3 4 2 1.
1 4 3 8 3 4 2 1.
Huh?
Huh?
Hey, what the hell were those numbers?
Oh my gosh. Are those?
Junpei didn't answer. He simply walked straight to the coffin. He knelt down in front of the keypad, writing over the numbers in his head so he wouldn't forget.
1 4 3 8 3 4 2 1. 1 4 3 8 3 4 2 1.
With trembling fingers, he punched them in. That was all of them. He punched the E button. There was a moment of complete silence. And there was the sound of the coffin lid unlatching. Someone sat up out of it.
No way!
What?
Why are you...
We did it. We found him.
Is that you, Clover? I apologize for worrying you.
Snake!
We found the guy. Let's go.
Why?
Junpei? And Seven? Is that you? Is everyone else there as well?
Just like Rip Van Winkle. Still, it was very much like Snake to simply cut to the heart of the matter and ask. Junpei and Seven shared a wry smile. Clover's eyes were filled with tears.
You're back!
With a cry of joy, she leapt into Snake's arms.
Gently now. My body's still a little weak.
Oh, you're back!
Clover looked like nothing so much as a lost child who had finally found her home. She cried and cried and cried. Her eyes were red and her nose was running. She hiccuped and gasped as she was about to begin hyperventilating.
You're back! You're really here!
Her voice was happy, but almost desperate, as if she feared he would disappear again if she stopped talking to him. Tear after tremendous tear rolled its way down her face. Her small arms strained as she clutched Snake's body as tightly as she could. Perhaps she had to convince herself he was real. Perhaps she was worried he would be gone the moment she let go. Perhaps she simply didn't know what else to do.
You're back!
Come now, what's gotten into you? You're acting as though I've returned from the grave.
Not as though! You did! I really thought you were dead!
Huh?
You jerk! Idiot! Idiot! Idiot!
Clover broke into sobs so great she could no longer talk. It was a touching reunion between brother and sister. Even though Junpei knew they had little time and every minute they waited was a minute they wasted, it felt cruel to pull them apart. Junpei and Seven sat down one of the pews, waiting for Clover to calm down before explaining to Snake what had transpired.
I see. I believe I understand things rather well now, thank you. In the shower room, there is a dead body wearing my clothes. Because of that, you thought that I was dead, correct?
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah.
Junpei nodded.
You also discovered a corpse in the captain's quarters, and Santa turned on you here, in this room. Do I have it straight?
Well, the dead body in the captain's quarters is a surprise.
Sorry, there wasn't a good time to tell you.
Don't worry about it.
Well then. I've got a pretty decent idea of
Don't
what
worry
happened
about the
while I was
body in there.
indisposed, but it's still something of a mystery who did all this. The corpse in the shower room that looked like me, and the corpse in the captain's quarters. Why were they killed in the way they were?
You don't know?
No. Why would I?
The guy in the shower room. We don't know who he is, so let's just call him Mr. X.
Mr. X, let's fucking go.
Anyway, this Mr. X is wearing Snake's clothes, but you're wearing some kind of weird robes.
I made the Resident Evil 2 joke yesterday when they called him Guy X, and now it's just come full circle, huh?
That means someone took your clothes and put them on Mr. X. We need to figure out who that was.
I apologize, but I have no idea who might have done this to me. I only just now woke up. I was unconscious during all the events you just described to me. They must have undressed me and changed my clothes during that time.
When were you knocked out?
When we split up to look for the red.
Where did they get you? Do you remember?
It was a small room in one of the hallways on C deck.
What happened?
The same thing that happened to every one of us when we were abducted. A canister releasing some sort of gas was thrown into the room. I believe the gas is some sort of incapacitating agent.
Gas.
Then that means it was...
Zero.
Looks that way, huh?
There's nothing else I have to tell you. When I woke up, I was in this coffin.
Junpei crossed his arms and thought.
Why? Why did Zero make Mr. X wear Snake's clothes? How would that benefit Zero? I don't get it. What the hell does any of it mean? And I have no idea how I got the passcode for the coffin either. Truth had gone, and truth had gone. Where did those words come from? Why did I feel compelled to push the buttons on the bracelet after hearing them?
Seven had asked him about it while they waited for Clover to finish crying. He had no answer for him then, and he still didn't.
All I know is my fingers moved on their own. It was like, I don't get it. What the hell does any of it mean?
His mind was a maelstrom of mysteries, clues, theories, and more mysteries. He could barely think.
Also, Snake and Clover had been subjects in a similar experiment 9 years ago.
The ability to access a morphogenetic field is affected by the first is epiphany, and the other is danger. And someone did actually die. A girl. Her name was...
There had been another experiment conducted on this same ship 9 years ago, and a girl had died during it.
The Funya Rimpa.
Genetic field theory. The 2 murders. Switching clothes. The nonary game.
Another strange thing was happening to Junpei himself. The maelstrom in his head spat out words and ideas that disappeared back into it almost as soon as he grasped them. But as he struggled through them, Junpei began to realize something. There was something that tied all of them together. And the point connecting the dots?
Zero. He's the ringleader. The person who trapped 9 of us on this sinking ship. Zero should know everything. If we can uncover Zero's identity, all of our questions will be answered.
Who was Zero? Junpei had the beginnings of a theory, but if he could only test it.
At any rate, we'll have plenty of time to decipher the details later. For now, it is of utmost importance that we escape. Junpei, it was 4:30 the last time you checked the clock, yes? That means we have less than an hour. We must hurry.
Hey, how are we gonna get out of here?
Isn't that obvious? Through the other number 9 door.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Yeah!
With Snake, we can open the door.
Don't tell me you hadn't figured that out.
This night back and forth, Junpei glanced at Snake's left hand. He was wearing a bracelet with a 2 on it.
Come on, you gotta tell me these things.
I, assumed you'd figured it out.
Forget it. Let's just get going.
7 stomped off towards the smaller number 9 door. Clover, Snake, and Junpei followed. 7 quickly laid his hand on the red. An asterisk appeared on the screen. Beep beep. Junpei and the others followed suit and laid their hands on the scanner panel. Soon, there were 4 asterisks on the screen. 7 glanced at them, then laid his hand on the lever of the red.
All right. You guys ready to go?
Yes.
Yep.
Junpei paused for a moment.
Not yet.
Huh?
Before we go in, I'd like to check something.
You want to check something?
Yeah, but before I do, 7, could you pull the lever? I want to make sure we can verify with just the 4 of us.
What do you mean? We don't need...
Just do it, alright? But if the door opens, don't go in yet, okay? Please, this is really important. I really need to check this, okay?
Junpei looked directly into 7's eyes. The older man looked back for a moment, then nodded. Seven pulled down the lever, and door 9 creaked open. Then they waited. 6, 7, 8. After 9 seconds, the door closed.
Alright, that means the 4 of us can go into door 9.
So? We knew that already. It's obvious.
Obvious. Yeah, you're right. It is. Now, what happens if we add Zero's bracelet?
What?
Zero's bracelet?
Why don't you take it out, Clover?
For a moment, Clover looked surprised, but she recovered quickly and stuck her tongue out at Junpei.
So you did know I had it. I picked it up because I thought it might be useful sometime.
She reached into one of the pockets of her voluminous jacket and produced the bracelet. Junpei took it from her and turned to 7.
This was on the left hand of the corpse. If you look at it, you can see it's got a 0 on the face. Just to make this a little easier to talk about, I'm gonna call the guy we found dead in the captain's quarters, Cap. Then I should be able to open door 9 with just me, Clover, and his bracelet. Though the big question is, if Cap is the mastermind of this game, would he really put one of these bracelets on?
No, not really.
Anyway, let's just give it a shot.
Okay.
Now the captain's bracelet. And pull the lever.
However, bars, the door didn't open. The red's display read error.
I knew it. Now, what does this tell us?
Maybe the bracelet has to be on your wrist in order for it to work?
No, that's impossible. Did you see how the panel showed a 3rd asterisk when I scanned Cap's bracelet? Whether or not it's on your wrist doesn't matter. All you have to do is put the bracelet near the panel for it to register.
7 waved his bracelet in front of the scanner panel. Sure enough, a single asterisk appeared on the red.
Huh. Looks like you're right.
See? So what does that mean? There's only one possibility.
That bracelet isn't the number 0. Is that what you're saying?
That's right.
Then what number?
That's right!
Let's find out.
Junpei scanned the bracelets from the combination. It was 6 before, right? So... we tried all 4 of them. It doesn't work like that. 7 plus 5 plus 6. That would be 18, yeah.
Let's try 7, me, and Cap. If this combination opens the door, then Cap's bracelet is number 6.
There we go.
Hey, it opened! Had the door opened!
What? Why?
Both 7 and Clover seemed rather shaken. As they turned to look at Junpei for answers, there goes the door again. The door slid heavily shut. Junpei raised an eyebrow.
Cap's bracelet is number 6.
But doesn't it say 0?
This isn't a 0. The symbol on here isn't a number 0. It's a letter O.
Oh.
Oh?
Whoa, wait a minute. I don't get it. I mean, we figured out that Cap's bracelet is 6, right?
Yeah.
Does that mean there are 2 people with 6s?
Before Junpei could answer, Snake spoke up.
There is most likely only one person with a 6.
But I don't get it. What about June?
Well, this is only an educated guess, but I think June's number was never 6 to begin with.
Huh? 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 Huh?
Her bracelet was flipped. In other words, June's real number is
9.
That seems the most likely.
I don't know if that works, though.
Then all this numbered door stuff was just a load of crap?
Why would you say that?
Because if June is 9, then the numbers wouldn't match up.
Yeah. Clover grabbed Junpei's notebook and began to write furiously.
Look.
Junpei leaned over to look at it.
List of all the numbered doors June's gone through.
I'll let you know what I'm writing, okay, Snake? And that's everything. I wrote down which door she went into and with whom. And I wrote what all the numbers were. So if you switch 9 in wherever there's a 6, the numbers don't work.
Yeah.
If the digital root is 7, then you can't open door 4. If the digital root is 2, then you can't open door 8.
Clover, do you notice anything interesting on that list?
What do you mean?
You're talking about 3, right?
3?
You're blind. How did you know that, Snake?
Santa's always in the room with her. That's what you're saying, isn't it?
Yes, that's right.
What about it?
Unless he just was like a few steps ahead of her and was just like, hey, you know?
That's quite simple, really. You told me that the first time you came to this room, Santa was the first to refuse to leave June behind. Now, doesn't that beg the question why? Why would Santa do such a thing?
God, we joked before, but he really is Edgeworth. God damn.
The answer is easy. Because Santa can't open door 9 with only 7 in Lotus. Of course, there's only one reason for that. His number isn't actually 3. Santa's real number, 7? Would you be so kind as to modify my sister's equations?
Yeah, sure.
7 took the pen from a confused Clover and began to adjust the calculations.
This is what you were getting at, right, Snake?
He read out the changes. When he finished, he looked at Snake. Snake smiled.
Thank you. That is exactly right, 7. Santa's true number wasn't 3. It was 0.
Huh?
No way. Santa is 0?
And June was 9, not 6. Conversely, Santa was 0, not 3.
I don't think,
Plus 3 and minus 3, they cancel one another out. Nothing appears out of order.
Well, I mean, yes, but...
Santa was still playing by the rules of the nonary game this whole time.
Precisely.
So you're saying Santa planned this whole thing?
I'm not sure if he acted alone or not, but I think it is safe to conclude that he is 0, if my hypothesis is correct.
Clover bit her lip. She seemed to be having some difficulty believing her brother's explanation. Junpei. Junpei remained silent in thought.
Snake's hypothesis. Something doesn't seem right. Jun's bracelet being flipped. Even if that were possible, that would mean there are 2 number 9 bracelets.
Number 9.
And if that's the case?
All right, that's enough talking. Let's go. It's high time we went through that door.
Okay. If you're done scrambling my brain like an egg, then let's get going. Door number 9 opened. They leapt through.
Oh, it's right there.
The dead was directly in front of them as they came through the door. Quickly, they scanned their bracelets. The detonator stopped. After pausing for a moment to catch their collective breath, Junpei and his companions headed down the long hallway.
All right, let's keep going.
At the end was a set of stairs leading down into the
I
ship.
think these stairs go to the bottom deck.
They leaned out and looked over the side.
Looks dry.
Let's head down.
After deciding it was safe, they headed down the stairs. Before long, Junpei and his companions found themselves on the bottom deck. Turned to another hallway, at the end of which they found another door. And of course, there was a symbol engraved over the keyhole. Actually, 24. What the fuck is going on here? Huh? It looked like the sort of harpoon one would use to hunt fish, the kind with 3 prongs. Snake traced the shape of it with his fingers.
This is the Neptune symbol. There must be a key around here somewhere.
Neptune key. I only have the Uranus key card.
Clearly it wasn't going to open this
It's
door.
a different planet. Plus, it's the wrong kind of key.
Let's turn around and go back for now.
Yeah.
After examining the door for a few more minutes, they gave up and headed the way they'd come.
Hey, another door.
With a little more searching, they found a metal door.
And a card reader this time.
It's still doable tonight. If I go to midnight...
It's the Uranus symbol.
This is the place.
He muttered to himself and slid the card through the reader. Beep beep. It beeped once and the light on it turned green. That thing's green! Green! It creaked open. Junpei, Clover, Snake, and 7 looked at one another, nodded, and stepped through. The room they found themselves in was full of books.
What?
It's totally full of books.
There's so many. I don't know where to look.
It looked remarkably like a library. Not the sort of library where large numbers of people came to read books. Maybe the sort of library that was simply a place to store books. He felt a little overwhelmed by the sheer number of blocks on the flowchart. I mean books. But Junpei did his best to speak with authority.
Alright, if we want to get through that door out there, we need the Neptune key. I say we split up and look for it.
Okay.
Very well.
Sure thing.
Good. Let's get started then. We don't have a lot of time.
Alice sleeps in a small chamber past the Forest of Knowledge. As he began his search, for reasons he didn't fully understand, Junpei felt those particular words flow through his mind. Alright, I'm not exactly like worn out, but that being said, I do want to take a quick break and stretch a little bit, so I will be right back. Sorry for the delay. God, I could not explain what happened, but long story short, I accidentally got a little cut on my finger, so I had to bandage that up real quick. But we're back. It's fine. I'm back. It was nothing major. I'm back. And we're going to escape the Zero and all that jazz. Let's start looking at all these books and shit. Energy theory, huh? I don't even understand the damn title. Like, this shelf's all science and technology. Doink, what do we got over here? What's the deal with these titles? They're all just gibberish.
Hey, what if we, like, switch them around?
Switch them around?
Yeah, if we move them around, they'll sell something, maybe.
Oh, I get it. Yeah, heck, it's worth a shot. Yeah, we got Peon, and then we got Urch, and then we got Infant, and then we got Ulb. Wait, hold on. Open here, find bulb. How about this? Well, they put those books in the right order. Open this thing up. Heh, piece of cake.
You did it, Junpei.
I guess that turned out well enough.
So letters in the title spell out open here, find bulb.
Powerful light bulb.
The light bulb looks like it's brand new. And it's really big, so it'll make a lot of light.
True. What's this? An overview of conformal field theory. Ah, well, it's a theory that posits an invariant quantum field where conformal transformation can take place. Knock it off with this science voodoo stuff. You trying to put me to sleep? Supersymmetric string theory. This is talking about superstring theory. It's a theory of reality where, how to explain? It says that all elements of the universe are governed by the vibrations and harmonics of tiny supersymmetric strings. Are property values going up out in space too these days? Man, guess times are tough for aliens too.
This one says cosmic inflation. Quantum gravity. Seven, do you have any idea what this is?
How about you start using real words? Then maybe we'll get somewhere. Oh, it's here's Faraday's laws of electrolysis. I believe that's going to be about electrolysis in electrolyte solution. These particular laws were set down by Michael Faraday. Okay, we're hearing a lot about Michael Faraday, but what about Kay Faraday, huh? Theory of general relativity, huh?
Oh, I know this one. That's Einstein, right?
This book, yada yada, okay. We didn't look at this, did we? There's a note on this table.
Lights to the books! Huh, what does that mean?
Interesting. Well, intelligence often hides itself in darkness. Ever thought of the pages of a book? Each page only sees, what, maybe 2 or 3 minutes of light before the reader is on to the next? They spend the rest of their lives locked in darkness. Rather like myself. Just like me, for real, for real.
That's horrible.
Oh, don't get me wrong, I'm not complaining, not at all. I live in the darkness, yes, but that has gifted me with the ability to catch truths others might miss. I can hear the voices in the darkness, you might say. Okay. Energy theory, development of nanotechnology materials, interactions between shortwave energy and matter. What else we got?
Just listening to you read those titles is giving me a headache.
Can't say fancy technology stuff and I get along real well. Keep talking about that stuff and you're gonna put me to sleep. The black hole hypothesis, gamma ray astrophysics. I guess this book has an astronomy theme, or this shelf has an astronomy theme. Kid's book here. It looks like a children's story about Native Americans.
Do you think a random book like that is kind of suspicious? Maybe I ought to hold on to it.
Book. This one has some Native Americans on the cover. Hey Junpei, take a look at this one. He's got some, whoa! What's that? Is this one of them pop-up books? LRK? That doesn't mean anything. Does it? Well, they could make him KRL, like Curl or Carl. I don't think that's what that is, but alright.
What's Hellenism?
I think it's something like a fusion of Greek and Oriental culture.
History of the medieval period. Maybe it's about Sir Lancelot.
Isn't he just a story? I don't think you're gonna find a guy who didn't really exist in a history book. History of the Western world. Well, I'd assume it's about European history. Yeah, just gonna leave that at that, Snake. Doesn't seem like you.
Oriental history. Maybe this one's about China's 4,000 years of history or something?
Hey, Chinese and Oriental history aren't the same thing. Look at this. This one's called Greek mythology. Damn, that thing's huge. Can't imagine anyone's actually read the whole thing. Pretty sure it just put me to sleep. I don't know why the notification didn't go off. Thank you for the follow. Permian creatures? Seems a little fancy for some kind of prehistoric critter. Without hair, I can't imagine they would have much needed perms. That's got nothing to do with this. Doink. This scaffold is set up in the shape of a cross. This handrail is made of metal. Probably a wise choice of building material. This big opening is the door to the library. It's pretty impressive. There's another door after it, and then a passageway beyond that. And at the end of that passageway is a door with that Neptune symbol engraved on it. Hurry up! We need to find the key with the mark of Neptune.
Okay. It sounds like a job for the best brother and sister team in the world.
Man, it's like 7 and I don't even exist. Doink. Okay, we can go downstairs, but let's look around some more.
This one looks just like that picture book from earlier. The one with the pop-ups.
You think they're part of a series or something? They do have the same binding. Book, The Fundamentals of Baseball.
There's a baseball in this one. Come on, Junpei, let's see what's inside.
We got a limit say it's probably baseball stuff. Whoa! So head.
This is the pop-up book. It's got the letters H, E, A, and D popping up out of it.
No, okay, I figured as much. I just wanted to check. They got head. Human equilibrium theory. Human anatomy.
Regeneration of internal organs.
Functions of the human brain, huh? I guess this is a book about the nervous system. I'd love to ask you to read it to me, but I don't think we have the time.
I'm kind of curious about it too. There's gotta be a reason why people connect with each other, you know?
Perhaps. Hellenism. Okay, we checked this one. Any other books look suspicious?
Here's a book that's perfect for you. It's called Correlation of Muscle, Bone Density, and Bone Strength.
You're just saying that because it says muscle. Boink. Anything up here suspicious? An overview of photochemistry.
I think whoever sent this up wanted us to see the cover, not the spine. Let's look at it, okay?
Looks like there's a whole lot of space behind these books.
Look, Junpei! I think there's something hidden behind the books.
True! Powerful light bulb. No, okay. Automated robot assembly line techniques.
What's that? Some sort of comic book? Geez, I guess boys really like that stuff, huh?
No, you're thinking of a different sort of robot. This book is talking about automated machinery. It's used to build things like cars. What's this one called? It says Foundations of DNA and Genetic Engineering. Doink. Communication and Computer Science, huh? That's a pretty generic title. To be honest, it's so vague, I don't really know what it might be about. Fair enough. Anything else? No? Okay. This one says Transition of Extinct Species. We need to hurry it up or we're gonna end up in the pages of a book like that. The Theory of Evolution. Heck, even I know this one. This is that Darwin guy, right? Well, yes and no. Charles Darwin wrote a book called On the Origin of the Species. In it, he put forth his theory of evolution. Yeah, I remember that part. He called it natural selection. Exactly. Mother Nature. Isn't that some sort of book about hippie chicks? Probably not. Except perhaps tangentially. It's most likely about environmental protection. I was just trying to make a joke. Dude, hippie chicks? Really?
Paleontology. This one's about fossils, right? Ammonites are pretty nasty looking.
Alright, we don't need to read every single one of them. I don't think there's a book in here that looks like it's a standout. A bookshelf downstairs. No, don't shove, I'm not kidding! Don't push me! What the heck, man? I wasn't gonna, but now that you bring it up. Doink. Where's that case? Here's the case of the stairs. Go down. Owen, huh? Owen isn't enough to go on. Perhaps it's about the English Revolutionary. Dad Kind. What the hell is this? Wasn't that a German mathematician? Maybe it's a compilation of his work. Laburns?
This book is in German. Looks like it's the complete works of something.
I've never heard of it. Well, if Snake doesn't know what it is, I don't think we'll ever know.
Sheldrake?
Sheldrake? Isn't Sheldrake... It's got the volume number written on the lower part of the spine.
It says Riemann hypothesis. What's there to hypothesize about with Riemann? Isn't it pretty straightforward?
Heavens, no. There are many factors. Length, girth, lubrication, or lack thereof. It's an exciting and rapidly growing field.
Whoa! That's a weird book, Junpei. Indian mathematics. That's funny.
Why is that funny? The Pythagorean Theorem. This is a famous one. Sounds like there are a number of math books in this section. Algebraic number theory. Math, huh? There's another one like that over here. You mean something like primary number theory, or analytical number theory, or geometry?
Oh my gosh, how'd you know? Nobody said anything about those.
Well, number theory is usually split into 4 chief disciplines. A wild guess that the other 3 would be there as well. Looks like I was right. This one's called Goldbach's Conjecture. Conjecture? What's it about, like magic or psychic stuff or something? Right, I bet it's about jewelry, isn't it? It may have an odd title, but it's actually a very respectable mathematics book. It deals with one of the unsolved problems of additive number theory. Sorry I asked anything. Look, let's not get into this right now, okay? It's a saw enclosure with 9 sides. There are 3 of these things that kind of look like music stands.
Hey, Junpei, you think you're supposed to maybe put those pop-up books on the stands? Then you could open them up.
Oh yeah! If we do that, then they make a shadow on the bottom there. True, but there are 3 stands, right? We don't have enough picture books. In other words, we need 3. We have 2. There are books in all sorts of languages, but there's something suspicious about the shelf on the left. This bookshelf has a sort of glass inlay. It's pretty big, but there's only 6 books on it. That seems kind of weird.
Hey, looks like there's something on the bottom. I can't really see it, though. The glass is all foggy.
In the middle of the glass door is a cylinder lock. You know, the kind of lock where you rotate the numbers around until you got the right ones to open it. What the hell is this? It's like he just gave us the answer. Might as well give it a shot. Yep. Oh, okay, that's what he meant. So it would be 614236. Okay. Or something with those numbers. Or alternatively, 632416. Or alternatively, Perry cut their finger earlier on the BRB and they forgot what the 6 and 3 are supposed to be changed out with. Okay, I know 6 was 0. And, 3 was something else. God, I can't even pull up the legend right now. I don't remember what 3 was. That's funny as fuck. Well. I guess I'll just flip through each of them until it gives me the answer. 3 is also 0. Okay. And I was flipping the wrong one. Okay, wait. Okay, so it's either 014 200 or 002 410. 002 410. Okay, so that means it's gotta be 014 200. Okay, I'm officially stumped. Let's leave it. Let's look around some more. Modern Japanese literature, huh? Hey, there's another one of those picture books here. Something about these things feels kind of nice, you know? Brings back good memories.
Guess even people like 7 were kids once.
No shit, you little brat! Hey guys, cool it. Alright, I think I'm gonna take this picture book with me. It's got a magic wand on it. Okay. What's inside? Well, aren't you going to open it? Pretty sure it's gonna have pages in it, smart at. SEI5. Another pop-up book. This one has an S, an E, a dash, and a number 5 sticking out. I might be impressed if I was a 5. If I was 5. Boink. Alright, books. Okay, how about we try putting these picture books on the stands? Then...
This is a little weird.
There are 3 lights in this thing. They aren't very bright, though. Hey, did we find some kind of really powerful light bulb earlier? Why don't you put in one of those lights?
Yeah, well, it'll get a lot brighter, but...
If there are 3 lights, then that means 3 light bulbs. Won't be much point unless we can replace all 3 bulbs. We need 3 light bulbs, huh? Well, we got 2. If I can't replace them until I get the 3rd one, then, I don't know. Let's keep looking around then. It's gotta be in one of these fucking things. Good puzzle design, jackass. You just fucking make me click around on every single bookcase until I find the one that moves around. There's a bunch of books about Japanese culture here. Mostly ones about folklore, though. Well, folklore can cover a wide range of subjects. History, urban life, religious trends, environmental changes, oral traditions. Folklore can cover all those things if you know where to look.
This one looks pretty deep.
See what we got here. Oh, what's this?
Oh, sorry.
No, I'm sorry. Hey, what's the deal with all this sappy stuff? There are things and all other sorts of things. There's a note. It says, lights to the books. You're so right, bestie. Yeah, we already opened here and found bulb, unfortunately. Which means that the diba haba huma haba. Doink, bookshelf, bottom floor. I just shit in a door. Give me that again. 632. Wait, is that? That's too flat to be the same. That's a fucking 5, isn't it? God damn it.
You did it, Junpei!
Yep, I don't know why, but I don't feel particularly happy about being praised for that. Whatever. At least the lock's open now. Let's see if we can get it open, alright? Powerful light bulb. It's a light bulb. Very high wattage. Doink. Alright, 3 lights. Let's change the bulbs. And now they should...
Awesome, it worked!
Way to go, Junpei! Good job, buddy!
There's something projecting on the bottom.
These letters, they seem familiar. Shield Rake 5. No, I'm sorry, Sheldrake 5. Doink. It says Sheldrake on the spine of this book with the volume number written on the lower part of the spine. Okay, so not that Sheldrake 5, but a different Sheldrake 5. No, I'm just kidding. You have to examine this first, of course.
Sheldrake 5?
I think I saw the rest of this collection somewhere.
Yeah, I think it was somewhere around here.
Let's go take a look.
Okay.
Sheldrake.
Have you heard of him? Sheldrake, I mean.
Yeah, Lotus told me about him.
There's a British biochemist named Sheldrake. He has a rather interesting theory. Morphogenetic fields, which relies on the theory of morphic resonance.
Really? From Lotus, huh?
Well, Clover also said something to me about that
Did you even know? Well, I mean...
She did?
Yeah, what was it?
The ability to access a morphogenetic field is affected by the first is epiphany, and the other...
That girl. I told her not to tell anyone.
You did? Why?
Well...
Look, man, I didn't push it because we're in a hurry, but I'm kind of sick of this. How about you just tell me, okay?
Tell you what?
Don't give me that. About the experiment.
Ugh. Very well, fine. I'll tell you everything. But not here. Let's move to the top floor.
Okay.
I suppose I might as well start by telling you why I kept quiet, and why I made sure Clover did as well. To be honest, the explanation is quite simple. Zero told me not to. I had little choice. He didn't walk up and tell me, of course. He gave me a message engraved on a card.
That's a Braille card. It looks just like the one you showed us earlier. So you had 2 cards.
Junpei. Buddy.
No, only one.
Huh? What do you mean? I thought that card just had some rules for the nonary game on it.
Yes, it did. And those were the rules I read you. However, they were not the only thing on the card. There was something I didn't read. Well, perhaps I should say there was something I couldn't read.
And that was?
Tell no one of the events that took place 9 years ago. Tell, and I activate your sister's detonator.
Oh!
It's a threat on our lives.
Oh. Well, what about Clover? Did she get a message from Zero too?
I don't believe she did.
And if she did, it would have been 0, not 02. Come on now.
But doesn't it strike you as strange that Zero would shut my mouth, but not hers?
Yeah.
To be on the safe side, however, I told her it was best not to tell anyone. Still, apparently she told you. That girl.
What's wrong with her telling me? I figured some stuff out with the things she told me. I mean, it looks like the whole activate her detonator thing was just a bluff. She's prancing around downstairs happy as a clam now that you're back.
That's very true. I've decided I can trust you. I've decided to tell you the truth. The chance that Santa is 0 is very high. I feel I can assume Santa doesn't have the time to observe us at the moment. And at any rate, even if he were, I very much doubt he would kill us.
Why?
Clover told me about the 4-leaf clover. If he knew about that, then he was in my group during the first experiment. I'm sure of it. He wouldn't kill us, no matter what the situation was.
Snake paused and cocked his head as though he was listening to something very far away. His face looked dark as though something was weighing on him.
Hey, Snake?
Junpei wasn't quite sure what to say. Snake turned and looked at him.
Yes, I know. You want to know what happened during the experiment?
Yeah.
How much do you know?
Clover told me about...
I see. The morphogenetic field in the experiments 9 years prior. How the experiments had taken place simultaneously at 2 locations, one being the ship and the other being a building in Nevada. And the girl that died during the experiment. She told you all that, did she?
Yeah, pretty much. Snake looked down, his face was tight. A slight tremor shook his body and he tried to hide it. He's putting on a good front, but even Junpei could tell that he was holding back something deep and powerful. He made as if to brush something from his face and looked up at Junpei.
At any rate, I now know how much you've learned. All that remains for us to determine
is who did this and why, right?
Yes.
Can you tell me what happened?
Yes.
Snake nodded slowly.
The people who organized the initial experiment were from a company called Cradle Pharmaceuticals. There were 4 of them running the show. Gentaro
Well, we know this part.
Nagisa Nijisaki, Teruaki Kubota, Kagechika Musashido. Hongo was the CEO of Cradle Pharmaceuticals.
Oh my god, look at this fucking guy.
Nijisaki was his right-hand man and did the lion's share of the planning. Kubota led the company's research and development division.
Oh, he looks a little familiar too, face shape-wise.
Musashido was their majority stockholder.
And he looks kind of familiar hair-wise.
It was these 4 people who planned the initial experiment. Let me simplify it for you. Hongo designed it, and Nijisaki put it all together. Kubota developed the technology required, and Musashido provided the cash.
So it's Hongo, Nijisaki, Kubota, Musashido...
Junpei couldn't shake the sense that he'd heard those 4 names somewhere before.
Of course, more than 4 people were required to conduct an experiment of this scale.
Did you win, Perry? Did I?
To that end, they organized a top-secret team to assist them with their research. All in all, they gathered 10 people or so. Those 10 completed their team.
I've been told I've been told it's not as long as it looks, but still, just opening the flowchart and seeing this, like, entirely, like, new branch of fucking, like, question marks appear just kind of sapped the life out of me for half a second.
They named it the Nonori Project. The purpose of the experiment was to research the prospect of controlling a human mind through sheer will.
Also, Snake is on this route too, since he just showed up, Poke.
The vessel, I suppose you could say, for this control was the morphogenetic field.
That being said, this time instead of Ace holding the gun to our, the gun and threatening people, this time it was Santa. I'm hoping Santa maybe isn't too far gone and we get Snake beating the shit out of him as well. So, you know. We'll see, though.
Why did the glycerin suddenly begin to crystallize?
I don't know anything about the game, but we'll see.
Why did the crystal structure of EDT undergo a sudden change? Why did the rats improve their puzzle-solving skills with each generation? Experiments with humans produce the same results. The more people who knew the answer to a question, the more there were who could answer correctly without having seen the problem before. Why is that? How could it happen? The answer is that the shape of the answer has been stored in a field invisible to the naked eye. And through that field, the resonant event transmits information related to that answer. That's essentially the idea behind morphogenetic fields.
But that's just a theory.
You fucking said it, dude. That's just a theory.
Can't bring yourself to believe it?
Yeah.
Let's say someone killed another.
But hey!
Whether the devil exists or not has no relevance to the murder. They believe the devil exists. Whether or not he does is immaterial.
So what matters here is that Hongo believed in the morphogenetic field.
That's right.
Barry did the Matt impression. Not right now. Good news, I think the cut on my finger stopped bleeding. Snake nodded.
But I still don't get it. You said they wanted to figure out how to control people, right? That is what you were saying.
Yes.
So how are they going to do that with a morphogenetic field?
Because, I mean, maybe. I don't know.
I'll keep it simple.
I put in like a bit of tissue paper for like 10 minutes and it seemed to stop.
Let's suppose 10,000 people have solved a certain problem. The chance of you knowing that answer, even if no one has told you, will go up. Let's have another example, shall we? Say 1 million people were to do a handstand right now. Tomorrow, the chances of you doing a handstand would be higher, even if you had heard nothing of this hypothetical mass handstanding. Mankind's thought process and actions are all part of a resonant event. All of the resonant events encoded in the fields are projected onto you. Of course, this assumes you believe in this theory.
Yeah.
Now, if there was a person who had the same effect as those millions of people, what would happen? If that one person were to do a handstand, other people would find themselves wanting to do handstands as well. Can you imagine what a person with powers like that would be able to do?
Come on, there's no way.
I'm not done. Imagine another scenario. Imagine another person. This is an ordinary person. Let's say he does a handstand. What if there was someone who could grab the resonant event he created by doing that and use it to make other people do handstands? What would happen then? A person who has the power to write to the field, and someone who can read from the same. You could think of them as the writer and the reader, or the transmitter and the receiver.
Me taking control of the entire human psyche to get everyone to listen to the Bad Red Dead OST. So true!
What would it be like if there were people with abilities like these?
Junpei thought about it for a moment.
So the transmitter's resonant event can be transmitted through the field and sent to the receiver. And then the transmitter can control the receiver however they wish. That's what you're saying, right?
Yes. Close enough, at least.
Come on, that's just crazy.
Well, if you want to prove that, then you'll have to test it first. At least, that was how they thought. That was why they decided to do their experiment. That was how the Nonary Project began.
Whoop. Snake suddenly looked very serious.
By the way, Junpei, have you ever heard of the Gansfeld experiment?
Oh yeah, that was the thing that we were talking about in a different route.
Yeah, that was an experiment in telepathy, right?
Yeah,
You
telepathy.
place a pair of subjects in separate rooms. Then you show one a picture and ask the other what they see.
Interesting.
So, why did you bring up the Gansfeld experiment?
It was used to screen subjects for the Nonary Project. The hospital in a remote town was affiliated with Cradle Pharmaceuticals. Hongo used it to conduct experiments on visiting children in secret. Some of them, he found, had potential. He began to gather children that showed promise. Children that seemed as though they might be able to access the field. Of course, none of them volunteered. They were kidnapped.
His face barely moved as he spoke.
There were 9 pairs of siblings taken, for 18 children total. For reasons that were not fully understood at the time, each pair had one transmitter and one receiver. They were split perfectly. As such, the 18 children were split into 2 groups of 9. The children who were put into Group Q were the ones who excelled at transmitting. They were transferred to the mock experiment building known as Building Q in the Nevada desert. The children who excelled at receiving were put
Called
in
Zener
Group A.
cards. I see.
Group A was then placed on the former hospital ship Gigantic. From the experiments he had conducted so far, Hongo had learned the following. There are 2 things that can increase one's resonance with the fields. The first is epiphany. Have you ever been
And the
faced
danger,
with
yeah.
an especially difficult problem and thought about it very long and very hard until finally an answer suddenly appeared in your mind? It may seem obvious to say so, but that is what is meant by epiphany. The information obtained through that epiphany can be easily transmitted through the field.
The epiphany is when the light bulb goes over your head and you say, urethra!
Adding danger to that equation allows for even easier field access. That's where Hongo came in. They set up a number of puzzles across the Gigantic. The participants had to solve each one before they could move to the next room.
Exactly, Rubbish. That's what I'm saying.
Of course, he hadn't forgotten to include danger. He had detonated a bomb on the hull of the Gigantic. The children in
It's just
A
so
were
fucking
forced to
funny.
play
Yeah.
as the ship sunk. By forcing the children into a life or death situation, Hongo hoped to increase the likelihood of their tapping. The children from Group Q, on the other hand, were confined to the mock experiment building, Building Q. Building Q duplicated the interior and puzzles of the Gigantic exactly. Every detail was exactly the same. Hongo explained the situation to the children in Group Q. Solve the puzzles you find throughout the rooms. When you have the answers, transmit that information.
Water will stop because it's interested in his explanation. True.
If you succeed, they will be able to solve the puzzles and escape. But if you fail, then the Gigantic will sink, and your brothers and sisters will drown. Those were his orders. Do you know why the astronauts of Apollo 13 were able to return to Earth safely?
Because of the morphogenetic fields. Wait, what?
It was because NASA had access to a replica of the Apollo 13 capsule. All of the equipment, the instruments, everything. All of it identical. Everything was just like the real Apollo 13. NASA was able to replicate the situation the astronauts found themselves in. By putting themselves in the same situation, they attempted to solve the problems the astronauts were dealing with. Once they found solutions, they reported their findings to the men aboard the actual capsule. That was how they were able to.
Okay.
It was the same with the Gigantic. The children from Group Q had to use the power of epiphany and transmit what they.
Yeah, they transmit through the fields.
They had to access.
And they access the
to learn how
fields.
That is the simplest explanation I can manage.
Snake Side defeated. He doesn't look defeated, though. His half-hearted attempt at derision served only to show how much the story had affected him. Huh? Just as Junpei was about to speak.
Hey, Junpei, Snake! How much longer are you two gonna sit around on those bony asses? Get down here already!
Seven's voice echoed up from below. Snake took a deep breath and blinked rapidly, as if waking from a nap.
He's right. Let's go, shall we? We don't have much
Let's
time.
go!
We need to get.
Okie dokie. Yeah, let's
Hold
go.
up.
There's one more thing I want to ask you, though. Huh?
Are you sure that there were 18 kids?
Why?
Well, I thought it was only 16.
Oh, yes. That was what they said on the news, wasn't it? Yes. I have no doubt that 18 children were abducted and used in Hongo's experiment. After all, you couldn't exactly play a nonary game with any less, could you?
Well, yeah, but are you saying that the news got it wrong?
Yes, I am. There were 2 more children. However, they had no relatives that I'm aware of. I imagine no one filed a police report when they went missing. They were brother and sister, like Clover and I. The brother's name was Aoi. The sister's name was... Her name was...
Snake couldn't seem to bring himself to continue. Looked as if he was about to, what he was about to say brought him great
Her
pain.
name was Akane. That was the girl who died.
Junpei felt as if he had been punched in the stomach. His vision went blurry and his head felt light.
Akane Kurashiki died 9 years ago? Then, who is June? No. That's impossible. It can't be true.
Akane isn't that uncommon of a name.
If Snake had known her last name, that's a different matter entirely. So they share a name. A lot of other people do too. It doesn't mean anything. It was someone else. Of course it was. It has to be.
Junpei shook his head hard and pulled himself back to reality.
Is something wrong, Junpei? Your breathing sounds strange.
Then Snake had noticed. Junpei cleared his throat and tried to act calm.
Oh, no, it's nothing. I'm fine. Let's get back down there, alright?
Snake raised an eyebrow but said nothing. He headed down the stairs, Junpei bringing up the rear.
I couldn't do it. Why didn't I ask? What's her last name? I just couldn't get the words to come out.
With every step he took, the cold, hard sound of feet against metal dug at his heart. Yeesh. Anyway. Sheldrake, this is it. This is what the shadow picture was pointing to.
But didn't it say 5 at the end of the shadow picture?
Yes, I think we need to find the 5th volume. Well, would you look at that? There's a big red button behind this book. I guess you should press the button.
What was that sound?
It sounded like something really big was moving.
It came from the top floor.
All right, let's go check it out. Doesn't look like the gates changed. It was this way, though. Let's go. Mush. All right, this handle's got to open the door for me. Man, it doesn't matter how hard we pull, this thing isn't going anywhere. Looks like it's locked.
Well, I bet you're gonna type something on that keyboard.
Well, yeah, but you can only enter letters.
Hey, it looks like you only enter 4 letters.
See if it works. You just need to hit enter once you type in the letters. You can erase what you typed with clear. Okay, I get the basic operations. Let's give it a shot. 13, 14, 10, 13. Hexadecimal. Okay. I am basing this off. I am reverse engineering hexadecimal off of me just simply knowing that fucking 15 is F. So that would mean 13 is D. And then E. Oh, it's dead. Is it not? Oh, enter. Fucking. Come on. Barry, come on.
You did it, Junpei. It's unlocked now.
Good job, Junpei. Whoa there, don't get too excited. The password was dead, remember? Just makes me think whatever's waiting for us isn't good.
So what? Jeez, you're such an old lady. We can't be worrying about stuff like that. I mean, come on. We got to unlock, didn't we? Let's go. Hurry up.
I mean, I'm not exactly like fatigued. I just needed to stretch a little bit. I mean, yeah, sure. Send the image. Why not? Fucking do it, dude. I could probably use it. Yeah. Oh, I don't like that. Oh, I don't know about this one. Fucking Groonpay, holy shit. Oh my god. Oh my god, dude. Yeah, hold on. Let me just hold on. Where'd I put it? Doink. And doink. Yeah. Rubbish, how you know me too well. Oh my god, hold on. Let me see if I can boink. No, hold on. Grunpe. God. Perfect. All right, let's go get this thing open. Jesus Christ. He's dumb and a coward, and I am not a coward. The door opened, and Junpei and the others left the room.
All right, this is the next.
Mr. Seven was about to finish his sentence. Their attention was drawn to the clang of metal on metal ringing up behind them.
Oh, the door!
They spun around, and the door they just came through had slammed
That just
shut.
close on its own?
Don't tell me we can't go back.
I don't know. Let's see.
Junpei grabbed hold of it with both hands and pulled with all his strength.
Damn it. It looks like it locks automatically.
Is there any other way out?
Well, there's another door over on the right. There's a card reader next to it. It's got a red light on it, though.
I will say, looking like back and forth to the looking over to the like stream, I'm surprised like how legible the chat still like is, despite the GRU kind of making it a bit more cluttered over there.
But there is a card reader, right?
Anyway, let me get back to. I'm just so mesmerized by it. Just let me get back to the game.
Then perhaps if we find a key card, we could open the door and leave?
Well, yeah, that might work, but...
Hey! Wait a minute! Are you saying we're gonna have to search through this room for one little card?
Oh, man.
They took a second to look at the room they found themselves in. It was filled with piles upon piles of all manner of things. The only word that could describe it was chaotic. It was like a tornado had passed through, followed by a giant who had picked up and shaken the entire room a few times. Junpei's heart fell.
Way.
For real?
Clover and Seven looked as though they were about to cry.
Well, we can sit down and wait to die, if that's what you prefer. I rather doubt that, however, so it would be wise to start looking. We haven't much time. Let's find that key card. Oh, and the Neptune key as well. We won't be able to get through the hallway without it. All right then, let's begin.
Let us commence forth. Straight into another puzzle room. Goddamn. I mean, I say goddamn, but I kind of expected as much. Oh, man.
Hey, Junpei, isn't this a nautical table?
Yeah, I feel like I've seen this before.
A new material has been added to the file screen.
Hello? Screen is huge. I wonder why it's blue. Maybe if I touch it, there's something on the screen now. What is this? 15 cells here, all with numbers and letters in them. Let me see that. Ah, I see. So whenever you touch a cell, all the ones next to it turn on or off. This guy used that to make all cells on the right and the bottom green. On the right and the bottom green.
Hey, Junpei, I found this piece of paper under that thing. You want to take a look at it? Do you think this might have something to do with the puzzle?
This piece of paper Clover gave me. There are a bunch of numbers and letters connected by equal signs on it. Just like she said, this is probably related to the puzzle on the screen somehow. Thanks, Clover. This really helps. Alright, let's go back and try again. And it looks like I just need to make all the cells all green. Oh, sweet Christ. Oh, fuck.
You did it, Junpei! You're so smart.
Yeah, I definitely wasn't just clicking random ones to see what they did. You seem to have done an excellent job and solved the puzzle. Just what I would have expected of you, Junpei. Hey, come on, you're embarrassing me. Whoa, 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 don't get cocky, kid. We don't got time for that. Look at this. Check out the right edge of the control panel. The lid slid open and something came out. Huh? Ah, cross emblem. No fire. A metal plate shaped like a shield. There's a cross engraved on it. Yep. Accidentally clicked out of the window. Blip, blip.
Junpei, there's a wheel over here.
Yeah, exactly. It was the morphogenetic field, I guess. That should work like a steering wheel.
Sterling?
No, I'm too poor for that.
Stealing?
I might solve my money problems, but I'd rather not. Oh, right. You were in the chart room, weren't you? There was a puzzle like this in the wheelhouse. I can figure out how this one works just by looking at that compass. I figure this will work just like that other one.
The other one?
The important part is this nautical table we just found. I have to match up the directions on the compass with the lines on the nautical table. I use the steering wheel in the wheelhouse, but this time I think I'm going to use the wheel attached to the side here.
Okay then, show me. Now!
Of course. I ought to run through the instructions. If I just touch the direction I want it to turn to, the compass will turn that direction. It's not giving me the option to switch between the two right now. This usually happens with escape rooms. I gotta press stop when the compass is pointing where I want it to. I mean, something will happen if I can do it right. Alright, let's do this thing! Alright. Doink! Okay, so from there it would be yeah, then yeah, then yeah. Fuck! I don't know if I have to like reset it or something, but... Doink. And... doink.
You did it, Junpei! Good boy, he was a good boy.
Knock it off! Hey, we don't have time for screwing around right now. Check out the right side of the monitor. It kind of slid open. Something came out again.
I heard a noise too. That big box in the hall by the exit? I think it made a noise. Or something unlocking, you know?
A noise, huh? Helm emblem. A metal plate shaped like a shield. Their symbol looks like a steering wheel engraved on it. True. What about this one, though? Let's see what happens when I... Whoa! It's not a permanent addition. It's just gonna be for this stream. Honestly, I already forgot he was there. Like, he's just meant to be. Oh, man. Huh? What is this? Oh, wait a minute. I saw something like this when I figured out that Morse code puzzle back in the communications office. Morse code? Yeah. The dots on here look like dits for Morse code. There's 2 dots on the first line, 4 on the second, and 1 on the last. I'm afraid I don't understand. Well, perhaps you should give it a shot anyway. Alright, I'll try. Before I do that, though, maybe I'll run through the enclosed instruction. If I tap, it'll be a dit. If I hold the button down, it'll be a da. Once we enter our answer, it'll automatically determine if it was the correct answer or not. Alright, let's do this thing. Do I not get a hint, or... give another shot before I do that, though. Maybe I'll run... I know what the... Are you not gonna let me fucking... What? Oh my god, I'm stuck. Oh no, I can leave, I mean, but also... Whatever. No, I wanted to click over here. This metal shutter looks pretty sturdy. It's framed with black and yellow warning stripes. Alright, let's open it. Oh, holy shit. That is pretty damn creepy. There's a coffin in there. A coffin. Oh man, does Seven think? Yeah, he's all pale. He's thinking the same thing I am. No way. Could this be? I'm sorry, but what's going on? It's a coffin! I wonder if there's a vampire in it. Right, I guess Clover and Snake don't know the story. Man, I can't bring myself to tell them. Well, at any rate, let's have a look around. There's a metal plaque on the coffin. Snake is touching it. All ice. Ah, the two machines. Holy shit. Man, this is serious. Well, let's open it, shall we? Clover, if you would give me a hand. Okay, I got it. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Ha! Yeah. No luck. It doesn't seem to be ready to open. Yeah, but it's not like it's screwed shut or something. Yes, I believe it's locked some other way. Hey, Seven, you think you can open it up with your superhuman strength? No, What's wrong? No, I think I'll just pass on this one, okay? What the heck? Very well, we'll just have to give up on the coffin for now. Let's look around in the room a little more, shall we? Alice sleeps in a small chamber past the forest of knowledge beneath the navel of the gigantic. Is that actually true? Okay, so all ice. I'm gonna look up the Morse code alphabet real quick. Just as a bit of a, just to give myself a bit of an advantage. Okay, so the only parts of the Morse code alphabet that actually end in one like blip are E, which is 1 dot, or T, which is 1 dash. Have you figured out what you're supposed to enter here, Junpei? It looks like where it's supposed to go here is 3 letters. It's got 3 lines, and I think each line is 1 letter. I see. That's the case. Perhaps the letters you need are made up of 2 symbols, 4 and 1, respectively. After all, isn't that what you just said? I think I have a feeling on what it is now. I see. So in other words, I've got either enter the dots or the dashes, and a set of 2, a set of 4, and then a 1. Well, yes, so it would seem. You're able to run through. I know the. Come on, let me in, Yep, it's ice. Okay. I see. It seems you have solved the puzzle, Junpei. Excellent work. The answer was ice. How did you know? All I had to do was listen to the sounds the machine made. After that, it was a trivial matter to decode them. Ah, yes. I believe I heard a noise from somewhere on the right side of the device after you solved the puzzle. It sounded like something sliding open. Do you see anything that could have made a noise? Oh, but one more thing. I heard a sound from behind the shutter. Perhaps the coffin is unlocked now. What? What is bro waffling about? It's shaped like a shield. It has a pattern. I don't know how to describe it. Dong 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 dong. All right, fine. I'll open it. Okay, Junpei, you can do this. Just a box. Just a box. Oh, holy shit! This is a coffin. There's gonna be something horrible in there. I just know it. Okay. Okay. Deep breaths. Here we go. Oh man, there's nobody in there. Shit, I can't believe I was scared of something like that. What do you mean, nobody? Were you expecting someone to be in there? It's a long story. Ask Junpei about it sometime. Huh? Well, just like Seven said, there's nobody in here, but there is something in there. Well, two somethings, actually. What is that? There are two things on the bottom of the coffin. We got a plate with an emblem on it, and...
The Neptune key! We finally found it! Now we can get through the hallway!
That's correct, Clover, but we do need to get out of this room first, you know?
Yeah, I know. Okay, let's get the hell out of here as quickly as possible.
I mean, objections to that. I don't think we'll use the Neptune key in this room. It's really important, though, so I'll shove it up my ass for now. As far as this other thing goes... The coffin emblem! It has a sort of crosshatch pattern on it, like a waffle. Looks like the lid of the coffin. Now what? Like a steel cabinet with a double door. Like, oh shit! Alright, I put the emblems into the 4 indentations on the desk, but... Huh? Nothing is happening. What's Snake doing? I feel symbols engraved just above each indentation. On the upper left is a steering wheel symbol, on the upper right the cross, on the bottom left a mysterious circle, and lastly the waffle pattern is engraved near the bottom right. Additionally, each symbol seems to have been given a number. Steering wheel, cross, mysterious circle, and 4 for waffle. I just need to insert the emblems in this order. That order, huh? Boink. Let's just drop the emblem of the steering wheel in here. Whoa! Well, now we've got something on the monitors at least. What's that? Yeah, looks like some kind of puzzle.
I wonder if these are the rules. Here, I'll read them to you. When you touch a numbered area, that area will be selected and it will turn blue to indicate this. Touching a numbered ball after selecting an area will cause that ball to be moved to the area. You cannot move the red balls. You can only move the 3 to 5 in a single area. Press check once you have moved all the balls except for the red ones, which you cannot move. Digital root of the balls must match the number for that area. That's it. That's what it says. I still don't really get it. Whatever, like they say, practice makes prefects. Let's give it a shot. What do you mean practice makes perfect? Hey! Let's see you solve the next one, then you can make fun of me. It's a 6 and 3. 5... Digital root of the... balls! Okay, so wait. 5... That would be 6. But then what about 3? Oh, wait. Ah. That would be 11. That would be 18. 21. That would be 3 at least. This combination will not open the door. Okay, so it does have to be both of them. Okay. Reset it real quick. Okay. Okay. So that would be 6. That would be 9. That would be 15. That would be 22 though. That'd be 11, 18, and that would be 21. Wait, no, put that back. Okay, that would be fucking 1, 3, 11, and that would be 15. That would be 6. There we go. Okay, this is it, right? But nothing's happening.
There's still 3 more indentations left empty. I imagine something will happen when they're all filled. Doesn't that seem likely? I guess, yeah. Let's put the cross in there next. Lord Jesus, have mercy. Hey, Junpei, something just showed up on the screen.
This puzzle sure looks a lot like the last one.
Yeah, but there's more of those red balls you can't move.
The number for each area are different too. Looks like I got the same rules as the last one though.
You sure you don't want to double check that? No, I'll be fine. While you're confused, I can just look at the screen over there, right? Anyway, like they say, picture is worth 1,000 words. Let's give it a shot. Isn't it 1,000 words? Shut it! At least I'll be trying, all right? I always be trying. That would be 5. And that would... Wait. 5, 11, 19. 1 plus 9 is 1 plus 9 is 10. 1 plus 0 is 1. And then 4, 5, 7 because, you know, 9 add 9 to any digital root and it's just basically the same. This game has got me under its curse and I hate that. That's awesome, Junpei. There's only 2 left now. You can do it. Doink. Okay, let's put this emblem in the secret code. Damn, this puzzle looks a lot like the last one. Looks like the rules are the same, though.
I think you should double check it.
Come on, this is the 3rd time I've done this. It'll be fine. So this, If you can't think of anything clever, please don't strain yourself. You might hurt something. Just shut up! Just give me a break, alright? I'll think of something. Okay, so 7 and 7. And then, yeah. Yeah! Excellent work, Junpei. You've only got 1 left. I can see a light at the end of the tunnel. The only indentation is the one with the waffle pattern on it. This is the 4th one. This puzzle looks like the last couple. I think
This is probably the last one.
once we solve this puzzle, I'm sure something will happen. Alright, I'll solve it in no time. 8 and 9. Doink, the dunk. Oh, fuck. Well. I can't put the reds in there, can I? Okay. 8, 4, 5. That would be 8 for that. 2 plus 7 would be another 9. But, like, that's only for one of them, not the other, so... Huh? Where did that noise come from? Underneath the keyboard.
Way to go, Junpei! You answered all the questions!
Damn, Junpei, good job! Hey, did you hear something just now? Yes, I heard that as well. From the bottom left corner of the desk, I believe. Doink.
A picture.
In the drawer was a single picture. He picked it up. He picked it up. It was a photograph of 4 men.
What the?
Okay, yeah, these are definite. Yeah, I mean, I knew from the start that was Ace, but this basically confirms for me that's the 9th man, and that's the captain guy that we saw dead on the floor. Okay. Don't know who you're supposed to be, though. Involuntarily, Junpo. I keep making new ones. Junpei's eyebrows shot up. He's seen 3 of them before.
What the hell is this? This man with a mustache on the right. He's the same guy we found murdered in the captain's quarters.
Yeah, that's what I'm
He
saying.
had the 0 bracelet on his left arm. And this second man with the glasses and a doctor's coat. He's the 9th man. The one with bracelet number 9. He died after he went into door 5.
We're not going to like respect him in any way, shape, or form by showing his actual person. We're just gonna show the blood splatter. It's what he deserves.
But this guy, the one in the striped suit.
Oh man, that's Ace.
Yeah, I guess it is.
No doubt about it.
7 and Clover had come to peer over Junpei's shoulders.
What does it mean? What is Ace doing in this picture? Not only Ace, the Ninth Man and Cap, too.
As Junpei looked closer, he noticed the expression on each man's face. Their smiles suggested they were close, at least to some degree.
And they look happy,
and also that they were smug
like
bastards.
They knew each other well. Why? How? How in the world are these four men connected?
Snake's voice broke into Junpei's thoughts.
You say Ace is in that picture?
Yeah, it doesn't look like it was taken recently, though. Ace, the Ninth Man, and Cap all look about 10 years younger.
Ah, so the Ninth Man and the man you found murdered in the captain's quarters are also in the picture?
Yeah.
Is there anyone else? Or are there only 3 people in the picture?
No, there's one more guy. He's got kinda long hair, he looks smart, but a little cold. He's the only one I don't recognize.
Snake knit his eyebrows.
What's the date of the photograph?
It doesn't have one.
Did you look on the back?
The back?
Yes, the reverse.
Junpei flipped the picture over, and there it was. Praying for a success of the Nonary project with Nijisaki, Kubota, and Musashido. To be precise, it wasn't a date, but it was certainly significant. He read out loud so that Snake would not be left in the dark.
Praying for the success of the Nonary project with Nijisaki, Kubota, and Musashido.
Nonary project. Nijisaki, Kabuta, and Musashido. Junpei immediately flipped the picture back over.
Then the 4 men in this picture were the organizers of the Nonary game 9 years ago.
Since Hongo wasn't mentioned, Junpei figured that could only mean he'd written the words on the back himself.
That means Ace, the Ninth Man, and Cap were all responsible for making it happen. But I feel like I should be more shocked about this. It's almost as if that's just how things were always supposed to be.
If the true identities had not come as a surprise was what Junpei found most surprising.
Why am I not surprised? Ace was the one in charge of the Nonary project. And why? Why am I so calm?
Well, in order to get down to that, Junpei, we're gonna have to talk about parallel universes.
It's like I already knew.
Ah, of course. I understand now.
Junpei looked over at Snake. In his own confusion, he had missed the dark look on the other man's face.
Ace was the CEO of Cradle Pharmaceuticals. He was the one who invented the game 9 years ago.
Ace is Hongo?
Even as he asked, Junpei felt as though he'd already known. Almost as if someone had whispered into his head that yes, of course, Ace was Hongo.
I had my suspicions from the beginning. Their voices were similar. Too similar to be a coincidence. I could never forget his voice. It was the voice of the devil. I couldn't be sure, though. After all, I had no way to check. I certainly couldn't ask him. Even if I had known, however, I would never have told you. Zero made it quite clear what would have happened if I did.
Oh my gosh, I had no idea.
Huh?
I didn't know that Ace was Hongo.
Oh, yes. I suppose you wouldn't have. 9 years ago. You were in Building Q in Nevada.
Yeah?
But Hongo was in the Gigantic with us.
Yeah.
I know. That's why I didn't know what Hongo looked like. But why? Why didn't you tell me? I mean, I'm your sister, right?
I'm sorry. I apologize for keeping this from you. But if I'd told you, Clover, you would have told everyone else. And if you did, then I would have been forced to tell them about what happened 9 years ago. I had to prevent that.
Clover and Snake's conversation wasn't of particular interest to Junpei, but he still couldn't make sense of his strange feelings of knowledge. He was trying to organize his thoughts when he heard Seven's voice.
Hey, Junpei. You think I could borrow that picture for a sec?
Sure.
He had no reason to say no, so Junpei handed the picture over. Seven stared at the picture and began to mutter the 4 names of the project leaders over and over to himself.
Hongo, Kubota, Nijisaki, Musashido.
His brow was furrowed and his face was flushed.
Kubota, Nijisaki, Musashido.
He chanted their names to himself, pacing back and forth across the floor.
Hongo, Kubota, Nijisaki, Musashido.
Seven shouldn't have known their names. After all, he hadn't been there when Junpei and Snake had spoken of them in the library. But as Junpei watched them pace, it was clear that he did know them.
Hey, Seven, do you...
Shut it! Just be quiet.
His eyes were red, and Junpei could see sweat beginning to bead on his forehead.
I'm this close to remembering. This close.
He was sweating heavily now, but his lips were dry.
Kubota, Nijisaki, Musashiro, Cradle Pharmaceuticals, Nonary Project.
Then he stopped. Seven sat down the picture and looked at the red light near his feet. His eyes narrowed. Then suddenly his eyes went wide and he shot up straight.
Shit.
What?
What's wrong?
Holy shit, this is nuts.
What's nuts?
I remember
Remember what?
everything.
Everything?
Yeah, I remember all of it. My memory's back. I remember what happened before I got snatched.
Seven's voice was filled with excitement. Shock and excitement had frozen Junpei in place, along with Snake and Clover.
Let me tell you what happened.
Seven hastily drew a shaking hand across his mouth and began to speak.
Like Snake said, Ace is Hongo from the right. The other three are Musashido, Nijisaki, and Kubota. Musashido was the man with the cash. Nijisaki was Hongo's right-hand man. And Kubota developed the actual technical details of the experiments.
Mm-hmm. Realization began to dawn on Junpei, along with a pressing question.
How do you know all this?
Come on, man, I told you, I finally got my memory back.
No, that's not what I mean. I'm trying to ask you why you knew all this stuff in the first place.
Seven rubbed the scar on his chin.
You really want to know?
Of course.
Me too.
Snake was the only one who didn't voice any sort of agreement. He looked at Junpei as if he was simply waiting to see where Seven's son from recovery might take them.
This is gonna take a while. Hell, it'll probably take me a good 3 days to tell you everything.
Well, we don't have 3 days.
Just give us the short version, alright?
Short version, huh?
The big man pulled off his hat and scratched his head. He made a face and put his hat back on.
Alright, fine. I'll give it a shot. No promises, though.
Junpei and Clover nodded earnestly.
I'm a detective. It's a little awkward to say this about myself, but you could probably consider me a lone wolf type. I hold to my own code, as I think doing what's right is more important than doing what you're told. That's why I followed my gut that night. A slim lead brought me to the wharf. It was 9 years ago. The wharf had been cold as fuck. I could barely see squat. Fuck! I was investigating a mess of kidnappings. All of them children.
Fucking, the wharf had been cold as .fuck.mp3.
It all had one thing in common. A history of visits to one particular hospital. A hospital under the management of Cradle Pharmaceuticals. And my investigation had turned up evidence that Cradle had been involved in the kidnappings. After a little sweet talking, I managed to finally get a real lead from someone inside Cradle. My source told me this.
Tonight, a ship is set to take the children to a large passenger liner docked offshore.
So I headed to the wharf. In the shadows, I searched the harbor until I found the ship he was talking about. There was a bunch of movement near it. Men in black suits, many bags. No doubt about it. There were human beings in those bags.
Okay, they're not letting me skip this, but this is basically the same thing that we got with the other ending, so I'm gonna skim through it a bit.
I felt metal.
Just drop the gun. I could kill you. Just tie an anchor to your feet. That what you want?
I kept digging the cold metal thing into my skull. There was nothing I could do. Then suddenly, there was a sharp pain in my neck.
A drug?
And that was my last thought. My face hit cold concrete. I woke up on a hard...
Damn it!
I did a quick once-over of the room.
Where am I?
A small, shabby bed. A toilet with no... I'd seen it countless times as I'm in a cell, huh? Facing the toilet was... I was still pretty wounded. I pushed it. Not like I expected much else. Threw myself against the door a few... I knew it. I gave up and made my way back to the bed. Huh. I sat there for a very, very long time. Then, I heard a faint... The voice was far, but I could. It was pretty high.
Huh?
No, it was several.
Where?
I pressed my ear to the...
He's telling you
that's
to.
nice.
Yeah, in a way.
Left. I hauled on the middle.
Yeah, no, that's why I'm like pacing
There
myself.
it was.
I like skim over it before I skip.
The bed had hidden an air vent. I dropped flat on the
Toilet,
floor.
toilet. I got high.
Couldn't see shit, but I knew it in my... Hold up. But then with my...
Tonight,
I ship... Whoa, whoa, whoa. Am I on that sh... It didn't matter. All I knew... I checked out the metal grate. I stuck my fingers in... And then...
God.
Yeah! How do you like that, you son of a bitch? I finally got the damn... Sweat was dripping down my... The first bit was tight. I had a wriggle on my neck.
I stuck my fingers. God damn it, Rubbish, you're right. Fucking hell.
It wind up eventually, and there was space for me to crawl along on my hands and knees. I went from crawling like... And when I'd been in the thing long enough to... A massive sound nearly scared the piss out of me. Then... What? I wasn't sure what it meant, but anything with incinerator is bad news.
Alright, I do think this is new though, so I'll stop skipping around.
Then, almost as if that was a cue, I heard a mess of young-sounding voices. A bunch of them were straight up screaming in terror. And all the sounds together made a howl that made the hair on my neck stand straight up. Damn it! What the hell is going on here?
I stuck my fingers.
Scrambled through the duct as fast as I could. I made a giant racket, but I didn't care.
Fucking hell,
I soon
dude.
found a metal door on the left side of the duct. The kids were screaming on the other side. I found it. I yanked the handle and threw the door open. I almost ripped the metal off its hinges. What the hell is this place?
I'm not even supposed to be here.
I couldn't believe what I saw. The room had a dome up top, and there had to be about 9 walls. Up in the ceiling was an upside-down funnel, almost like a chimney. I looked down.
Was it just me, or was that line a bit more bass boosted? Whatever.
There they were. The kids I'd been searching for. They all gawked up at me, suddenly silent. For the moment, from surprise and fear.
Hey, wait a minute.
Scared of the room or me, I couldn't tell. Probably both, actually. Not like I can blame them running into a mug like this when they're already scared shitless. I snorted at my own dig at myself and turned to the kids. Don't worry, kids, I'm not your enemy. I'm one of the good guys. All of them stood there, frozen. Well, except one. He was a boy, slightly older than the others, in a private school uniform.
Who the hell are you?
He stepped forward and glared at me suspiciously. I'm a detective.
Wait a second.
I'm here to rescue you. It looked like they relaxed some the second I got the words out.
How are you gonna help us?
That's just Sean Chiplock again, isn't it?
Where's the exit?
There isn't one. The doors we came in through won't open, and the door over there...
He kind of cut himself off. I think he was considering something before he changed his mind.
Anyway, there's no point. We can't all get out of here. If we don't get out of here, we're gonna be burned to death.
Burned to death?
Can't you hear it? That voice said the incinerator's gonna start up soon. So...
It's fucking Sean Chiplock again.
Fuck!
The voice spoke again.
Incineration will begin in 15.
They only had 15 minutes. I looked back down at the kids. Looks like a good 20 or 30 feet to the floor. No way I could pull them up. Too big of a distance for any of us to reach. What the hell was I gonna do? But then I got an idea. Wait right there. I'm gonna be right back.
What? Where is he going? Are you just gonna leave us here?
They just got frightened again.
I like how there's like... I like how these other ones have like actual kid voices, but this guy is just Sean Chiplock pitched up a little.
I'm not the best at that kind of thing. I try to reassure them with a smile. Don't worry, all right? I'll be back, I promise. So just stay calm and wait right there. Got it? I didn't wait to hear them respond. There wasn't time. I had to hurry. Well, as fast as a guy could on his hands and knees. Didn't take me long to get back to my cell. Still no way out of there, but I had a plan. I needed something from the room. When I got it, I dove back into the hole. Then, Sorry to keep you waiting, guys.
Kept you waiting, huh?
I tipped out the doorway and dropped down the rope I brought with me. Back in the cell, I'd torn the bed sheets into strips and tied them together to make a rope. Slop? All right, just tie that around yourself, okay?
Right.
Huh. Wait a sec. Something was off. There were more of you before. Where'd the rest of you go? The boy in the uniform answered.
I let them go on ahead. We opened the number 9 door and they left.
What? You're telling me you opened that door?
That's what I said.
Then what the hell are you doing here?
We couldn't go with them.
Why not?
Look, the only people who can go through the numbered door.
He was in the middle of explaining when...
Incineration will 5 minutes.
The wall shook a bit from the voice bouncing around.
Look, that can wait, all right? Just get us out of here!
Right! I grabbed onto the rope. The first one I pulled on was a girl with a ponytail. Next was a girl with a red necktie. A boy in a jacket came after. The boy in the uniform was the last up. Like the other kid, he climbed up the rope himself. He looked pretty scrawny, but I guess he was stronger than he looked. He moved fast, but when he was almost to me, we heard some knocking. Everyone looked at the door. It had a thick, square window set into it. On the other side, an angry face was staring in.
God damn it! What's going on here?
Oh, that's Ace.
Why is the room empty? Where the hell are those fucking kids?
Always nice to hear him pissed off.
The door opened, and a man stepped in looking half mad with fury. I recognized his face. I saw him many times in photos during my investigation. The man's name...
Most normal company CEO.
Was Kentaro Hongo,
True.
the CEO of Cradle Pharmaceuticals. Hongo saw the boy hanging from the rope. It was like he was an animal. He lunged for the rope. Hurry!
I know!
The boy in the uniform booked it up the rope.
You son of a bitch! Get back here, you little shit!
15 feet. 10. The second I could reach the kid, I grabbed him. I hauled him up and tossed him into the duct behind me. No! Hongo had lost it. His face didn't even look human. It was like the bastard pulled off his fake face. He was really a terrifying devil or some kind of damn monster. I quickly reeled in the rope, leaving a furious Hongo yelling at me from the floor.
You fucking bastard! You won't get away with this! How dare you compromise this experiment!
Experiment? What experiment?
Incineration will begin 1 minute.
Hey, old man! What the hell are you doing?
The boy in the uniform was trying to get my attention. I may have thrown a salute in the raging asshole's face before I closed the door behind me.
Based.
I went to going back to the cell, so we went down the other direction instead. After about 30 feet, we came across another duct on the left. This one was heading down. Everybody nodded and took turns sliding down it. The duct emptied us out into a narrow hallway. There was a door on either side. The one on the left was a normal double door. But the one on the right was familiar. It had black and yellow stripes, and a device next to it on the wall. The plate on it read, Incinerator. Incinerator?
Yeah, that's where we were.
It was the girl with the red tie who answered me. We were inside an incinerator?
Yeah, Hongo might still be there. It looks like it's been shut off, though.
Okay, that sounds like Wendy Lee, but I could be wrong.
What? If he's still in there?
Yeah, that's not good.
Gigantic sister ship of the Titanic. Of course, of course.
That meant we better.
That's, of course, that makes perfect sense.
We gotta get out of here. Go to the other door, hurry. The kid started running, and on the other side of the door was a large spiral staircase. Run! Didn't need to tell them twice. We went up and up, and feet pounded the steps, going round. The stairway kept going. We passed a couple of landings when the boy in the uniform...
Okay, yeah, I had a feeling looking at him before, but yeah, that's definitely Snake. And judging by the fact that they used Sean Chiplock, that is definitely Santa. And Clover and young Clover is here too, judging by the fact that Wendy's voice is here.
Akane?
My kid sister. The girl with the red necktie.
Akane. That's strange.
Your sister.
I didn't remember seeing that name in the list of missing kids.
Hey! Akane!
He kept his hands around his mouth and yelled.
Maybe we outran her.
It's not Lee or it's not the same people. I could honestly. Clover's not. Oh right, he's right. She's in Nevada. Okay, I got a little caught up. But Wendy Lee is here. Clover isn't here, but her voice actor is.
The boy in the uniform skidded to a stop. I stopped too. So did the other two kids. When did we do that?
Well, we passed a couple big rooms on the way here.
No, that's impossible.
Sorry, Grandpa. You keep going.
He turned to go. Hey kid, wait! I don't think the kid even heard me. Fuck! I spun around to the boy in the jacket, the girl with the ponytail. I'm going after him. The girl nodded and ran up the stairs.
I'm going with you.
I didn't have time to argue. I just nodded and took off down the stairs. I could hear him following me. We ran all the way to the bottom floor.
God damn it, where the hell did she go?
I could tell the kid was frustrated. And then suddenly...
Help me! Somebody help me!
We heard a girl's voice.
Akane!
The boy in the uniform threw open the door and leapt into the hallway by the incinerator. We rushed in after him. I couldn't for the life of me believe what we were seeing. That bastard Hongo had Akane by the arm and was forcing her into the incinerator.
At this point, this is not. At this point, this is not for the experiment. At this point, you just want to burn this kid alive.
Come on, goddammit, move!
No, I don't want to! Let me go, please! Let go of me!
She planted her feet squarely on the floor and was struggling to get away. But Hongo was bigger and stronger. She wasn't gonna win.
Akane!
My brother roared with anger and charged toward Hongo.
Help me!
Ah! You're too late, idiot!
Hongo lifted Akane bodily into the air and threw her, still fighting him, into the incinerator. Before we could even blink, Hongo had leapt through the door after her. We saw him land inside. And then, the door slammed shut. We ran to the door. We did everything we could think of to get the thing open, but...
Fuck! It's no use! Fuck! Goddamn thing won't move an inch!
Playing kindergarten playground
slamming his
behavior.
fist against the door. He was close to shattering his knuckles with how hard he pounded on it.
Akane! Akane! Are you okay?
You came back!
Her voice was muffled, but all of us could hear the sheer terror in it.
What should I do? I think I'm trapped in here!
Where's Hongo?
He went out the other door!
What?
Warning, warning. Emergency incineration command has been acknowledged. Automatic incineration will take place in 18 minutes.
Okay, for a second I thought that it meant that he was just starting up the incineration immediately, and I was just going to say again, you just want to see this fucker burn.
Please evacuate the incinerator immediately. Repeat. Emergency incineration command has been acknowledged.
Are you fucking kidding me? It's the same damn thing!
Are you there?
Yeah, we're here. Just hang on, all right?
His words would have seemed like a sick joke to her if she'd been able to see how white and bloodless his face was right then.
Incineration will begin in 17.
Please help me! I'm really scared! I don't want to die, please!
It's gonna be all right. I'll figure something out. I promise. I promise, okay?
It was torture listening to her sobbing on the other side of the door. Her brother was nearly crying himself. He could only stand there, fists clenched so tight his knuckles were white.
Average Zero Escape fan. I mean, I don't hate her. I'm just... But, you know. I don't really see much of a reason to yet, unless there's something in that yellow key. I don't know. Anyway, yeah, still after this, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more fucking squares. All they could hear was the creaking of the boat as it shifted in the water. They waited and waited, but Seven didn't continue.
What happened then?
Junpei couldn't wait any longer. He had to know. Seven looked at the floor.
Man. Put yourself in my shoes. It doesn't end good. You think I want to remember that?
Then...
Yeah. Shit. If I'd known it was gonna be like this, I almost wish I hadn't remembered.
Seven shook his head. There's something Junpei had to know.
Hey, are you sure?
Huh?
Look, I don't want to ask this either, but there's something I don't get. So if you could just tell me, did that girl, Akane, really...
Seven stared straight ahead at nothing.
Yeah, I'm sure. There wasn't anything we could do. After a while, the countdown ended.
Yeah, I feel like I'm able to tolerate Akane a good bit, because I had to deal with Iris in AI the Somnium Files first.
And we heard something burning.
And they are very much the same, like, archetype of character in the sense of, like, their tangents. And nothing else, really, because they're kind of different otherwise.
Fire stopped, but we still didn't move. Me and the jacket kid were frozen. The boy in the uniform collapsed as if he couldn't hold himself up anymore. A few minutes passed. The door opened. The boy in the uniform tripped over his own feet running in. We followed. The air in the incinerator was hot. Every breath made my lungs feel like they were on fire. It was like standing on hot asphalt. And in the middle of the room, there it lay. The kid's legs were shaking so bad, I don't know how he managed to walk. I couldn't see his face, but his body somehow looked empty. Finally, he reached it. He fell to his knees as his legs gave out on him. And then...
Yeesh. Junpei felt a cold lump form in the pit of his stomach. A feeling of sickening anticipation washed over him. He could feel his body shivering. He desperately did not want to know the answer. He feared he knew already, but he had to ask. He had to know for sure.
Can I ask you one more thing?
What's that?
The girl, Akane. What was her last name?
What does it matter to you?
Just tell me, okay? Please?
Seven looked at Junpei curiously and ran his tongue quickly over his dry lips.
Kurashiki. Her name was Akane Kurashiki.
Every time I do the Vine Boom before one of these big reveals, they always fucking do their own version afterwards. Anyway, fuck, dude. Something inside of Junpei stopped. He had no more words left. He was just a shell of flesh and bone. Yeah, because it like if your body temperature goes like too high, yeah, your cells start to like harden and shit. That shit must suck.
You were there that day, weren't you? The tall kid in the jacket. That was you, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. You are correct, Detective.
Somewhere far away, you could hear Seven and Snake talking.
Don't misunderstand. I told you before how Zero threatened me. There was nothing I could do. I couldn't say anything about what happened 9 years ago.
So you're saying you're not working for Zero, right?
Of course not.
Clover, what about you?
Hey, come on! You really think I'm working with Zero? I told you before, you idiot! I was in Nevada, in Building Q. I did hear that a detective rescued the kids on the boat, but I didn't know it was you.
Her surprise seemed to be genuine. Seven regarded Clover for a moment and rubbed his chin thoughtfully.
Well, I guess I believe you.
Okay, I believe you. Clover nodded.
All right, let me ask you another question.
He stuck his hands into his pockets and took a few steps. Then he stopped and turned to face them again.
Santa's real name is Aoi Kurashiki. He's Akane's brother. You know that?
No, I didn't. Did you?
Well, yes. I know Aoi Kurashiki was her brother.
Well, this raises a few questions.
But I didn't know he was Santa. At least not from the beginning. 9 years ago, he was in the middle of puberty. His voice is entirely different now.
Yeah, he sounds like Sean Chiplock before his balls dropped. It was weird.
I'm ashamed to say that even my exceptional hearing...
Or at least that's what it sounded
wasn't
like
able to
before.
make that connection. As such, I had no reason to think Santa was Aoi.
When did you figure it out?
Clover told me that Santa might have been one of the subjects of the initial experiment. It was only a short while ago, while we were leaving the library. When she told me that, I had a feeling.
Santa is Aoi? Akane Kurashiki, June's brother?
The spark caught flame in Junpei's leaden mind, and the fog began to clear. Like an engine beginning to turn, images and thoughts began to coalesce in his mind, coming faster and faster, forming bigger images, bigger thoughts. Junpei blinked. He was back. We're so back.
There's still a lot we don't know. I mean, like, a lot. But there is one thing I think we can say we know.
What's that?
The body we found in the shower room. It had to be Nijisaki, dressed up to look like Snake.
What?
Come on, man. What kind of detective are you? You didn't figure that out already?
Hey, go easy on me, man. I just got my memory back, all right?
Well, if he is, the 3 murders make sense then, don't they? Yeah, that's right. Murder. Kubota blew himself up, but that was murder too. So why did these murders take place?
If Junpei is correct, and the body in the shower room was Nijisaki's, that means all of the people who were murdered were involved with the Kubota, the person who conducted the actual experiments. Nijisaki, Hongo's assistant. Musashido, the man who financed the project.
Oh,
You
true.
mean this was all just revenge? Santa is Zero. He's getting revenge for the death of his sister. That's why he killed them.
No, I don't think Santa actually murdered anyone.
In fact, Junpei didn't think. He knew. Couldn't explain why or how, but he had no doubt that Santa had killed no one. Perhaps the madness of the last several hours was finally driving him insane, but Junpei had ceased to be surprised at his sudden knowledge and even begun to accept it.
If I'm right, then it's not hard to figure out who the next victim's gonna be, is it?
In a way, I mean... Yeah, in a way, it's happened before, so it's only a matter of time.
I'm pretty sure I don't have to tell you.
Yes.
Yep.
Right.
Snake, Clover, and Seven all nodded.
The next target will be Gentaro Hongo.
The person who planned the Nonary project.
In other words, Ace.
Yeah, show me that JPEG. There's a moment of silence.
What?
And then the room shook. From far away, they heard the sudden rush of water.
What the hell's going on here?
It must be 6 a.m. Our time is up.
Shit!
Come on, we need to get out of here.
How?
In a drawer that held the picture was a key card. Chupa grabbed it.
I'm betting this sucker opens the exit. Come on, let's go.
You should see if there are any pipes you get. I don't know about that. Doink. Keycard 0. Keycard was 0 in the middle of it. 0, 0. God damn it, Zero's just screwing with us, isn't he? It's just a pipe. It's the only thing we need to worry about pipes at the moment. You're so right, bestie. A pipe. A pipe. A pipe. There are 3 pipes here. It's just a pipe. Don't really think we need to worry about pipes at the moment. They do be talking about pipes, though. Give me a P! Give me an I! Give me a P and an E! What's that spell? Pipe! What the hell are we doing? There are 3 pipes here. Dong dong. This thick metal door is blocking our way out. It's locked and it can't get it to open. Alright, so swipe this card.
Junpei, look! It's unlocked!
Yeah! Now we can go back to the library! Hurry up! We don't have time! Let's go! Alright, let's go! We did it. The door opened and they stumbled into the library.
Huh. I think the shaking stopped.
It would seem so, but we are yet to be out of danger. You're right. Let's hurry.
They ran across the hallway.
This exit needs the Uranus card too.
Straight through the large metal door. Oh yeah, I started Lucagen's playthrough, don't worry. I'm sure I'll see any little extra fluff pieces I missed.
Hey, Junpei.
Yeah, I know.
She's very thorough about those kinds of things. They slid the key card through and the door rumbled open.
Right. It's open. Let's go.
Out of the library and into the hallway they ran. Out of the frying pan into the fire. At the end of the hallway was a door. Junpei reached into his pocket to pull out the key as he ran toward it.
Okay, Neptune Key. Let's see if you work.
He turned it.
Yes! I think it unlocked.
Lock clicked. As one, they shoved the door open and poured through it. In front of them was another great metal door. Above it was a metal plaque.
It says incinerator. So this is the incinerator.
This is the first time I've seen it from this side, but yeah, I think so.
Then there ought to be a lever near the door. Yeah, right here.
Junpei ran up to it.
Pull that and the door should open. Got it.
As he spoke, he pulled the lever. That's the right lever. Whoop. The motor in the door groaned as it slowly opened. There's no time to waste. As soon as the door had time to admit them, all 4 dashed through. And suddenly, there before them were the 4 who they'd parted from. Ace and Lotus stood in front of the number 9 door. Santa was curled into a ball against the wall of the incinerator, holding his stomach. Oh, no fucking way. And then there was June. She sat slumped against the wall, exhausted.
What the hell is going on?
Junpei ran towards June. He skidded to a stop in front of her and knelt
What's
down.
wrong? Are you okay?
Her face was pale and her lips dry. When she spoke, he could barely hear her.
Junpei, you came to get me.
Of course I did. I made a promise.
I'm so
I made a vow.
So glad.
She mumbled the same words over and over, weakly. Junpei could feel his heart breaking.
Hey, what happened to you?
I'm fine. I just fainted. I wasn't feeling very good. I'm feeling a lot better now, though.
Are you sure?
Yes. I just need to rest a little longer. You shouldn't worry about me.
She was looking towards Santa. Junpei turned to look as well.
Santa.
Santa grimaced, his face contorted in pain. Seven grabbed him by the collar and roared at him.
Hey, where is it? Where's the gun? You hide it somewhere?
Despite himself, a grunt of pain escaped Santa's lips as Seven shook him.
I don't have it. I got sucker punched and they took the gun.
What? Who took it?
What? Isn't that obvious?
I took the gun.
Yeah, there it is again! He did indeed have the revolver in his hand. It was pressed against Lotus's temple. Ace had her pinned to him with the other arm, and she was shaking visibly. Her fiery attitude was gone, replaced by fear. She didn't dare to speak. There was sweat on her forehead.
When her eyes weren't flicking up to the gun pressed against her, they seemed to desperately want to say something.
Just what the hell do you think you're doing, Ace? Or maybe I ought to say Gentaro Hongo, CEO of Cradle Pharmaceuticals.
Seven's deep baritone rumble shook the walls. Ace
You
sneered.
have me at a disadvantage, and I don't like that. You know me, but I don't know you. Do you have any idea how much I've suffered? Can you even begin to understand my pain?
Ha!
The pain of prosopagnosia, right?
Junpei's voice was casual. Or at least it was trying to be.
Another irritating insect. And how do you know that?
Good question.
Junpei couldn't say, he just knew. An unexplainable mystery.
No matter. If you don't want to answer, it makes no difference to me. This is a waste of time anyway. It's time for me to go.
Behind Ace, Junpei could see the red. He was placed in a small indentation on the wall. Quickly, Ace placed his hand on the scanner.
First, give me your hand.
It beeped, and he forced Lotus's hand onto it as well. Beep beep.
8. And with this...
And at last he reached into a pocket of his jacket, pulled out something and pressed it against the panel. Third asterisk appeared on the red. The thing he had used for the final verification was the bracelet with the number 9.
The ninth man. Kubota's
They
bracelet.
finally decided to use his fucking face. Go back to using the blood splatter, actually.
I believe I've won this game.
His smirk made Junpei's blood boil.
I've had quite a time playing with you. I must thank Zero, I suppose.
Wait, what? Ace doesn't know who Zero is.
You imagine not being able to see different people's faces? Snake, who is blind entirely. He hadn't moved since they'd entered the room. Santa was still holding his stomach and groaning as if in immense pain. Junpei wasn't sure if it was real pain, but he wasn't sure it wasn't either.
What the hell are you planning, Santa?
At any rate, this game ends now. I will escape, and the rest of you will have a slightly less pleasant ending. I suggest you enjoy your final moments. Goodbye. Wait!
Ace, of course, paid no heed to Seven's request and laid the hold of the lever on the red. With a sickening sense of finality, he pulled it.
What? Why isn't it opening?
You only gave us one what there. Why'd it write out two?
One more time.
Lotus tried to take advantage of Ace's confusion and managed to twist herself out of his grasp, but... At the last second, he grabbed hold of her wrist and shoved it onto the red.
Now open!
He waved the number 9 bracelet over to red and then his own bracelet as well. Beep beep, beep beep. He pulled the lever a second time.
No! What is this? Why? That digital route should be 9! It has to be 9!
He likes critical information.
Then why? Why isn't it opening?
Ace's fury and confusion had overridden all other thoughts. He had set down the revolver. It was just below the red.
Now!
Seven chose that moment to act. He moved far faster than a man of his bulk should have been able to and launched that bulk straight at Ace. It was over before they knew it. In the blink of an eye, Ace was on the floor. He rolled onto his side, groaning in pain. Lotus ran straight for Junpei. She darted around behind him and stuck her head out, making sure to keep Junpei between herself and Ace.
Oh, that was close. Too close. Thank you, Seven.
Is anybody gonna get that gun?
Don't mention it.
Seven stood over Ace, his breathing slow and heavy.
Just one punch ain't enough for this piece of shit.
True!
9 years ago, I ought to rip him to pieces.
True!
Suspect can't talk, they ain't much good. Once he's locked up in a cell, we're gonna have a little chat.
9 years ago? Then you must be...
Yeah, you finally figured it out, dumbass.
Ace planted his hands on the floor and shook his head. Junpei walked towards him. He stopped and looked down at Ace with pity on his face.
Ace, you killed Kubota, Nijisaki, and Musashido, didn't you?
Wait, Nijisaki?
He peered at Junpei, genuinely confused.
Oh, right. You don't know yet. All right. We'll just go through them in order then. Let's start off with Kubota. You talked to Kubota and managed to convince him to go into door 5 alone. You killed him without making it look like you killed him. The way I figure it, you had 4 motives. 1. In the nonary game, the number 9 is dangerous. Whoever had the 9 bracelet could join whatever team they wanted. Adding 9 to any number doesn't change the digital route.
Yeah, we get it.
That number 9 could do whatever they wanted. You wanted to remove that threat as soon as possible. 2. You wanted the number 9 bracelet for yourself, so that you could make use of its power. In fact, you did use it in the murder of Nijisaki. 3. Even if his number hadn't been 9, Kubota was a problem.
We've heard this all before, but also Junpei's not styling on Ace with his own words, yeah.
He knew your past. He knew what had happened 9 years before. You needed to silence him before he told anyone. 4. But last, and perhaps the most disturbing, you used Kubota as a test. You wanted to know how serious this nonary game was. You convinced him to break the rules so you could see what would happen. That was why you killed Kubota. But he was only the first.
Yep.
While everyone was off looking for the missing parts for the Reds, you ran into Nijisaki near the big hospital room. However, because of your prosopagnosia, you didn't realize he was Nijisaki.
Oh yeah, now that I look at him, yeah.
Chiefly because, when you met him, he was dressed like Snake. That was why you thought Nijisaki was Snake.
No, that's not... That was Nijisaki? Why? How did...
I'll get to that. Anyway, you thought he was Snake. Snake was one of the kids in your experiment 9 years ago.
I get psychoanalyzed by a 25-year-old. I feel like the critical phrasing can travel between word lines.
You remembered him because he was the blind kid, but his presence made you think. Snake was one of my subjects 9 years ago. He probably hates me. But if that's true, why isn't he...
Anyway, yeah, remember last time when I was on the Zero Lost ending and I was like, imagine this being your first ending.
Is he keeping quiet because he can't see? Or perhaps he's working with Zero to get revenge on me. Whatever the reason, anyone who knows my past is a threat. Before he tries anything, I need to get rid of him.
Oh, you can't get this one first? Okay, I'm glad they thought of that. I hadn't remembered like all I hadn't remembered all the bits and pieces and shit of like what needed to be unlocked and what hadn't, so I was under the assumption that maybe you fucking could.
The murder weapon was Kubota's bracelet.
Hence the weird yellow key. Ah, okay.
You just waved it over the red. Verified your own number and then grabbed Nijisaki's arm and forced it over the scanner panel. Then, when the door opened, you kicked him in. 9 seconds later, the door closed. And then 81 seconds passed.
You end up with the coffin without, you just get the coffin ending. Oh, okay.
And poor Nijisaki was dead.
Well, I didn't, Does this mean I'm gonna be beating this game while just missing an ending? Or once I'm finished with this, is it gonna let me, like, go back and... It's probably nothing really worth going back for, but still, you know, it's the principle of the thing. You aren't technically missing one? Oh, okay. Okay.
And you mean to say Snake is still alive?
Sorry to disappoint you, but I'm as good as new. Thank you for killing the wrong man, but I can't say I like knowing that you wanted me dead.
Call the white lock back in the yellow key. Oh, okay.
Although, to be honest, even if you hadn't tried to kill me, I would still hate you very much.
Okay, you know... I don't know why. Could not tell you why. I saw this yellow key. Thought there might be like another ending as well that I was missing once we finish all these other ones. That's a bit of a weight off my shoulders.
Well, I wouldn't blame you.
Ace's self-derision was frustrating, but Junkei kept his emotions in check and continued.
Last but not least, let's talk about Musashido's death. When Clover and I were investigating the chart room, you came over to talk to me.
He won't lock the chest up for that for, but hey!
Oh, a pocket watch. Might I take a look at it?
I handed it to you, and you left the room. You had been in charge of the Nonary project. Of course you would have known the solution to every puzzle. Which would mean that you also knew how to get out of the wheelhouse. All you had to do was place the watch in the indentation on the door to unlock it. With the door open, you could enter the captain's quarters. Musashido was there. Conveniently placed next to him was an axe that practically begged you to kill him with it. You picked up that axe and buried the blade deep in the other man's chest.
Splat.
One blow was all it took, and then you returned to the chart room as
Yo,
if
blow?
nothing had happened.
There was something I wanted to speak with you about, Junpei. Could you?
I had no reason to say no, so I followed you to the wheelhouse. When we stepped inside, remember how you slipped your hand into my vest? You pulled out a piece of paper, the one I
Very
used to
funny.
cheat
The face
during
cards
the
in
vote.
box was his own invention. God.
But that wasn't really what you were after. Your true purpose had been to slip the watch into my pocket. It wasn't a very good plan. Had way too many holes, and someone saying the wrong thing could have brought it all down around you. You must have been desperate. But what made you willing to risk it all to do it? Ace.
That was the only thing Junpei hadn't been able to figure out.
Musashido's murder is the only one I don't understand. You obviously did it. But why?
And how?
Because of this.
Slowly, Ace reached down and pulled something out of his pocket. It was a piece of paper.
What's with the paper?
Just read it.
Junpei took it.
Let's see.
And opened it. This was what it said.
Number 1.
No, I mean, I was following up on Poke's thing on like how he did it without like getting blood on him. That's what I meant. I know he killed him with the fucking axe. I was just trying to be like, yeah, but what about the blood?
There are 2 ways you might survive this ordeal. The first is to win the Nonary game.
It's implied that Clover just killed him and hid the body.
The second is for you to confess your sins of 9 years past. I have prepared a camera in the captain's quarters. The images captured by that camera will be streamed through a satellite and distributed across the world. Simply look into the camera and repent. Once you have confessed everything, I will release you from this ship.
You have 2 options here. You either take the L, or you go through the most convoluted fucking puzzle room of your entire life. I'll do the puzzle rooms.
To make your confession more credible, I have left you a witness in the captain's quarters. Perhaps he will confess with you. The decision is yours. Do as you please. 0.
When I awoke in that room on D-Deck,
Joke's on you, I made these puzzle rooms 9 years ago. God.
I found that in my pocket. That was why I chose door 1 when we voted. If I went through that door, I knew I could get to the captain's quarters. As you said, I knew how to enter the wheelhouse.
I'm gonna
My plan
die.
was to find the pocket watch before anyone else. If I could, then my alibi would be set. At least, that was the
That was a what?
plan. Unfortunately for me, you got to it first. That sleight of hand was the best I could manage on short notice.
You meant to kill him from the beginning then? Musashido, I mean.
I only knew Musashido was the witness after I reached the captain's quarters. I asked him, and he answered.
He's just gonna reveal everything right there, God.
He seemed groggy. Perhaps he had only just awoken from sedation. I suppose Nijisaki was in much the same state. He seemed confused and disoriented when I encountered him. But yes, you are correct. I intended to kill him from the beginning, even though I didn't know who he was. I proceeded to the captain's quarters in order to remove this so-called witness.
Ace had confessed everything. What energy he had left him with the truth, and he sagged on his knees. Although he had confessed, his sins were not forgiven. Junpei felt revulsion for the pathetic man on the floor near his feet. But among the revulsion was a hint of pity. After all, Ace had not been the only person who murdered those 3 men. Junpei spoke quietly.
Ace, you figured it out, haven't you? You were being manipulated.
Yes, so it would seem. I was little more than a puppet, in many ways. Everywhere I went, everything was already prepared. The Reds in the large hospital room were dismantled. Nijisaki was dressed like Snake. There was an axe in the captain's quarters. Musashido was delirious from the anesthetic, so he couldn't fight back. Nijisaki as well. In retrospect, I can't understand how I could have fallen into such a simple trap. But yes, this was a trap. It was Zero's trap, and I fell for it, hook, line, and sinker. I did everything he wanted me to do.
Yeah. By manipulating you, Zero was able to kill 3 people and keep the blood off his own hands. All of this was revenge for what happened 9 years ago. That's why this nonary game happened. Am I right, Santa?
Junpei looked over at Santa. As Junpei spoke, he stood up, his legs still shaky.
Huh? What the hell are you talking about? I don't know any...
Ain't no point trying to play dumb anymore, Santa. Actually, I guess I should call you Aoi Kurashiki, huh?
Seven's face was sad as he spoke.
My memory came back to me, kid. You're Aoi Kurashiki, no doubt about it. Never thought I'd be back in this room talking to you. But hey, I guess this was all part of your plan, right? After all, the person who planned the nonary game this time around was Zero. And Zero's you.
Looks like you really do have your memories back, huh?
Santa's smile was sarcastic and something else.
Well, I guess there's no point in hiding it then, huh? Yeah, you got me. I'm Aoi Kurashiki. I was one of the kids in the nonary game 9 years ago. I made it out. So did Snake over there. But there's one thing... No, I guess there's 2 things you got wrong. Number 1, I ain't Zero.
What?
Wait, what?
Sure, I was helping Zero out, but I'm really more of an assistant, like a secretary. But an assistant's only an assistant. I didn't come up with all this. All I did was follow Zero's orders.
Then, if you're not Zero, who is?
Calm down there, Junpei. Didn't I say 2 things?
But if you were helping Zero, and Zero's over there, then who was flickering the lights?
You made one more mistake. Junpei, you just said, all of this was revenge for what happened 9 years ago. That's why this nonary game happened. But that's not it. Revenge isn't the only purpose. There's another reason you guys were playing the nonary game.
Yeah?
Save someone.
Oh?
Save someone?
Right. You were brought here to help my sister, to save Akane.
What the hell are you talking about? Akane Kurashiki died 9 years ago in this room. I was there. I saw...
Suddenly, Seven froze. His eyes went wide as dinner plates, and he spun around towards June. Junpei followed his gaze.
What?
She was gone. Where June had been, there was nothing.
What the hell? Where is she? Where's Akane Kuroshiki?
Mass hallucination moment? Seven began to mumble to himself, a strange series of words strung together as if his mind wasn't functioning properly. His face was twisted with effort, as though he were struggling with something they couldn't see. He gritted his teeth and pressed his hands against the side of his head.
Oh, my head. My head, it feels like it's gonna pop.
Now you see, the Akane Kuroshiki we all saw here today was a product of what we call the Diabolical Box.
Seven! What the hell is going on?
I don't know, I just... Oh, I swear to God, my head feels like it's about to explode!
From somewhere far away, they all heard a deep, heavy noise. It sounded like a tremendous wheel slowly beginning to turn. Santa seemed to have entered an almost trance-like state. His words were calm and measured.
What was the Nonary Project? I'm sure you know already, but I'll tell you one more time.
Oh, man.
It was a project designed to test a particular phenomenon. And what was that phenomenon? For two organisms to communicate with one another in the absence of physical contact.
Yeah. Diabolical Box is good. It's not my favorite Layton game, but it's still good.
The morphogenetic field theory.
I mean, really, saying it's good as a Layton game is honestly goes without saying. There's only 1 out of like the 8 of them that are bad.
Could human beings use these invisible fields to exchange information? That was what this experiment was conducted to determine. There were 2 separate locations. One was the Gigantic, and the other was a building in Nevada called Building Q. The 9 children trapped in Building Q were faced with numerous puzzles, copies of identical ones on the Gigantic. They were told to send their answers into the morphic field set and transmit them to their brothers and sisters on the Gigantic. The transmitters were put in Building Q.
The fucking Bob.
And the receivers were put on the Gigantic. Each sibling pair was supposed to be split up, but there was a mistake. Akane was a transmitter. She should have been in Building Q. However...
Oh, don't worry, I know that. But I know that Poke has basically looked at summaries for the entire series and whatnot. So, I wouldn't worry about her.
For some reason, she was placed on the Gigantic with the receivers, like me. Perhaps she was mistaken for someone who was supposed to be in Group A. Whatever the case, Akane ended up on the Gigantic. I think I've told you enough. You get it, don't you? I'm pretty sure you know where this is going, Junpei.
Where what is going?
Don't play dumb. You know things you shouldn't. Things you couldn't. How did you know Ace had prosopagnosia? How did you know why Ace wanted to kill Kubota and how Nijisaki was killed? Were you surprised when you found out Ace was Hongo? And what about the coffin Snake was trapped in? How the hell did you open it?
Well, that's...
The answer to that is easy. He knew. Because I knew. Junpei was receiving information that I sent through the morphic field set. It's simple, really. How do I know the alternate futures, then? Imagine a river that splits in two, like an upside-down Y. The river flows from the top to the bottom from a single stream into 2 branches. It only flows in one direction. It can never flow backward. Information is the same way. It moves from the past to the future, but never flows backward. That's why people at the river's source in the past will never know about those downstream in the future. But the people downstream will never know about one another either. Information only flows along the path of the river. That's right, motherfuckers. I'm the Uchikoshi speaker now. But I am different. I can manipulate the morphic field set to pluck knowledge from the future. I know what happens on either fork of the river, even though the people on either fork know nothing about one another. Now, who am I? I am the 9th letter of the Uchikoshi, I have your IP address. I'm gonna fucking find you. For legal reasons, this is a joke. For legal reasons, this is a joke. But I am also Zero. No, that's not true. I'm not really Zero. Not yet. Perhaps you could say I am less than Zero. Zero is my future. In 9 years, I will be Zero. Where'd she go? June. No, Akane. Where'd you go?
Santa!
Where's Clover? Oh, shit.
Freeze.
No, honestly, just fire, dude. Don't hesitate, just fire. Santa's got the gun. Guess he picked it up when we weren't watching. Looks like he's turned the tables on Ace, though. Wonder how he likes having a gun to his head.
Get up.
Sure isn't about to take that gun off of him for a minute, is he? Ace isn't putting up any kind of fight. I mean, I don't think I would either, but he just looks drained. I guess he's going for the door, huh? He doesn't need the verify to go through that door, but...
Hey, what's your plan, Santa? What are you doing?
He can't get through any numbered doors with just 2 people. What the hell is he thinking?
Didn't I tell you? I'm Santa Claus. It's time for me to go make a wish come true.
That's it? That's all he's gonna give us? What the hell does that even mean? Shit, they're out. And now the gate's shut. Looks like the rest of us are stuck in here. They're all looking at me. At least Seven's headache is gone. He seems to be alright. I'm just saying, this game would have shot up immediately to a 10 out of 10 if, after he said, I'm gonna make a wish come true, he just shot and killed Ace right then and there. Well, I guess there's no harm in trying. Let's see if this door still opens.
Damn. Well, it looks like this door isn't opening anytime soon.
You mean we're trapped?
So it would seem.
What the hell is Santa trying to do?
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh, what?
Considered where we are.
Bro is
Can
fed
really
up.
Be one thing Santa would do now.
No, you can't be serious.
Oh, but he is. Shit, we gotta do something. Maybe we can still get out through door 9. This is the red. Alright, we can do this. I just gotta... No, it's not gonna work. There's no way. 5 of us can't open this door. 2 plus 4 plus 5 plus 7 plus 8 is 26. 2 plus 6 is 8. Is there any combination that'll work?
Junpei, can I borrow your pen and notebook?
Sure, why not? I don't think I'm gonna need them. Ever again. I will never write after this game. Well, she certainly looks purposeful. Looks like she's writing equations. A lot of them. Oh man, she doesn't look very happy. What? Hey! No need to be ripping pages out like that. Jeez.
What the hell are you doing, Clover? Give me that!
Alright, at least 7 got it away from her. Maybe now I can get a look at what she was writing. Let's see.
What?
And there's no other way?
Lotus. Looks like she'd figured it out, though. Man, this is just too cruel.
It's okay. Go.
Lotus.
Come on, you know we can't do that.
Don't give me that. I'm sure you'd love to get rid of me.
God damn it, you idiot!
Well, where the hell did that come from? Looks like she expected that about as much as I did.
Without... if you're not... Look, it'd be bad, alright?
For a cop, he sure doesn't have much confidence.
Yeah. If there weren't assholes like you around, I'd be out of a job.
Uh-huh.
God.
Look, I'm just not leaving you
So
behind,
eloquent.
alright? End of story.
7.
He's right. I'm not leaving you either.
Me too.
You didn't honestly think I'd abandon you, did you?
You're all idiots.
Act as tough as you want, Lois. We can all see you're about to cry.
That being said, however, I doubt we would be able to open the door anyway, even if we were to leave Lotus behind.
Huh? Why?
I trust you remember what happened to Ace? I couldn't, see exactly what happened, but I was able to guess what he was attempting to do earlier, at the Red.
Oh, yeah.
No! What is this? Why? The digital route should be 9. Then why? Why isn't it opening?
Just to see. Why don't we give it a shot?
Give it a little shake, a little jiggle, why not?
Yes, that is what I said.
$18, 1 plus 8 is 9, but...
You were right.
It ain't opening.
But it did open 9 years ago. The digital route was 9 then, I'm sure of it.
You think maybe they changed the settings?
Perhaps.
Perhaps. Shit. If we can't get through the door, we can't get out. The walls are way too high. There's no way in hell we can get to that hole 7 popped out of 9 years ago. All we can do is stand here and stare at this door with a 9 on it. I guess this is it. This is the end. I was watching. Ayo, what the fuck? I had watched everything that was reflected in his eyes. I was listening. Every sound that vibrated in his eardrums I heard. Smell, taste, touch. I felt everything he felt. I knew everything about him. What he was thinking, what he was feeling, what was he sensing. All of his feelings and worries and fears became mine. My mind, my consciousness was inside of him. Through the morphic field set we were resonant, and we were as one. I was him, and at the same time I was an observer. It started with a tremendous noise like a clap of thunder. This was approximately 9 hours ago. A bomb had gone off on the ship we were on. That was when my resonance with him began. My resonant event melted into him and we became one. Inside of Junpei, somehow I found myself in Junpei's mind, 9 years in the future.
Huh?
I didn't lose myself. I was living in 2 realities at once. One was the present, and the other was the future. Perhaps you can think of it as 2 movies showing on the same screen at the same time. Eventually, it becomes difficult to separate them and determine which is which. However, if I concentrated, I was able to focus on one or the other. That was why I was able to grasp what was happening in front of me.
Come on, over here!
It's my brother Aoi. He was yelling. I followed him. Around me were 7 other children. They all looked like they were about my age.
Come on, hurry up!
We ran down a long straight hallway and burst into the large hospital room. Everyone was arguing. 2 of the boys got in a fist fight. A girl watching them began to cry. I want to go home, she cried. I want to go home. Another girl slapped the crying girl and glared down at her. It had been 2 hours since the Nonary game began. We were starting to fall apart. Which is when all hope seemed lost. Light started talking. He was blind. 9 years later, we would call him Snake.
Hello? Everyone? Could you come over here for a moment?
He was older than most of us, and his voice had authority and dignity. The fight died down and we gathered around him.
I have a little sister. She is very important to me. Right now, she is over in Building Q, and is desperately trying to send information over to me. Her name is Clover, and today is her 9th birthday.
As he spoke, he pulled something from his pocket.
I was going to give these to her as a birthday present. I was outside picking them when I was abducted. I'm sure I've already told you, but I am blind. For a man who can't see, collecting 9 of a very specific plant is, well, it is difficult. But my sister means a great deal to me.
We know every one of the participants' real names now except for 7.
How much I cared for her.
Do we know Lotus's? I can't remember everything, I'm sorry.
Since it's her 9th birthday, I thought 9 4-leaf clovers would be appropriate. Every one of you has a brother or a sister.
We know her last name. Okay.
For their sake, we have to survive. We have to get off this ship. If we're going to do that, there are 3 things you have to remember. We need trust, and love, and we have to have faith in one another. If we can take all three of those to heart, then I promise that good luck will come our way. Did you know that the leaves on the four-leaf clover mean faith, trust?
Did Snake's name come up? Oh man, do I have news for you.
Those words are leaf words. So if you believe what I've told you, and you understand, then I want you each to have one of these. They're a promise between friends.
Snake did just say her name is Clover. God. Also, Ichigoshi has never revealed Seven's name. Damn. I mean, that's commitment. You had one last thing to say.
Now, don't ever forget, so long as you have that, we will always be connected. Do you understand?
When he finished, the tension of only a few minutes before was gone. You were calm. ... After that, we ran out of the ship for a while longer and opened several of the numbered doors until we finally found a number with a 9 on it. In fact, there were 2 doors with 9, and we found them in the chapel. We split into 2 groups and walked through the doors. Before long, we all found ourselves in a room with a ceiling that looked like an upside-down funnel. For some reason, the room had only another number 9, but this time it was the only one. There's only one door. That meant only 5 people could escape.
What are we gonna do? There aren't any other doors.
We began to panic, as if things had not gotten bad enough already.
Warning. Emergency Incineration Command has been acknowledged. Automatic incineration will please evacuate the incinerator. Repeat. Emergency Incineration Command.
What? What's happening? What did that thing say? That didn't sound good.
My brother Aoi swallowed hard and answered.
I think it means this room is gonna burn.
Burn!
The plaque on the door says incinerator, and that voice said that the incineration is about to start. And incinerate means...
Is there really any other? No, not really! There's really... No matter how you spin it, it does sort of always wind up at that, doesn't it?
No! Help me!
Abject terror filled the room as everyone began to scream and cry. Bro could try and make his motive sound as complex as they want, but in the end, yeah, that's basically the through line. Blah, blah, danger, epiphany, urethra. High up on the wall, a door opened and a man appeared. He was a huge, frightening mountain of a man as large as a bear. 9 years later, we would call him Seven.
Don't worry, kids. I'm not your enemy. I'm one of the good guys. I'm a detective. I'm here to rescue you.
The rest happened just like Seven said it did. The 4 of us who stayed behind were saved by Seven. Then we crawled through the vent, away from the incinerator, and slid down into the hall. We came out on the other side of door 9. On the wall opposite the doors said double doors. Have you ever heard of Among Us? Shut up. We went through those and began to run up the spiral stairs. As we ran, I led the way. God, Ollie, now you just got me fucking thinking again about the fact that they somehow fucking put FNAF Security Breach on Switch. God, what a terrifying prospect. Not even the game itself, but the fact that they got the Switch to, like, fucking have that. I'm surprised I have not heard things about it, dying. Behind me were Nona, my brother Aoi, Snake, and Seven. The other children, the ones who'd gone through door 9 before us, were up ahead. I could hear them cheering each other on. We ran and ran and ran. We leapt across as many stairs as we could and kept running. The stairs spiraled upwards like a tornado. Yeah, it was a fucking shadow drop for yesterday's Indie World. Eventually, I pulled ahead of the rest. Perhaps Nona had slowed them down. I didn't want to lose them, so I slowed down as well. I didn't stop, but I glanced over my shoulder from time to time to see if they had caught up. That was when I realized.
Oh, no, where is it? Did I drop Jumpy's present?
Then I dropped it as we split out. I had to go back. I had to, but I knew I couldn't tell the others. They would stop me. I was sure of that. I didn't stop to think. I simply moved. I ran to the central hall, the room that connected to all the other areas of the ship. Hidden in the shadows, and moments later I felt a rush of wind as they ran past me up the staircase. I waited until they were out of sight, and I ran. Moved as quietly as I could, down and down and down. Finally, I reached the bottom deck. I ran to the hallway and looked around.
There it is!
It was just where I thought it would be, sitting under the opening of the vent. I ran over and snatched it from the floor, but as I ran back towards the stairs in freedom... The door of the incinerator opened and a man stepped out. It was Hongo. Kentaro Hongo. 9 years later, we would call him Ace.
Ah, how wonderful to see you decided to come back.
He smiled at me by blood red and cold. He looked mechanical as if someone had simply pulled up the corners of his mouth.
Come with me. We must continue the experiment.
I shook my head, eyes wide. Slowly, I began to walk backwards. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Then I spun around and broke into a run. I felt Hongo's hand close over my left wrist.
I said, come with me.
There's an edge of insanity to his voice now. I pulled as hard as I could.
No! Stop! Let go of me! Let go!
I shook my body and flailed my arms, trying desperately to get Hongo to let go of me. But I was still an only child. I was still only a child. The fact that I literally have a brother. I don't know why I said I was an only child. I was no match for a man like Hongo.
Stop struggling, goddammit! Do as I tell you!
He heaved on my arm, trying to pull me into the incinerator. I screamed.
Help me! Somebody help me!
Then suddenly,
Akane!
the doors to the stairs flew open. And my brother Aoi burst out. Behind him came Seven Snake.
Akane!
He cried my name again as he leapt toward Hongo.
You came back!
I cried out, but then...
You're too late, idiot!
God, what a fucking... What an awful, slimy, just fucking worm of a man. Hongo threw his full weight against my arm, pulling us both into the incinerator. The force of it threw me to the floor. I scrambled to my feet and looked toward the open number 9. Hongo stood between it and me, but behind him I could see my brother, his fists clenched. But those fists never reached Hongo. With the cold, heartless screech of metal on metal, the door slammed shut. Hongo glanced at me mechanically, his face registering if there was an object there, but not anything you would consider a human being. Then he turned away and walked to the red that sat next to the door. He reached out into his pocket and removed 2 bracelets. He waved them both over the scanner. 2 asterisks appear on the red. He checked the screen, then tossed the bracelets carelessly onto the floor. What was he doing? What was the point? He made no effort to explain himself, of course. He said nothing at all and walked past me as though I were nothing more than a rock by the roadside. A few moments later... the 2 other doors slid shut as well. Faintly, I could hear someone pounding on the door behind me. I turned around and ran towards the door with the 9.
Akane! Akane!
I could hear a voice on the other side of the door. A worried, frightened voice.
Help me!
My throat was already raw, but I screamed as loud as I could. My voice echoed lonely around the empty room.
What should I do? I think I'm trapped in here!
Where's Hongo?
He went out the other door!
What?
And it started again.
Warning.
Warning. Warning.
Emergency
I sound
incineration
British, but I'm actually
has been
not.
acknowledged. Incineration will begin in evacuate the incinerator immediately.
Holy shit! Man, I knew what it was gonna say, but that was one hell of a creepy voice.
I knew it!
It's starting. Santa started the incinerator.
Fuck! Man, I never thought I'd hear that damn voice again after 9 years.
What the hell? What the hell? What in God's name are you talking about? It's 9 years this and 9 years that, and when it's not 9 years something, then you're talking about some sort of fucking experiments. You aren't making any sense.
I mean, yeah.
I'm sorry, Lotus, but we really don't have time to explain it right now. I promise, I'll tell you everything once we get out of here.
But...
Incineration will begin in 17.
You know what that means, right? Incinerate means burn. What kind of idiot do you think I am? I know what incinerate means. Well, God damn it. Okay, fine.
Yeah, Lotus's little rant there just reminded me of the fucking meme where it's like, stop saying dumbass things, you're not making any sense.
I won't ask anything else. Talk about whatever you want. But you have to do something for me. 7, figure this out.
What? Why me?
Just shut up and stop this thing.
How the hell?
There has to be some sort of emergency shut-off button.
There isn't anything like that.
How the hell do you know?
Because I looked for it 9 years ago.
Yeah, Lotus isn't happy about that. Can't really blame her. Wait. The floor, it's moving. Holy shit, we need to vent. No. What else can I say about it, but...
What the hell is that?
What is that?
What else could I say? The floor opened and a machine rose up out of it. It looked like a computer? At least it kind of did. There was a monitor, a keyboard, and a cross-shaped device of some kind. Something about the machine scared me, but I forced myself to walk up to it. I was terrified. Tears poured down my face. I wiped them off, even as more took their place, and forced myself forward. Finally, I reached it. I looked at the screen. It was blank. All I saw was my own frightened face staring back at me from the glass drenched in tears.
All I can see on this screen is a reflection of my own face. I'm looking kind of freaked out. I know I'm sweating like crazy, but seeing it kind of drives it home. Okay, Junpei. Just calm down, alright? Everything's gonna be okay. Ugh. Man, I wish that thing would just shut up!
Incineration will begin in 15 minutes.
Alright, back to this thing. If it's only showing up now, then it's gotta be important. But what the hell am I supposed to do with it?
Hey, move!
Ugh. Hey, we're all tense, lady. That doesn't mean you get to shove people around.
Okay, it's turned on. There's nothing on the screen, though. Oh, this is bad. This is really bad. If there's nothing on here, how are we supposed to do anything with it?
Sure, just push buttons. I'm sure that'll... Huh. Well, at least it's on now. What's on the screen, though?
What is this?
What's up?
I don't think I can make Kregne out of that.
It looks like some sort of puzzle.
Got a bunch of numbers and letters scattered on a 5x5 grid. Numbers range from 1 to 8.
Do you think that if we solve this puzzle,
the incinerator will stop? Yeah. Well, we can hope, right?
Alright, puzzle. How do you work? That goddamn voice again.
Incineration will begin 13.
Shit! 13 minutes! Can we really do this? My heart feels like it's gonna pop.
My heart was pounding like it was about to explode. I stared at the puzzle on the screen. I was sure I had to solve it somehow, but I had no idea how. My connection to Jumpy had been gone for a while. His mind was gone and I couldn't get any more information from him. I felt the seconds tick by as I stared at the screen, completely lost. My cheeks felt hot as tears poured over them. Then I heard a voice.
Hey, what are you doing?
It was muffled. I turned around and pressed against the window was a face. A frightening, evil face. It was Hongo. How long had you been watching me?
Don't know what to do?
He was yelling, but his voice was still muffled.
It's simple, really. But I suppose I might as well tell you. Just solve the puzzle on that machine.
I don't even have the words for it anymore. His laughter was muffled by the door, but it still tore at my heart like the claws of a vicious monster. I bit my lip and glared at Hongo, struggling to hold back hot tears.
You're a terrible person! I hate you!
Oh my! How could you call a gentleman such as myself a terrible person? That's not very nice. I'm quite fair. I don't use tricks or play dirty. You see? I've even left you a way out.
Yes, this is actually a Sudoku puzzle? God. I was gonna say, actually, I did hear things about, like, yeah, I've been told a lot about how certain parts of this game don't, like, translate as well between, like, the DS and the PC version. I think, especially with this part, I can kind of understand. I think I can sort of get a vision of, like, what it was originally like.
A way out?
Didn't you hear me? All you have to do is solve that puzzle. Do that.
Especially with how it's switching between two things.
What's the point of stopping it? You'll only capture me and make me do this all again. I'm not going to listen to you. If you're just going to throw me back in here, I might as well just die now.
My goodness, haven't you listened to anything I've said? I told you, I'm a fair man.
Huh?
If you solve the puzzle, the verification function of the red will in turn activate. If this experiment is to deliver valid...
Okay, yeah, shut up. I cannot fucking listen to you anymore. And I remembered. Before Hongo left the room, we had scanned 2 bracelets into the red.
Ah, so you do remember. Say, Akane.
I looked down at my left hand. The face on my bracelet showed a 5. I ran to the door with the 9 on it. Oh, she has the 5 too. Game. Fellas, the game has started to not respond. I'm just going to sit and hope it sorts itself out. I have not saved in like an hour. Maybe 2, maybe 3. I don't actually remember the last time I saved. That being said, yeah, it's not responding, and I feel like if I click it again, it's just gonna get worse. I'm just gonna wait, hope it sorts itself out. I will pause the VOD just in case it crashes, and I have to fast forward through everything again. Just realized I forgot to resume the VOD. My bad. Y'all didn't miss too much. I just had to catch back up. Welcome back, VOD people.
Your number. What kind of fool are you?
Why are you doing this?
You could never understand. You don't know what it's like to spend every day surrounded by monkeys.
Hey. What?
Now start the experiment. Solve the puzzle. Of course you don't! Isn't that the point? You understand, don't you? Access the morphogenetic field and find the solution!
I can't!
Then you'll die. You'll burn alive. It's gonna be quite hot in there in a few minutes. I imagine it will be very painful.
What a despicable fucking grubworm. His horrible laugh echoed across the room, and even after his face disappeared from the window, I could hear it.
Incineration will begin in 10 minutes.
I was crying. Great gulping sobs broke up my hiccups that shook my body. I was terrified. I could feel my fear pressing down on me like a tremendous weight. Somehow, I forced my shaking legs to carry me back to the device. I stared at the monitor.
I can't.
What was I gonna do? I didn't know how. I didn't know where to start. Fear scattered my thoughts, and all I could think of was how I was gonna die. My palms were sweating, my knees were weak, and my blood was boiling in my veins. It was hot, so hot. I couldn't breathe. I felt dizzy. My heart roared in my chest as if it would pound itself to pieces.
I reached into my pocket. I wrapped my hand around the thing I'd come back to get. The doll Jumpy had given me. At least I had that. I held it tight with both hands and prayed.
Help me! Jumpy! Help me! Help me! Help me! Jumpy! 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 Please! Help me!
You may ask what Kragney is, but you have to access the morphogenetic field in order to figure it out.
Akane?
Akane?
Who the hell is Akane?
Shut up! Just shut the hell up!
7 and Lois don't understand. I think Clover and Snake have an idea, though. Clover's looking at me, and I think Snake may have figured it out. No, it doesn't matter. They're in my way. Where'd she go? Maybe over here?
Akane! Akane! Can you hear me? Akane! Say something!
Fuck! Did something break our connection? I swear I just heard her. Shit!
Akane! Answer me! Akane!
Jumpy?
I spun around. I heard a voice. His voice. He wasn't in the room, of course. But I'd heard it so clearly. Like he was right there.
Jumpy!
I screamed as loud as I could.
Akane!
That's her! She's there! And that means...
Akane! Akane!
Are you in an incinerator right now?
Yes, I am! How did you know?
I couldn't believe that he knew that. Now I understand what Sansa meant.
There's only one way. You were brought here to help my sister. To save Akane.
I think I get it now.
Incineration will begin in 7 minutes.
Jumpy, we don't have time!
As quickly as I could, I told him I had to solve the puzzle to stop the incinerator.
Got it!
And I do. I get everything now. At last, I finally understand what all of this means. I know why the notary game was held today. I know why we were kidnapped and brought here. It was all for this moment. All of this was planned out to lead to this one moment. Oh my god. This is insane. I can't believe it, but there's only one possible answer. June is... Zero is... Kane Kurashiki. She recreated the history of the future as she had a glimpse of 9 years ago. She then tried to save herself that way 9 years ago. No, she's trying to save herself right now. That means there's only one thing for me to do. Even if this is all some sort of insane plan. I will save her. I will save Akane Kurashiki. I must save her, no matter what.
Incineration will begin in 6 minutes.
The voice reminded me of how much time I had left.
Yeah, I know. Just hang on, alright? I promise I'll get you out of there. I'm not gonna let you die. I promise. So don't worry, alright? Just give me a few minutes, okay?
Okay.
My voice shook as I answered. It was hot in the room. I felt like my heart was on fire. 6 minutes or not, my heart burned with my feelings for him.
Alright, time to get to work, Junpei. Is Snake talking to them about something? Whatever, it doesn't matter. Get out of my way!
Hey, what are you...
Just trust me, okay?
Sorry, Lotus, I didn't mean to snap, but there's a lot more stake here than your pride. I'll apologize later, okay? Now let's have a look at this thing. Yeah, I'm gonna have a fucking blast revisiting, I'm gonna have a blast revisiting this game through, like, various, playthroughs I watch. We got numbers all over the grid. I think the panels are out of order. Just need to switch these out. Starting at it isn't gonna accomplish anything. I'll just have to try it.
Think of what I did all those times before. I'm gonna do this on my own, with my own mind.
Okay. Yep. When I pressed hint, numbers appeared in the empty slots on the grid. They're all single digits. I get the feeling the numbers change when I switch out the yellow squares. This square at the bottom, why does it stay blank when I press hint? Pressing the button again makes it disappear, so I can turn them on and off. And there's some special meaning to there being two modes? What could it mean? Flip the hint off, all the empty spots look like the one in the bottom right. Does that mean they're supposed to match? Maybe I need to make all the numbers in the squares the same. If I switch out a yellow square, the numbers that show up in the hint change too. Looks like the numbers are affected by the adjacent squares. For example, when I switch out 3 with 5, the hint number increases by 2. I bet the hint just adds the surrounding numbers. The hint displays what the adjacent yellow squares add up to. So most of the answers should be 2 digits. But each square only has a single digit. They must be calculated in a different way. Digital roots? The digital roots, they'll always end up as 1 digit. Add the numbers. But there are letters here too. Wait, haven't I used letters as numbers before? A is 10, B is 11, C is 12. Maybe I need to replace the letters with numbers. I need to start. I mean, yeah, but I don't even. The thing is, I don't even know where to begin. Oh, okay, that's what that was in the DS version. Okay. I mean, I do realize what the letters spell out now, but I don't know how that helps. Okay, hold on. I think I got the gist of the puzzle up top. See to make all the digital roots the same. They all gotta be 9. But what number? Switching out yellow square affects all hint squares around it. Wait, but 1 square doesn't get a hint number. The 9th spot at the bottom. Only this one stays blank. Maybe a fixed number goes inside, so the 9th square has a different rule. I knew what number goes here. So that is what it is, huh? Okay, yeah, when I saw the letters, I was like, huh, okay. I guess, yeah, that makes sense. It kind of clicked a little bit for me there, but yeah, I was like, is it that easy? But I guess so.
Yes, that's it. Akane, did you get it?
Yes, I did. I solved
It kind of just...
Really, you solved it for me, but I copied everything you did.
It kind of doesn't feel like I solved much, but you know, you know, we did it.
Now I just have to press enter.
Then what the hell are you waiting for?
Okay, I will.
I hit the enter key.
Emergency shutdown command has been confirmed. Incineration system has been disabled.
So being easier than Sudoku. God.
Jumpy! It worked! It worked! The incinerator shut down!
Tears rolled down my face as I cried out to him, but they were a very different sort of tears. A wonderful feeling of accomplishment and relief flooded my body. At the same time, what strength I had left disappeared and I collapsed to the floor. For a while, I just lay there, laughing and crying and enjoying being alive. Every time I thought about him, I thought my heart would burst.
Whew.
Can't quite believe I did that. But I'm so glad. So glad. I feel like my heart's on fire.
No, I don't have time to be thinking about that kind of shit. I need to tell Akane.
Akane, sorry, but things are kind of busy over here. I'm gonna have to hang up now, okay?
Oh, of course, that's fine.
I wiped the tears from my eyes and nodded vigorously, even though I knew he couldn't see me. Then I looked over at the corner of the floor. There were 2 bracelets Hongo had left behind.
Now.
Well, Seven and Lotus don't look particularly happy with me. Not a very nice look to give someone who just saved your lives, guys.
Junpei, are you...
Okay.
Shut it.
Right, okay, so maybe they have a reason to be pissed off. So what if I haven't pressed the enter key yet? Alright, nothing holding me back now. Here goes. Wait.
Incineration will begin in 90 seconds.
Yeah, wait, actually, yeah, what the fuck? That actually does make sense, with the 0 being a 6, huh?
It doesn't sound like it's stopping.
What the shit? Why isn't it stopping?
Okay, maybe I didn't hit the key hard enough. Just hit it again. And again, and again. Okay, it's not working either. The alarm's still going off. What the hell is going on? I've got all the right numbers in the right boxes. It's perfect! So why the fuck isn't this thing stopping?
Incineration will begin in 60 seconds.
Wait, of course! That's what the numbers that showed up after the puzzle mean. 2 + 4 + 5 + 7 + 8. Snake, Clover, me, Seven, and Lotus. Then, door 9. No, that's it! Number on the door isn't a 9. It's not even a number!
It is hidden, but an exit can be found. Seek a way out. Seek a door that...
Holy shit. Of course. We have to put the right number into the red and...
Incineration will begin in 30 seconds.
Run, guys! Get to the door! Run!
Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit! Don't have much time! I sure hope they can just trust me on this one or we are all fucked! Alright, no time to explain, just go!
Verify your numbers on the red.
Verify?
Who?
What combination?
All of us! We all need to verify!
Why?
You really think this is a good time to ask questions? Just do it!
Hurry, 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 hurry!
Incineration will begin in 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Central gate has been opened. Incineration system has been disabled.
Ugh. Oh, thank fucking Christ! No, no time to be happy. Time to go!
Hurry! We've only got 9 seconds before the door closes. Go, go, go!
Come on, guys, move it! Okay, they're all through. Move it, Junpei! Just in time. Oh my god, and there goes the door. Don't calm down yet, you're not done. We still gotta find the dead.
Shit. Looks like we made it, huh?
Man, that guy sure can laugh when he wants to. Looks like Clover and Lois are totally out of energy. Snake is shaking his head wearily. I just want to take a nap, but...
Akane? Akane! Can you hear me?
I want to tell her we made it. I just want to tell her how good I feel, but... nothing. The door opened. Standing in front of it was my brother.
Akane!
Oi!
I cried his name even though my voice was almost gone from screaming and leapt into his arms.
Oh, Aoi!
Akane!
I buried my face in his chest and cried again. I cried and cried and cried. The steady thump of his heart in my ear made me feel like I was home. His beat was almost like a lullaby. I wrapped my arms around him as far as they would go and held him as tight as I could. Just to be there felt like a miracle. I hadn't felt the warmth of another human body in what seemed like an eternity. Just wanted to stay there in his arms forever. But I couldn't. The moment I passed through the door, my bracelet had begun the countdown of death. I leapt away from him and looked around. The door had already closed. I spied the dead only a short distance away. It took me only a moment to get to and scan all the bracelets. I left the ones Hongo had dropped on the scanner panel. That was it. I took a deep breath and looked around again. The huge detective who we'd call 7 in 9 years, and Snake, the blind boy, were looking at me. Yeah, you weren't kidding. They never actually say Seven's real name. They seemed to have been utterly stunned by my sudden appearance. Their eyes were wide and their mouths hung open.
Alright, let's get out of here. If we don't book it, we might run into Hongo again.
Oh, it was right. It was time we got moving. The mention of Hongo seemed to jar Seven and Snake out of their surprise, and they nodded. We took off running up the spiral stairs to freedom. Time for more running. If they can get us out of here. No wonder we were running so hard. My heart's beating so hard I can barely hear. God, I can't wait to breathe real air again. Huh? Is Seven talking?
Hey, Junpei, can I ask you something?
What's up?
That door, the one with the 9 on it. Why'd it open?
Yeah, all 5 of us verified our numbers on the red. 2 plus 4 plus 5 plus 7 plus 8 is 26. That makes our digital route 8. It shouldn't have opened.
That's not like you, Lotus. I thought you would have figured it out already.
Huh? Why?
Because you were the person who taught me about the idea of bases.
Bases?
Yeah.
Based?
What are the 2 numbers in base 2?
0 and 1.
How about base 10?
That goes from 0 to 9, right?
And how about base 16?
0 through F. After 9, it starts at A and goes from there. B.
You're right.
Ah, fuck.
In other words, A in base 16 is 10 in base 10. B is 11, C is 12, D is 13, and so on.
So, what about it?
You don't get it? What if we keep going with that pattern? What if you go way past base 16 all the way to base 27?
Base 27?
Yeah.
Well, the numerical digits are the same. So, I guess you'd add alphabetical digits. E is 14, F is 15, G is 16.
H is 17, I is 18, J is 19.
K is 20, L is 21, M is 22.
N is 23, O is 24, He is 25.
Yeah, and? What comes after that?
Oh,
Q.
26!
And what does that mean?
Wasn't a 9 on the door.
It was a Q! A fucking lowercase Q!
Yep.
Jesus Christ.
I guess to put it another way, you could say that it was a 9 in base 10, but a Q in base 27.
I just want to ask Uchikoshi, like, how, you know? Time for more running. God, my thighs are killing me. I swear any moment now I'm gonna tear a muscle. I feel like every single cell of my body is dying for air. Damn, every breath I take is a chore now. But my lungs are gonna burst. Maybe just a short rest. I can't stop, I don't have time. Oh fuck, yeah, you know, that actually is pretty clever, fuck. Jesus. Come on, legs, there can't be many more of these steps left. Let's run like a bullet down a rifled barrel. A tornado cutting through a sea of clouds. I feel like I'm running along the back of a giant coiled dragon. Finally! Jesus, I can barely breathe. Now, Junpei. Now time to rest. Pull yourself together, you're almost there.
I'm gonna open it.
Yeah.
Yes, we're finally here.
Please do.
Sure, you look like a big, heavy door. But you're the only thing standing between me and my freedom. And more important, you're the only thing standing between me and Akane. You're gonna open, and you're gonna open now! I felt a hand on my shoulder. It was Aoi's. He gave it a small, reassuring squeeze. I was so happy I felt like I could melt. My heart was at peace. And not only because my brother and I were back together again, thanks to Hugh's detective, all 9 of us who had been kidnapped were finally able to escape from the gigantic. On a distant horizon, we could see the faint outline of the ship as it sank. It gave a thunderous roar as it finally slipped beneath the waves. Its last cry echoed across the ocean, and then it was gone.
It's over.
Yeah.
It was over. It was finally over. Or was it? Was it really? No, that was wrong. That wasn't it at all. I was sure of it. This wasn't the end. It was only the beginning. This was only a prologue to what would happen in 9 years. Yes, finally, air! Ugh! Damn, that sun is bright! I can barely see anything! Oh, I gotta admit, this doesn't quite look like... Wait. No way. You have gotta be shitting me.
What?
It can't be.
This is...
I don't even have to play the sound, but you know.
Living in the Nevada desert.
Oh my fucking god, dude.
The mock experiment building.
Oh my god. This whole time we were in Building Q.
Sure enough, that's a desert out there, with mountains all around it. Hello there, son. Boy, am I ever glad to see you. I don't think I have ever been so happy to see a sunrise. Huh? Did I just hear something fall? Right, our bracelets. I guess I've never really gotten a good look at the underside of one of these. Let's see what's inside of you. Just a little electronic chip, like in an ATM card. That's it. There's nothing else. Nothing that even looks like a detonator. There was never a detonator to begin with. Figures.
Akane.
Jumpy!
Guess I must be pretty crazy about the girl if I think I'm hearing her voice in the wind. Wow, Jesus Christ. Phew. You got me fucked up. Oh, shit. How the hell do you write this? I'm fucking flabbergasted. I am floored. I am shocked. Yeah. Yeah. It's peak. Christ. Morphogenetic field voice still isn't properly credited, it's just morphogenetic field voice. Daniela Vera kind of Jesus. Oh my god.
Are you okay?
Oh, come on. This is nothing.
Really?
Yeah.
You don't look okay.
It was just before the end of elementary school. Jumpy and I were sitting next to each other on a small hill, looking down at the town as the sun slowly set.
How does it look then?
She was half serious and half joking. I thought about it for a minute first.
Well, let's see. It looks like you kissed a toad and got warts, but then they just kept growing and growing and growing.
What does that even mean?
Junpei grinned and...
Ow, 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 ow.
See? I told you you're not okay. You're too reckless. You can't beat 5 8th graders, Jumpy. That's crazy.
Yeah, but I couldn't just stand there. I mean, don't you think so? I had to do something.
Look at the Nevada desert go past. For an SUV, this thing is a pretty smooth ride. Sure was nice of someone to leave it for us outside the building, keys in the ignition and gas in the tank. Almost like it was a present, you know? Anyway, we jumped in and now here we are, screaming across the desert. Lotus is over there in the passenger seat. Snake and Seven and I are all squeezed into the back seat here. I still can't believe we let her drive.
Woohoo! This is so fun! This is so awesome! Driving is so great when there's nothing around, and there's no speed limit.
Hey, Clover, watch those bumps, all right? This car jumps even a little, and I think I'm gonna get crushed to death.
Hey, shut it. I can't help if I'm big, all right? Suck it up.
Why don't you drive, Seven?
I'm a cop. I ain't gonna break the law.
He doesn't have an international license.
Yeah, but you could have sat in the passenger seat.
Oh, hell no. There's no way I'm giving this seat up. And Clover, there's no need to slow down. The car Santa
Yeah.
should be somewhere down this road ahead of us.
Yeah, I saw some fresh tire tracks going out. There's no doubt about it.
Then we've got to hurry if we want to catch them, don't we?
Sure thing.
Oh shit! God damn it, she doesn't have to drive so fast! I didn't even think a car like this could go this fast. Should have thrown up a lot of dust. It was a couple hours after we ran into junior high students. They've been hiding in the bushes on the back of one of the hills, drenching a kitten in gasoline. When we saw what they were doing, Jumpy ran up to them furious.
Hey, what the hell are you doing?
Then he jumped on them. He quickly scooped up the kitten and tossed it to me. I caught it and ran for the police station as fast as I could.
Help me! Officer, please! You have to come with me!
I'm not gonna scroll back to the text because I don't want to risk it maybe crashing again, but the fuck were those 8th graders cooking, putting a cat in gasoline? The policeman and I headed back to the hill. All I found was Jumpy sprawled on the ground with a face covered in big swelling lumps.
You couldn't run away after you threw the kitty to me?
The cat clearly. Oh my god, shut up. He stuck his tongue out through the hole in his mouth where a tooth had fallen out.
Yeah, I guess I could've...
Then why didn't you?
I didn't want to. I wanted to beat him up. Beat him up real good.
Because of what they were doing to the
The
kitty.
cat's name? Morgana for soda. Okay, yeah, you know what? You're right. He deserves it.
Yeah, that too, but I think they were the ones behind those murders our first semester. Remember?
Oh, you mean the bunnies.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, the bunnies.
You know what? Actually, probably, yeah. Considering what they were doing to that cat, yeah, probably. He plucked some grass from the ground and tossed it to the wind.
They asked me what elementary school I was from, so I told them. And then they said they'd do the same thing to you that they did to the rabbits. I couldn't forgive them for that, so I... Hey, there's still some stuff I don't get.
Of course, they probably don't know any more than I do.
Like Ace. Well, I guess I should say Kentaro Hongo. Why did he create the Nonary Project? Anybody? Any ideas?
Why don't you ask him yourself?
Yeah, I guess I could.
He's still in the trunk, I assume?
Yeah, he is. Still tied up, I'm assuming, with his mouth taped shut. Why did we take him? His eyes just look empty. No emotion. Feels like he's just given up. I wonder if he even cares what happens to him anymore.
Hey, were you listening to us?
Yeah, go ahead and try to pretend you weren't, you old bastard. Let's get that tape off your mouth.
Come on, I know you were. Answer me.
You can at least look at me when you talk, man.
I only wanted to see the faces. Human faces. I thought if I could gain the ability to access the morphic field set, then perhaps I could see faces.
Again, Snake in the back seat, completely blind, be like...
By peering into people's minds, you could understand how they were processing the expressions of others.
That's it?
Yes. If you want to put it simply, but if you are looking for a more philosophical answer, I can supply that as well.
Hey, buddy, can you speak up? The car's drawing you out. Actually, never mind. I don't want to hear your voice.
You see, the human collective consciousness...
I think that's enough out of you, pal. Time for the tape to go back on.
So what
No disrespect to the voice actor. They did a fucking fantastic job. I just, you know, fucking hate this character.
You said there were some things you didn't get, didn't you?
Well, somebody's a little nosy.
Well, my next question doesn't really have anything to do with you two. This is for you, Seven. It's about the whole Alice thing. What's the deal with that?
Well, see, 9 years ago, after I escaped from the Gigantic, I kept going after Hongo on my own, hoping I'd catch up when he finally slipped up. During the course of my investigations, I learned a lot more about the Gigantic. I also found out about Gordain and Alice.
You're not really answering my question. Was there actually a girl who wouldn't melt at room temperature?
Sounds like Hongo has something to say. Alright, fine. I'll let you talk, but you gotta behave.
What?
Alice doesn't exist. 9 years ago, I found Alice's coffin behind the library on the bottom deck. There was nothing in it but the root of a peculiar plant. My research determined that it was a member of the genus Mandragora, of the family Solanaceae. I was able to extract a particular alkaloid from it. I used that extract to create Sokoru. Its creation was a tremendous boon to my firm, and we grew rapidly.
Shit, this is gonna go on forever. Tape's going back on, Hongo. The rest of my question can wait a bit. For now, I think I'll just enjoy the ride.
Here, this is for you.
What's this?
This is, for you, doll. His name is Junpei.
Jumpy pulled something out of his pocket and shoved his arm towards me. In his hand was a doll made of yarn small enough to fit in his palm.
Jumpy, are you sure it's, for you, doll?
Huh? Yeah, the lady at the shop said so, so that means it's for you, right?
Are you sure it's not a voodoo doll?
Wait, what? That's... Oh, man. Oh.
Well, it sure looks like a voodoo doll. I mean, you do know what a voodoo doll is used for, right?
Yeah, I guess calling it Junpei isn't a very good idea then.
Why are you giving me this anyway? It just seems really sudden.
Well, you know how after June, we aren't gonna get to see each other too much?
You think you're so slick.
I mean, we're gonna be in different schools, and... I just thought I'd, you know,
Oh, okay, well, how about we call it June, then?
You're so slick!
Okay. So, I wanted to give you this.
You sound like some sort of tribal chief in a bad movie.
Yes. I, head of tribe. This doll, traditional charm of tribe. So I give this. It me. So we always together.
Child racism, you hate to see it. Yeah.
Oh, Jumpy.
If something bad, then hold and pray. I go wherever you are. So here, take.
I reached my hand out and picked up the doll gently.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Jumpy.
Before I knew it, I was crying. Tears streamed down my face and fell into June's tiny yarn body.
Oh, Jumpy. I'll never forget you. I promise.
Jumpy looked straight into my eyes and said just 5 words.
I'll never forget you either.
The sky was a beautiful crimson red as it melted down toward the horizon. The last golden rays of sunlight stretched out across the city and painted themselves across the hills. We sat, bathed in the warm light of the evening. Just the two of us, leaning gently against one another, shoulder to shoulder. The sun set and we still didn't leave. We watched in silence as the darkness deepened, and one by one the lights of the town began to flicker on.
There's still one thing I don't get. To be honest, it's the biggest mystery as far as I'm concerned. It's also the only one that's really important. It has to do with June and Akane. 9 years ago, she died in the incinerator on the Gigantic, but she's still alive now as June. But how? Was it because I tapped into the Morphic field set and saved her 9 years ago? Alright, let's say that makes some kind of insane sense. If I did that, then how do I make sense of what Seven remembers? Snake makes sense, he's blind, but he couldn't have seen her body anyway. Seven, he said he was sure he saw it. Does that mean there's some sort of historical discrepancy? Or, wait, maybe that's not it at all. There is one other logical explanation. Was what you told me the truth, Seven? You look satisfied. No. No way. He couldn't.
Hey, look! Over there. There's somebody next to the road.
Huh? What? Hmm?
Huh? 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 Huh?
One last time for the road. The burning gaze of the Nevada sun pounded down on her head. The desert around her rippled with heat. Standing there on that shimmering plane was a woman, her arm out and her thumb up. It would not be long before Junpei realized who she was. And it's midnight. Oh, man. God, Jesus Christ. Oh, you're not putting me back in that fucking ship again. No, 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 no. You stop that. Oh. Yeah, that was fucking great. Man. Uchikoshi came out the fucking gate making bangers. What can I say? Oh. Yeah, that was delightful. I probably won't play the other two for a while. I'll try and do it this year, though. But not for a while. Maybe I could do Virtue's Last Reward after Fuga 2. I'll see. I'll think about it. But I do want to give it some space. But yeah, I'm glad I finally got around to this after having it in my Steam library for, I think, 2 years now. So, yeah. That was great. I am excited and concerned and a little bit terrified to see how they follow it up. For now, though, I'd like to say thank you for everything. Thank you for stopping by for the stream and all that. And perhaps, most importantly, if I can give a special thanks to one in particular. Shouts to Grunpei. And on that note, let me just, yeah. And yeah, and on that note, thank you all for stopping by. I'm gonna go cry. Oh man, I need some sleep, dude.